151 chapters Damping Carriage. The next day, Wu Qingqing recommended by Wei Izi when met with a large school students Qin Fen. I have seen the teacher. Qin Fen bowed with the excitement in his heart. He knew that Wu Qingqing must have a task to give to him when he found himself. This was a sign that he was about to become so prosperous. Zhu, how much do you know about Jin Yiwei? Wu Qingqing asked. He must prepare the establishment of the guard, collect a variety of military intelligence and other intelligence for themselves. Jin Yiwei is an intelligence agency used by Zhu Yuanzhang to monitor hundreds of officials. With this agency, Zhu Yuanzhang has identified as many as 100 officials implicated in Huiyong. A Huiyong case directly involved more than 40,000 people, which is enough to show that Jin Yiwei's ability to collect intelligence is simply pervasive. Many official concubine members are trained guard eyeliner. Those official member of the evening what to eat, what to drink, sexual intercourse ability emperor are crystal clear. At the peak of Jin Yiwei's power, Bai Guan's expression changed drastically when talking about Jin Yiwei. Qin Fen was even more excited when he heard this. As a man who was committed to officialdom, he knew Jin Yiwei too well. He knew that this was an intelligence agency directly under the emperor and was not under the jurisdiction of any other department. Although the official position was small, his power was limited. Great. Also, can reach the person in charge of the guard is definitely the emperor's confidant. This level of identity alone is much more prominent than other high-ranking officials. Even if the cabinet chief met him, he had to be polite. Although the reputation of being in charge of Jin Yiwei would not be very good, Qin Fen didn't care. As long as you can get glory and wealth, what do you want this for reputation? Now wise Ivan is not often scolded, saying that the articles he wrote are different and disrespectful to the court. He is Wu Qingqing's #1 running dog. But what about it? Wise Iwan, who is still in trouble now, is still in trouble. Those who only lip service to open scolded, but had no chance to even the officials. This is an intelligence agency affiliated with the emperor. Qin Fen replied in detail. His answer was very detailed and specific. Obviously, he understood Jin Yiwei's functions very well, and Wu Qingqing was very satisfied. Yesterday, a craftsman from Suzhou was ambushed on the road, which almost caused the secret of the flintlock to be leaked. On the territory I control, 500 king troops are rampant, and no one can find out. This is a very serious problem. Wu Qingqing knocked the table. Indeed, very serious. The students will share those concerns for the teacher. Qin Fen said, you are responsible for setting up the shelf first. The name is temporarily called the Military Intelligence Department, and the funding comes directly to me. 3 months. I will see results in 3 months. Wu Qingqing said. He hasn't publicly rebelled yet, so of course he can't use Jin Yiwei's name. Because Jin Yiwei is directly under the emperor's command, it is an institution that the emperor can set up. If Wu Qingqing directly guard set up their own, it would be tantamount to telling others, I myself should become emperor. Large 200 years of the Ming dynasty Zhou country, the people and the general officer members are not so easily forgotten. He openly rebellious premature. Students understand. When Wu time to get the guard of Qingqing, Qin Fen Wu Qingqing has been completely determined ambition. However, he didn't have any desire to be loyal to Ming. He was eager for Wu Qingqing to be emperor, because for him it was Wu Qingqing's students. Wu Qingqing higher the position, the higher his position. Wu Qingqing this collective interests. The interests of the vast majority of people have been and Wu Qingqing bound together. In fact, many people in this group have seen Wu Qingqing's self-reliance, but no one has reported to Zhu Yihai. A few days later, the batch of artisans in the heavily protected under-delivery arrived in Nanjing. In Nanjing Weapon Workshop, more than 300 craftsmen have been gathered here, most of whom were originally recruited by Hong Chengchu to make matchlock guns. These craftsmen have skilled skills. As long as the craftsmen in Suzhou give a little guidance and skills, they can participate in the manufacture of new weapons. It won't be long before the scale of this weapon shop will surpass that of Suzhou. The main problem of the arsenal now is that the manufacturing speed of gun barrels is too slow. The grenade should be able to meet the supply of the army. After the technical improvement, the speed of the howitzer is also much faster. Liu Bojian Hui reports. What about the spring? Wu Qingqing asked. The manufacturing process of the spring is very mature, and the manufacturing speed is very fast. However, without enough barrels, the manufacturing speed of flintlock guns is still not high. At present, only 4,000 shots can be manufactured in 1 month. Wait for the craftsman here in Nanjing. After being proficient, the monthly output should reach 6,000. Liu Bojian knows that the flintlock gun is the most lacking in the army, but unfortunately the production capacity of flintlock guns has been slow to keep up with the army's needs. Not before Wu Qingqing, but still satisfied with this speed. 4,000 a month, then 2 or 3 months he will be able to couch a flintlock 20,000 troops. That time can basically unimpeded rampage. Let the extra spring craftsman make this kind of spring. This kind of spring can be installed on a carriage to absorb shock. Wu Qingqing come up with a damping spring of samples. The current carriage does not have rubber wheels or shock-absorbing springs. It is quite a bit of a nuisance to sit up. There are a little unevenness or gravel on the road, which can make the people in the carriage over and over again, and the road in this period, basically don't expect how smooth. Ordinary men sit carriage for a long time, it will not stand. And those women, riding in the carriage, suffered even more. Costume who play actress who's a coach, all very enjoyable way. It is because they are sitting carriage springs installed. Really ancient carriage reel, but that is not comfortable to sit up. Of course, horse riding and walking more suffer. So, Wu Qingqing wanted to come up with a comfortable carriage to sell to the rich, earn money arms. He wants to maintain 2 weapons workshops, and every month he invests 2 to 30,000 taels of silver. All of these manufactured weapons are supplied to the army, and there is no benefit at all. In the long run, Wu Qingqing was also a little unable to hold on. The key to the shock-absorbing carriage is only the spring. This small spring has a very low cost, but the shock-absorbing carriage can be sold at a high price, because for this product is exclusively for the rich. The rich is the pursuit of pleasure, so comfortable carriage, spend a few 100,000 too, but also nothing. With this kind of shock-absorbing carriage, the ladies of those wealthy businessmen will definitely no longer be willing to make old-fashioned carriages. To time, appropriate damping carriage can even become a status symbol. This is not a high-end carriage, but also the nerve is called upper-class people. This kind of shock-absorbing carriage will be sold at all kinds of sky-high prices like later sports cars. As long as Wu Qingqing holds the manufacturing process of the spring, others can only watch as he made a fortune. Even if this secret is discovered by other merchants, there is no need to panic. Dare to grab business with the weapon shop. I am afraid that it is too long. If other people dare to affect the income of the weapon workshop, and the weapon workshop has no money to make more advanced weapons, those soldiers will not be able to kill them in minutes. Even if these big-headed soldiers didn't trouble them, they wouldn't dare to grab business with Wu Qingqing. Spring system made cross to a square weapon, and part of the carriage to be promising Tong. After all, Wu Qingqing promised to give him benefits, and Tong Yui, who is now constantly investing money in cement making, is not a profitable business. Like so loyal businessman, Wu Qingqing quite like it. Now sharing the profit with Tong Yui can be regarded as an example for other businessmen, letting other businessmen know that it is definitely beneficial to follow and do things for themselves. Zai Huan, I urge you to build aircraft carriers housed in Ming. I'm the fastest in the Ming dynasty built aircraft carrier. Update speed 152 chapters. Expansion site. March 15th has been 2 weeks of rest for the expansion Wu tour. Currently, Wu Qingqing occupied territory only Nanjing, Suzhou, Chengdu and Shanghai area, in which many forces. His site is actually minimal. It even Zhuhai. People also accounted for more than half of Zhejiang. on a site area of more than 4 times the Wu Chengqing and Emperor Long Wu. Needless to say that his current nominal site is at least dozens of times that of Wu Chengqing. It even Jiangxianzong west of Anishi regime, the site is much greater than the Wu Chengqing. Of course, to those who dislocation are far less than Wu Chengqing good. During this period, the most prosperous area in the country was the Nanjing and Suzhou area and Zuyi High Ground Plate. In addition to some wealthy Hangzhou area, other places are the endless mountains. Although the area is 4 times that of Wu Chengqing, the total economic output may not even be a quarter of Wu Chengqing's. In order to expand the sphere of influence, Wu Chengqing formulated a strategy of going west and going south after taking Nanjing. Early goal mark is to win Yu, Tongling, Xuanxing and other places. These places are some plains south of the Yangtze River, with well-developed transportation, and they are currently in the hands of the Qing army. Before the navy was developed, it was troublesome to attack north of the Yangtze River. Logistics and transportation was a problem, and defense after the occupation was also a problem. So, accounting for leading south of the Yangtze place, he is the most appropriate solution. Currently stationed in Yu are Li Chengdong's ministry and Zhang Yinyuan's ministry. They were prepared to support Nanjing, but Nanjing fell halfway there, and they had to retreat. The main force of the 8 banners of the Manchun Qing dynasties in Nanjing couldn't beat Wu Jun against the city wall. They didn't have the guts to challenge Wu Jun's military might. Li Chengdong and Zhang Yuan should add up forces. There are about 60,000 soldiers, but all of them green camp. Combat is relatively weak. Wu Chengqing sent a 2nd Division, 3rd Division and 11 Brigade. 11 Brigade is division in trip, plus a few other auxiliary arms. The total strength has reached 30,000. This time, Wu Chengqing didn't go personally and let Liu Hansen be the commander-in-chief. The same time, Wu Chengqing also took the opportunity to set up a staff institutions. The tactical level of some officers is actually better than that of Liu Hansen, Wang Daong and others. However, it cannot be said that it is unfair to Liu Hansen and other veterans to make them more senior officials because they are more capable, and leaving these more capable people without it, and continuing to let Liu Hansen take command, it is undoubtedly a waste of talents, and may even lead to defeat in the battle. The way to solve this problem is to set up a staff department. The specific combat plan will be discussed by people in the staff department, and Liu Hansen is just the last person to make the final decision. This not only guarantees the power of Liu Hansen and other veterans, but also gives full play to the talents of the staff, giving those capable officers an opportunity to display their abilities. It's solid, somewhat similar to military advisor general staff chief of staff, but they number more power, more things to attend to, the more specific it. A first advance of the general staff, to help battle, is still very large. After all, every battle is a very complex system, and there are many aspects that need to be involved. The formulation of tactics, the support of logistics, the collection of intelligence. Relying on the personal abilities of a certain general is simply impossible, and must rely on a well-functioning staff. 1998, Wu Jun arrived in Yu, in the city of Yu. When Li Chengdong learned that Wu Jun had arrived, he almost couldn't hold the teacup in his hand. Today is different. Last year, he learned that Wu Chengqing had captured Jiading County for time, and he didn't take it too seriously at all. Although Wu Jun defeated his subordinates with fewer victories and more at that time, Wu Jun had only a few hundred people in total, and he couldn't make any waves. But who could have imagined that in more than 6 months, this army of several hundred people has grown to more than 100,000 people? If there were only a few 100,000 people, Li Chengdong would not panic, and he might not be able to defend 100,000 people against the city wall. The Manchu force now has nearly 1 million troops, which is totally worthwhile in terms of numbers. Wu made him panic military record, although he did not personally played against Wu, but Wu Jun from the previous record which he will be able to feel was terrible. With 60,000 against 120,000, defeated the main force of the Qing cavalry in the wild. Within 5 days, They captured Nanjing where 50,000 troops were stationed. No matter which battle case was, it was so incredible, comparable to the Battle of Guandu, the Battle of Chibi, and the Battle of Shui. Face the army of a Ming. Li Chengdong is really no confidence. If he had such a strong self-confidence, he would never surrender before, and he would be Manchu king. The city wall of New City is not too big, only more than 4 meters, and it does not have any advantage in front of Wu Jun's firearms. Brother Li, I don't think we can hold it anymore. Zhang Yinyuan's thinking is the same as Li Chengdong's. After all, he also received those battle reports, felt the power of Wu Jun from the battle reports, and learned about the weird advanced weapons of Wu Jun. If you can't hold it, you have to hold it. We can't bear the charge of running without a fight. Moreover, we are the barrier of Lucid Humbel, and he is about to defeat He Tengjiao now. If I have now fled without a fight, the Wu put Zhujiang area behind the attacks leaked to Han General, and that he does not gas cut our heads. Li Chengdong reluctantly said, this is soldiers' frustration, knowing that sometimes have to fight to beat. Xiu or a promise still way out, fled without a fight, then, the Qing dynasty cannot be polite with them. As for the surrender, their family was already under the control of the Qing army at this time, and surrendering would destroy the whole family. Relocate your troops stationed in Xuanqing here as well. Anyway, there is no need for garrison there. Zhang Yinyun now has no good way to deal with Wu Jun, so he can only increase his own troops as much as possible. A little more people can play some role after all. As for Xuanqing, it doesn't matter if it is given to Fanguan. As long as they hold the city along the Yangtze River, they can guarantee the safety of Liu Dihan's rear. At present, there are fierce battles in many battlefields across the country. Not only the Wu army is attacking, but Fanguan in the Lu regime is also sending troops while Wu Qingqing is in Nanjing. He has already occupied Huzhou and Guangdong, and is trying to attack Xuanqing. In Jiangxi, Hunan and other places, Li Dian was still chasing He Tengjiao. The 8 Banners soldiers were still quite mighty when facing troops other than the Wu army. The situation is difficult. Who can think that the situation will change so quickly? Li Chengdong sigh. He and Zhang Yuan should drop all will, and the reason they surrendered almost all the same, is considered king very powerful, invincible. He who are optimistic will replace the King Ming dynasty unified China. Why they chose to seek refuge. The beginning, he had the choice seems right. Until Wu Qingqing was born, he constantly defeated the Manchu army, even defeated the main force of the Manchu, captured Hong Chengqiu and Azaj alive, and killed Aixinju Robelo. Even Mandahai, who was Balar, surrendered to Wu Jun. This kind of thing was changed half a year ago, and they dare not even think about it. But now, these things happened so real that they all began to doubt whether their decision to surrender was correct. If you do not surrender, Wu drag when Qingqing rise to seek refuge, not only can hold the thigh, but also left a good reputation. Unlike now, it is not worthwhile not only to face a crisis, but also to bear infamy. Zai Huan, I urge you to build aircraft carriers housed in Ming. The fastest in the Ming dynasty built aircraft carrier update speed. 153 chapter installed equipment to suppress. Wu army just rest for a day. The next day began the siege. As soon as the 40 red cannons were launched, Li Chengdong and Zhang Yinyun on the wall almost vomited blood. This is too bullying, right? It takes so many cannons to beat yourself in such a small county town. Li Xung cannot let him their cannon, so has put it, sent the cavalry to those artillery have killed it. Zhang Yinyun suggested that in their army, there are also 5,000 cavalry, who can undertake the task of assaulting the artillery positions. Yes, artillery troops have flintlock aside to protect yeah. This is basically Yangra rush. Li Chengdong shook his head. It is clear that the other party is a qualified general commander. Did not make some low-level error. The artillery positions are well protected, unsurprisingly tactically winning, and suppressed in equipment. This kind of battle is really too difficult to fight. We have to give it a try. If these artillery are allowed to bombard it, The wall will not last for an hour. Without the wall, we will have no chance of winning. Zhang Yinyun could not see that the opponent's artillery was protected, but even so, he wanted to try it. Maybe Wu Jun was unresponsive, and their cavalry could rush to the artillery smoothly. After all, the artillery was not far from the city wall, only about 3 miles away. The horse was charging at a high speed, and it was only 2 minutes away. Then give it a try. Li Chengdong is no better way. If you do not take measures to counter the point, let those big red shelling goes on the morale of the army against very large. The most taboo thing in combat is that you cannot fight back if you are unilaterally beaten. Even if you look like it is, you have to launch some counterattacks. The east gate was opened, and 5,000 cavalry rushed out towards the artillery position of Wu Jun. Wu army commanders through a telescope, time discovered each other's intentions. Column array. With a loud shout, the 5,000 flintlock troops stood in front of the artillery position and lined up several large hollow squares. Change cannonballs, solid bullets, target cavalry. The cavalry is ready to countercharge. Throughout the battlefield, various orders were given in an orderly manner. The soldiers at the bottom actually didn't know what was going on, couldn't see the situation on the entire battlefield, and only knew to obey the commander's orders. Boom! The artillery was to attack, and their attack range was the farthest. One by one, big iron balls flew into the advancing cavalry formation, creating various tragedies. The iron ball has strong kinetic energy, hitting everyone to death. After falling to the ground, these iron balls will not stop immediately, but will bounce and roll on the ground, hitting more horses. The horse itself is charging at high speed, carrying strong kinetic energy. In this case, if you encounter an iron ball, 100% of the horse's legs will break and fracture, and no one is spared. The only good news for the King army is that the artillery's rate of fire is very slow, basically only 1 round. They can rush to the front. That is to say, they just need to endure 40 guns only. Not all of the 40 shells can hit. The only one that can effectively kill the King army is only 20. The other shells don't know where they flew. The smoothbore guns are not accurate, and the artillery's standard is poor. These are all reasons. Not over, even if only 20 shells fell King cavalry formation, but also cause great destruction, accounted for at least the King more than 100. Subsequently, the King army entered the flintlock range. Flintlock troops also opened fire. His rate of fire, it is only just enough to hit 2 shots. The cavalry had rushed to the front of them. However, in just 2 rounds of shooting, at least nearly 500 cavalry were shot and killed. This kind of killing efficiency is very scary. Compared with the traditional cavalry hand-to-hand combat, I don't know how many times it is higher. The traditional cavalry hedging looks great, but because of the limited contact area, not many people can actually die in a single charge. As it is now, they suffered long-range strikes without contact, and the face of the strikes was very large. The cavalry had already been scared to death when they saw the road fall down one by one, replaced by infantry. At this time they are all likely to turn around and flee. However, he had the cavalry. Cavalry charge would be no turning back once. Only one punch in the end. The remaining cavalry rushed to the hollow phalanx. Except for a few horses that could not dodge, most of the remaining horses bypassed these bright bayonets and chose to pass by. How to crack the hollow square array? It is a major problem. Cavalry, perhaps only by wearing armor to the horse, and then blindfolded to break the formation. And this way, Li Chengdong they have not yet thought of. So, his cavalry once again fall into the stuck. Apart from a few next to Wu army cavalry can cause destruction point, all the rest of the cavalry have become sitting ducks for Wu with a long saber, super close distance. The burst was worse. Musketeers. One by one the cavalry fell off their horses, and then they were trampled into flesh by the horses behind them, which was terrible. Rushed through the hollow square of cavalry. Artillery positions found before the 2 rows of lancer, was devastated. Without fighting spirit, they can only choose to go around and want to escape. If you rush, of course, you can also break through these spearmen and kill some artillery. However, he who will definitely die. The enlightenment of these soldiers was not high enough to sacrifice their lives for the sake of the Qing dynasty, so all of them chose to detour. At this time, the Wu Jun cavalry, who had been prepared for a long time, also launched a charge, rushing towards those Qing cavalry who had been frightened, and it was another massacre. The sorrow of the cavalry is that it is difficult to find a chance to surrender. It is too easy for infantry to surrender, throw away their weapons and kneel to the ground. The enemy will immediately understand what they mean. Generally, they will not kill anymore. As for the cavalry, there is no place to kneel for them on the horse, and there is no iconic surrender action for them. Even if he had thrown away their weapons, the enemy also worry that they will escape too fast, so choose an easier kill. Repeatedly trample Lin King cavalry from the battlefield when the ride has fewer than 800, breakage rate of more than 80%. This unit is completely abolished. Don't let them go to fight at this time. It's good to be able to stay calm and not go crazy. On the wall of Nui County, Li Chengdong and others did not have telescopes, so they could only vaguely see the battlefield situation in the distance. He had shaded area by the cavalry, estimated losses, and all of a suddenly opened his mouth to utter a word. This particular round of charge is almost completely reimbursed. This is an extremely flexible cavalry, not a clumsy infantry. This kind of battle damage is simply incomprehensible. Gunfire sounded again. Wu army artillery shells and replaced pomegranate fell on the walls. Li Chengdong, they are wrong. Ambrose, 3 of them never even thought of Hongta their walls. They just want to make a lot of destruction by the collapse of the king. The pomegranate missile and artillery in terms of destruction, playing much better than solid. Whenever a howitzer shells exploded on the success of the walls, there will be dozens of king order combat. The army, we still go on, too dangerous to stay on the wall. The enemy shrapnel too much. Zhang Yinyuan saw a howitzer exploded not far away, and more than 20 king soldiers instantly fell down and wailed on the wall. He panicked when he saw the tragic situation. If you accidentally get a shot, you won't even have a chance to dodge. Zai Huan, I urge you to build aircraft carriers housed in Ming. The fastest in the Ming dynasty built aircraft carrier update speed. 154 chapters offensive launched. I have to go out of control. These soldiers will instantly collapse. Heralds go, so that part of the soldiers under the walls to escape. Li Chengdong know the current low morale of the army. This time to escape. If the Lord first retreat, those soldiers will fear the Lord had fled. So, stay in the city even if the wall is very dangerous. He cannot retreat. He must make his own soldiers see themselves. In order to reduce losses, he also ordered some soldiers to go down the city wall and hide, reducing the density of soldiers on the city wall. In this way, even if it is hit by a shell, fewer people die at once. He did not dare to put all the soldiers Archexiac. If Wu Jun siege now suddenly, all the Chexiac may be too late to respond. The enemy is tougher than we thought. Wu army generals here, all of them face very relaxed, and Bittergourd face king generals in stark contrast. It's almost there. Order a general attack. Liu Han-san said, just to form at a high wall only. He really did not look down on. As for the great city of 40,000 troops, he is not looked down on. Pass after catching up over a period of 3. Also Ambrose got some knowledge of the art of war. Know your soldiers in essence, not that much. More soldiers, although there are many benefits of soldiers, but if not elite, then this will become the number of advantages and disadvantages. It is easy to collapse. Impact of the end of the biggest factors is the morale of the soldiers. Layers of one's own casualty rate. Once the casualty rate is too high, it will harm the soldiers. Fear. Liu Han 3 times the offensive command, followed by a specific command. Do not need to worry about him. Ministry's team already has been scheduled task. First, the flintlocks stepped forward to suppress, and then the siege troops followed. Among these siege troops, there are swordsmen who climb the walls, grenadiers who provide fire protection and fire support, and snipers who can move freely in the team. He had the task of freedom of movement, seeking military target, and then kill. The entire battlefield looks chaotic. but it's actually very organized. Ordered the soldiers immediately on the city wall, ready to meet the enemy. Li Chengdong prepared to see the enemy offensive. Heartbeat accelerated somewhat. Thousands of flintlock troops went to the next stop on the city wall. Those king troops who came up to the city wall squatted down and did not dare to appear. They all knew that this outdated city wall could no longer protect their own safety. The blunderbusters and archers stood up and retaliated, and the warfarers slashed. Li Chengdong continues ordered those junior officers quickly forcing the soldiers who have remote means of attack to fight back. Suddenly, various gunshots, bows and crossbows, and screams continued. Wu Jun king and have a large number of casualties. By contrast, the king heavy losses but also some more, at least twice the Wu Jun. Because of their slow rate of fire, matchlock rate of fire, flintlock in front of the firing rate can only be suspended or beaten. The archer's rate of fire is not low, but archery is an individual effort. Shooting 8 or 9 arrows in a row will cause the arm to lose its strength. In general, the firepower density of Wu Jun's side is far greater than that of King Army, occupying a great advantage. Face of such equipment to suppress the situation. Li Chengdong only teeth. No way. This was already his only method of counterattack. Although it was a loss, it could cause some damage to Wu Jun anyway. He can only hope that Wu Jun's fighting will is not as good as his own, and he will retreat first because he can't bear the loss. Not only had he obviously wanted it more than the will to fight, there is no first division which forces can be compared over Wu Jun. He had but to face the 20,000 cavalry charge while maintaining formation. Chaos of people can say that they are a people was passed in the gate of hell, has long been the life and death bearish. If you don't look down on it, you can't sleep. People with a bad mentality can't even sleep in this kind of high-risk occupation. The sudden madness of soldiers in the army happens frequently because of too much psychological pressure. Previous round of shooting, the king can barely resist. But with the archers of fatigue, as well as a large number of dead injury, the king's soldiers have begun to panic. This kind of queuing and shooting, life and death depends on God's matter. Really not many people can withstand it. If it weren't for an officer carrying a broadsword to supervise the battle, these low-level soldiers would have already slipped away. Slap. Among the many flintlock shots, there was occasionally a slightly different sound. It was the sound of a rifled gun, and the sniper shot. With the actions of these people, some king generals on the wall began to die in large numbers. It was not particularly obvious at the beginning, but after a few rounds of accumulation, many king troops have discovered that there is no official around them. No officer with a knife forced him. They fight back. They instinctively crouched down life insurance. Anyway, he's who are regarded seen, and this city cannot keep. They don't care whether this city is lost or not. They only care whether their lives can be saved. What is going on? Why has the strength of the counterattack weakened? Li Chengdong found that one's own momentum to counter a lot weaker than. This is very strange. You know, although they have killed many long-range soldiers, their strength is so large that they are always replenished at any time. In such a short period of time, there will be no shortage of troops. Seems to be in some places will lead shot dead. No one in command. The soldiers do not fear war before. Zhang Yinyun observed for a while and came to a conclusion. True, he unlucky mother. Li Chengdong curse, and he was not yet received reports about rifled gun, so I do not know Wu in special weapons to shoot officers. He thought it was bad luck for the generals to be shot and killed frequently. Li Chengdong Ma one will just screams a cry. He also shot up. Not through luck is not the worst shot of his arm, due to the reasons for wearing armor, and that the bullet only grazed his arm on a large piece of skin only. Although it is painful, it is not fatal. Medicinal wine. Take the medicinal wine to clean the wound. Li Chengdong bodyguard shouted, although only scrape a piece of skin, but a gunshot wound. But it must not be careless, otherwise there will be festering wounds. Ulcers has been death. They have seen this situation many times in the battle report. Wu and after the military played against many times. In fact, the king summed up a lot of experience. For example, Quilt's projectile hit. Wine must use the wound cleaned and bandaged with a clean cloth layers. Although they are not clear about the principle, after some experiments and conclusions, they concluded that this has a certain effect. Of course, ordinary soldiers who were shot would definitely not receive such treatment, and could only wait for death. Like Li Chengdong of such high-ranking officers, even if it is an arm scrape, some skin also can enjoy this luxury treatment. Master Jiang, I beg you here. The moment he was shot, Li Chengdong was also frightened to death, thinking that he would have to confess his military life here. Fortunately, he was only shot in the arm and recovered a small life, but he didn't want to stay on the wall. But by the injury is also a good excuse. It should be turned over to Zhang Yuan. Zhang Yinyuan scolded his mother while agreeing. Zai Huan, I urge you to build aircraft carriers housed in Ming. The fastest in the Ming dynasty built aircraft carrier update speed. 155 chapter slip. With Li Chengdong step down, Zhang Yuan should take over command. But not too long, Zhang around $100 should suddenly be shot down. Then, sharp-eyed Zhang Yinyuan discovered that some of the Wujun under the city were aiming at him with long spears in their hands. Zhang Yinyuan is worthy of being a general, and his mind is very flexible. Even if he had never seen a rifled gun, he understood at that moment. Those officers who fell to the ground were not unlucky, but his mother was shot and killed on purpose. As soon as this idea came up, Zhang Yinyuan immediately squatted down. Immediately afterwards, a bullet hit a gap in the tower behind him, causing him to sweat. If not, he just squatted down fast enough, and that it in is his gun up. Wu Jun, this is another toss-out. What new weapons? Zhang Yinyuan felt tired for a while. They couldn't lift their heads when they were hit by a flintlock. Now there are flash bombs, hand grenades, and this kind of firecrackers that can shoot officers from a long distance. I can't live this day, and I can't fight this station. With more than 10 years of experience in the army, he has never seen such a fight, and he can't find a way to counterattack at all. Zhang Yinyuan didn't want to lose his life here in a daze, and there are a lot of glory and wealth waiting for him to enjoy. Liu Qian households, temporarily in charge of directing you here. I went to General Li to discuss breaking the enemy's strategy. Zhang Yinyuan handed over the command to Li Chengdong's subordinates, and then withdrew his own people into the city. He wanted to abandon the city and escape, or in other words, he wanted to surrender. After seeing Wu Jun's strength, he didn't want to be an enemy of Wu Jun anymore, otherwise he would lose his life if he didn't know when. Enemy with the King army, at least a small life is guaranteed. If you can't beat it, you can escape. There is no weapon in the King army that can shoot and kill officers at a long distance. Not. And now the two armies at war. Zhang Yuan should not easy to want to surrender, and this year has not yet represents an example of a white flag of surrender appeared. Stimulated war surrender too difficult, so Zhang Yuan should like to say Tongling fled. If Wu Jun Tongling continue to attack, he can open the gates to surrender. So it's like their any way of power, and the forced surrender on the battlefield. The treatment is obtained completely different. After making up his mind, Zhang Yinyuan summoned his men and prepared to escape from Ximen. As for Li Chengdong of Life and Death and Yu City, he would not so much. Being the so-called dead fellow immortal Pin Dao, Zhang Yuan and Li Chengdong should be not much of a good friend. He not only matter Li Chengdong also to conceal their actions, so that Li Chengdong recalcitrant soldiers continue to facilitate his escape. As for Zhang Yinyuan's choice, his subordinates naturally had no opinion, and none of them wanted to fight against Wu Jun, a Tiger Wolf division. Subsequently, Zhang Yinyuan brought a large army to Ximen, claiming to go out of the city and attack Wu Jun's rear from outside the city. In the entire city of Yu, there is only one Li Chengdong who is more powerful than Zhang Yinyuan. Now he has been taken to heal his wounds. The soldiers who guarded the west gate naturally did not dare to question and stop Zhang Yinyuan. Zhang Yinyuan's 10,000 army left the west gate and immediately spread his legs and fled towards Tongling. City walls. Less tensile Yuan army, the king soon emerged the problem of insufficient troops. And this time, Wu Jun's siege ladder have a good frame, that death squads had begun to climb. Too late. Integral part of the team is very complex. There are stubborn Manchu soldiers have committed offenses, Han soldiers, and some wanted to outlaw career and fortune. Too late. The team's mission is not allowed back. Good luck winning and a lot of advantages. Those who have committed a crime can erase their mistakes, and those who want to get promoted can get huge rewards. And bad luck, he would have deserved it. Don't expect to retreat. The supervising team behind is always aiming at them, and if they dare to retreat, they will be shot directly. In this kind of battle with no retreat, soldiers can often explode with powerful combat effectiveness. A backwater war. Forward there is a glimmer of help alive, but back 10 die without life. While these soldiers were climbing, the grenadiers under the city threw grenades at the wall for fire protection. It can be said that the death squads of their siege are much happier than the siege soldiers in other armies. Other troops attacked the city, but they were all really taking their lives. And he who does not only have a variety of advanced siege equipment, and the process of assault troops had flintlock cover, as well as to the city under cover of grenadiers. These covers have greatly reduced their casualties. It is said to be a death squad, but in fact, their casualties are not particularly large. As the soldiers on the upstairs car jumped to the wall, and these death squads climbed to the wall, the King army on the wall began to collapse. For the defenders, the city wall is their source of confidence. Once the enemy forces attack the city wall, their psychological defenses will experience a major blow. At this time, if a highly prestigious general comes forward to command, those soldiers can still pluck up the courage to organize a counterattack. But now, the biggest official position on the wall is just a guerrilla general, and a large number of grassroots generals are missing. Hit the general mobilization of reserve forces cannot support the walls. There is no way to bring confidence to the soldiers. Without grassroots generals, those soldiers cannot be effectively organized. In this case, the King army was actually defeated. King army will not be able to Wu on the wall's rush down time, and Wu on the wall is at every step, to occupy a plurality of notches, to cover the other person constantly swarmed the walls. Wait until the number of full enough for a long time, they began a crackdown. At this time, it was hand-to-hand combat, which should have been the fighting method that the King army liked. But now their morale has been smashed, facing those desperate death squads. They continue to rout. I ordered shouting surrender not kill, do not kill the slogan. Li 3 ordered the road, he kamikaze team is doing commander. This time he has seen no enemy morale, no longer have to be slaughtered. As long as these soldiers are reformed, they can become qualified soldiers. Surrender and don't kill. Surrender and don't kill. Surrender and don't kill. With the Wu army of hundreds of people chanted in unison, their momentum once again defeated the psychological defense of the king. Some king soldiers who had been waiting for this moment directly threw their weapons away, and even some small banners were throwing weapons. Someone took the lead, and the situation was the same as the domino effect. Others surrendered and gave up resistance. City walls fall, and soon also the fall of the gates wide open. More Wu poured into the city, and began to control various parts of the county. The same time, outside the city cavalry began to kill those who do not want to surrender, trying to escape the king. At this time, the battle has basically been declared over. The next step is to clean the battlefield and count the results. Bear a strike, the entire world, and we have no rival army. Liu Han has won 3C the city, and I feel pretty good. Weapons have too much influence on war, and they have even played a leading role. Strategies, tactics, and morale are not important. Reference to Sikh Long Tao Dongqing said, in the case of weapon or less, the generals and command tactics can play point role. But when the weapon gap was too great, the generals of the Qing dynasty had no chance to use any tactics and command. Zai Huan, I urge you to build aircraft carriers housed in Ming. The fastest in the Ming dynasty built aircraft carrier update speed. 156 chapters diverge. Li Cheng temporary accommodation buildings. The report bodyguard flew over the city has been broken. so he quickly ran away. What? This city is broken. What did Zhang Yinyuan eat? Li Chengdong alarmed. Although Wu arms reap the cheap, but they have a full 40,000 troops. Yeah, take life to fill enough to support several of the hour. However, how long it took to fight, the city broke in just over an hour. It's papery. General Zhang led his troops out of the city from the west gate, saying that he was going to attack the enemy's rear. The soldier reported. Li Chengdong heard almost angry half to death. He cannot fool the soldiers so good. Believe that nonsense. Zhang Yinyuan's troops are all infantry, without high-speed mobility, so they attacked a ghost in this plain area. Obviously, this bastard escaped with excuses. Flee to escape it. Li Chengdong understandable fear of Zhang Yuan should be the heart. However, what he couldn't tolerate was that the bastard escaped and didn't call himself, and actually ran away secretly. Obviously, I wanted to make myself a backup, acting as a substitute for the dead. This bastard, I want to take a copy of him severely. Li Cheng under the building rage, habitual pat under the table. Then the sharp pain in his arm reminded him that his arm was injured. Li Chengdong bared his teeth. His anger had nowhere to vent. The army, we run away now, there is still the north gate of our control them. The soldiers reminded that the current situation was urgent, not the time to entangle or not participate in Zhang Yinyuan. Escape? Where to escape? Do you want me to jump in the Yangtze? Swim past it? Li Chengdong angrily, if Simon Modiu. He also fled all the way to Tongling. But now the west gate has been lost. Only the north gate and the east gate are left. To the east is Wuzhan's territory and to the north is the dead end of the Yangtze River. If the arm did not suffer injury, Li Chengdong will get on a horse struggling a bit. But the sharp pain in his arm now prevents him from riding a horse. The soldiers closed their mouths. They knew that Li Chengdong was about to surrender. Let's drop it. Li Chengdong ignored his family, and it didn't matter if they were soldiers. After more than 2 hours, the entire city was cleared and the peace of the past was restored. Liu Han 3 Sitting Yemen, listen victories statistics. The campaign army a total of 9,500 people beheaded the enemy, captured 23,000 people, Zhang Yuan department should fully escape, and 7,000 people defeated, troops missing. Army killed 2,600 people, seriously injured 400 people. Confiscated 5,000 crossbows and matchlocks, 20,000 pairs of swords and spears armor, 250,000 tals of silver, and other property. A field of law-abiding, triumph, loss within the acceptable range, but also pretty good gains. It's not bad that compared with the previous wars. If you compare it with the battles of other Ming and Qing troops, their results will be an out-and-out victory. Qing army's main force has been defeated. Tongling and Xuanxing enemy is not much. I decided top-pronged to win. According to the situation before the report estimates, there are probably also Tongling about 13,000 people, and less Xuanxing. It is estimated about 8,000 people. I'm going to fight Xuanxing, you go to get Tongling. Wang Deong said. Fight or Xuanxing permission to bring Li Chengdong. Xuanxing is the defender Li Chengdong men, the Li Chengdong other blackmail with the past, the use of surplus value under the sky. Liu Han San said, in his eyes, Li Chengdong already a dead man. Other descendants can continue to mix in the Wu army. But Li Chengdong is absolutely useless, because they were fighting against Li Chengdong's troops when they rebelled at the beginning. And Wu Chenqing's father, Li Chengdong troops also have been killed. Although Xu, who killed Wu Zifan, was executed, Li Chengdong couldn't escape. Liu Han San is also known for Wu Chenqing Li Chengdong hated, because to Li Chengdong had been to the city, leaving a small section after the team guarding the prisoners. Wang Deong Ambrose and 3 each to enter the Tongling and Xuanxing. Liu Han 3 after nearly 3 days on their way, finally arrived in Tongling. Some small towns passing by along the way did not encounter any resistance. The wars in this era are almost all around the city to fight for. As for the rural towns, there is no need to fight at all. As long as the account brought the city to the control of the county officials, and in order to go around the rural town will declare allegiance to obey. For these rural towns, it doesn't matter who is in power. They are all taxed anyway. Moreover, these towns were basically controlled by the gentry and landlords, and they basically had no resistance to the army. As long as the army is not too much power, they usually choose clothes from Palm Army the right to want to control these places. And these also have to be gentry landlords' cooperation, are generally not too difficult for them. After arriving in Tongling, Liu Hansen hadn't prepared to attack the city, and Zhang Yinyuan's envoy came out in Tongling, expressing his hope to surrender. Of course, his surrender is conditional. Zhang Yuan should look forward to continuing to master military power. Continue the troops, of course, no problem. But we have here a division, probably 1,000 people. General Chang wants to come when a teacher is probably impossible. To be a brigadier'd be no problem. Liu Hansan said. Although Tongling is also a small county, it doesn't take much effort to fight. However, deaths and injuries are definitely inevitable. If 1,000 people die, the pension alone will cost 2,000 to 3,000 tals. In order to save this money, Liu Hansen is also willing to accept Zhang Yinyuan's surrender. As it should be, I don't dare to sit on an equal footing with Master Liu. It's just that the brigade that my general hopes he will lead is still his old subordinate. The old subordinates are more familiar with them, and they are more convenient to command. The messenger said that they had carefully assessed the possible treatment before they came. A brigade commander can bring about 6,000 soldiers, which is less than Zhang Yinyuan's current strength, but it is acceptable. If you want to fully retain your own strength, you don't have to think about it. Where is such a good treatment for surrendering? After all, he had not in the picture anyway. Wu times of crisis, but in the case of one's own weaknesses, were forced to surrender. This is no problem, Liu Hansan said with a smile. He not only face smiling, and my heart are laughing. Laughing Zhang Yuan should be naive. Followed by Wu Chenking mix for some time, Ambrose Sandu has largely figured out Wu Chenking routine, that is, the soldiers and high-ranking officers divided into two parts. Mobilize the position of the generals from time to prevent a general from mastering a certain unit for a long time, so that the general cannot cultivate a force that belongs to him completely. The logistics department is also responsible for the distribution of military payments, and the money does not pass through the hands of their generals, cutting off the economic interests of them and the soldiers. I have to say that this trick is simple and effective. At least for now, Wu Qingqing men's generals have been adapted to this model. There is reconciled generals, but also unable to change, and some generals even kinda like this model. In this mode, they don't need to worry about military expenses, troops, or logistics. The only thing they need to do is to take command when they set out. This kind of work is much easier than before. Although his power is not guaranteed in this way, it's all in Wu Chenqing's thoughts. However, as long as he does not rebel against Wu Chenqing will not cut their power for no reason. As long as Zhang Yinyuan surrendered, Wu Chenqing would have a way to break the relationship between him and his troops. Zai Huan, I urge you to build aircraft carriers housed in Ming. I'm the fastest in the Ming dynasty built aircraft carrier. Update speed 157 chapters. Create friction. The next day, the two sides held a surrender handover ceremony. Liu Han 3, not because the other one is willing to surrender to believe him, because no Zhang Yuan should. Ambrose 3 gives commitments to let all the soldiers lay down their arms. That kind of way, he can only let Ambrose 3 butchered. According to the agreed process, Zhang Yinyuan asked the 7,000 soldiers to lay down their weapons and accept Liu Hansen's adaptation. And Zhang Yuan should direct subordination of 6,000 people. It is to continue to be stationed in Tongling. These 7,000 people are Zhang Yinyuan's certificate of nomination. After receiving these 7,000 people, Liu Hansen took part of the army into the city and garrisoned the city, while the other part stayed outside the city on the main traffic road in Datong town to complete the defense of the King army. The progress on Tongling's side was smooth, but Wang Daong was in trouble on Xuanqing's side. When Wang Daong arrived in Xuanqing, he found that the banner of Ming was hung on Xuanqing. Send soldiers to go after the negotiations that the original city of the King army had surrendered Fangguoan. Xuanqing Fangguoan has been occupied. The army, which under the how to do, General Hong asked, Wu Qingqing tasks entrusted to them are occupied Xuanqing but now it has fallen into the hands of Fangguoan. Everyone is Ming's army now. And it's not very good to do it directly, it hurts and feels good. However, without doing anything, it is obviously impossible to expect Fangguoan to give up Xuanqing. Let Fangguoan open the city gate, and we will also go in and rest. Moreover, he is required to hand over Li Chengdong's troops, because Li Chengdong has surrendered to us, and Li Chengdong's troops should also belong to us. Wang Daong quasi-prepared initiative to pick something. As long as there is an excuse, they can dry up and Fangguoan. As for what effect this will have, he is not worried. As for the Wu Qingqing around the central figure, he will know Wu Qingqing ambitions, so it did not put to seize a Fangguoan and look down. If it weren't for fear of falling into trouble, he would be lazy to negotiate, and he would be done with a direct attack. Later, Wang Daong brought his soldiers to the city. King of the military, you are a step late. Xuanqing I have been won. This Xuanqing stationed onto me, General Wang can rest assured to recover the rest of the attack. City walls, Fangguoan said. Side will the army, even if you win step in Xuanqing, at least have to let my brothers go overnight it. Do you want my brothers thousands without shelter? Moreover, Li Chengdong army had surrendered. Please return his former subordinates. Wang Daong said. Presumptuous. What qualifications do you have to talk to Lord Go like this? Fangguoan men loudly scold Road. Currently Feng Wu Qingqing as the king's decree has not been formally promulgated, counted in Fangguoan Wu Qingqing still the same title. Wang Daong Wu and just a general Qingqing men, only a viscount. Fangguoan raised his hand and motioned to his subordinates not to get excited. He replied, Xuanqing small. The army 3 million people stay quite crowded already. I am afraid that capacity no less than their army troops Li Chengdong. As for men, they have surrendered my part, became part of our military. It has nothing to do with Li Chengdong. Fangguoan didn't want to conflict with Wang Daong. Although they are now superior in strength, they are incomparable with Wu Qingqing in total strength. Moreover, the Wu army fighting force strong. He also has heard. Case not a last resort. He did not want and Wu army to go to war. Of course, Fat Hand, he would not let go. His main moving quote the number of its own troops, but also want to quit Wang Daong. However, with a mere 30,000 people, Wang Daong really didn't take it seriously. Side will the army, which also feels allowed to enter the city. Li Chengdong forces must be handed over to me, or to blame me direct siege. Wang Daong continued to pick things up, and he was now afraid that Fangguoan would be too tolerant, so that he could not find an excuse. Presumptuous, Wang Daong, you are still enthusiastic when I give you a face, right? I am the grandfather of the country bestowed by Lu Jiang. What are you worthy of talking to me? If you want to attack, attack. You army 30,000 soldiers are vegetarian. Fangguoan suddenly break the big curse. A country he dignified company secretary, is a little ignored the generals to make him lose face. If this is a compromise, there will be no prestige in front of the soldiers in the future. Attack and attack, don't you think I dare? When Wang Daong finished speaking, he stepped back and arranged for someone to attack the city. See Wu military action. Fangguoan about to explode. He thought that Wang Daong was just talking and scaring himself, but he didn't expect Wang Daong to come true. Everyone still belongs to the same court now, so it would be too presumptuous to attack each other, and the court simply didn't pay attention to it. The army, they really want the siege. How to do? The minister asked. I ordered the quasi-prepared defense. You want to occupy Xuanqing? Nor ask our military answers do not agree. Fangguoan didn't want to have a bad relationship with Wu Qingqing at this time, but things forced him to develop in this direction. He couldn't give up Xuanxing. He also wanted to expand his strength and improve his status. Immediately send the messengers to report to the court and ask them to give Wu Qingqing an order to restrain their troops. Fang Guoan also issued an order, hoping that the court could mediate. He has the confidence to block Wang Daong's 10,000 people, but he knows that Wu Jun still has hundreds of thousands of troops, ready to make reinforcements. When Wu Jun's army came, he couldn't bear it. So, Fang Guoan hoped that the court could be enough to play point role. Wu Qingqing stopped the hegemony of action. After simple preparations, Wu Jun began the offensive. He had brought 20 artillery pieces, 2,000 flintlock troops, 3,000 matchlock troops, 1,000 cavalry, 3,000 infantry. The Ming army has 30,000 people and there are 8,000 soldiers available, and the strength actually exceeds that of Wu Jun. What's more, they still have the advantage of the city wall. Originally, under this disadvantaged situation, Wu Jun was not suitable for an immediate attack. But Wang Daong was afraid that Fang Guoan would suddenly be softened, so he couldn't wait to smash the relationship and create contradictions. Regardless of the offensive, 20 cannons began to fire, and a small number of shells fell on the wall, killing and wounding a large number of soldiers. Damn it! Didn't the officer say that it was our Ming troops? Why did they fire at us? Some bottom-layer soldiers shouted abuse. Such unexpected calamities, no one likes. He who is Wu Guogong troops. Our troops are Fang Guogong. A soldier said, that is not all the Ming army. Bottom soldier layer is difficult to clarify the relationship among, but this is not important. It is important that they need and Wu started the war. For those soldiers, this is by no means good news. Now everywhere, it is said that Wu Jun is invincible and the division of tigers and wolves. This is particularly stressful for the soldiers. Zai Huan, I urge you to build aircraft carriers housed in Ming. The fastest in the Ming dynasty built aircraft carrier update speed. 158 Chapter Temporarily Retreat. Blasting anti-strike. Fang Guoan angrily. He had also had guns. The small number 15. His guns are bought from overseas merchant Francois cannon, in terms of range and power should be slightly smaller than the red cannon. The most important thing is his playing is solid, lethal in this regard, solid and garnet artillery shells totally incompatible. Not over, this time better than nothing. Wu used to hit the artillery positions of the game for a boom boom. Wu infantry still has some lethal and deterrence. With artillery strike began. Both casualties began to emerge. It not over both sides of casualties is to let Fang Guoan little surprised. He being only know which kind of flintlock Wu Jun is very powerful, but it is not known pomegranate shells. After seeing howitzer shells exploded on the head of the city, causing a large amount of damage, Fang Guoan hurriedly hid in the city tower. This is horrible. He doesn't want to be hit by the wave. Why can their shells explode? Aren't their shells made of iron balls? Fang Guoan asked, but unfortunately, no one can answer his question. It's a bit like a thunder cannon, one subordinate said, but immediately others retorted, the thunder cannon just fires a large number of small steel balls at once, and it is not a cannonball that can be exploded. Moreover, the thunder cannon has a range of less than 1,000 feet, and it is a large bird. Guns. The enemy on the opposite side is obviously using a red cannon with a range of several miles. They couldn't understand the super epic-like howitzer for a while. Gun bombers small half-hour. Wu launched the siege began. A large number of soldiers flocked to the city wall. From time to time shells fell among them, can make a big killing. However, these are necessary sacrifices, and Wu Jun is still moving forward. 2,000 flintlock soldiers entered effective range and began to attack the wall. The city head of the Ming army also used archers counter-attack, this time on an issue Wu exposed their troops too. The Ming army took advantage of its strength, and it didn't even suffer in the match with Wu Jun. On rate of fire, archers do not eat the loss. And after the current row of archers finished shooting a few arrows quickly tired, and immediately thereafter fill the prepared soldiers. There are sufficient enough archers to circulation. their firepower density of no less than Wu Junmom. Wu Jun is no reserve troops to supplement, playing less, so that the soldiers can only be part of matchlock also came pressed. However, because of the rate of fire, the suppression effect of the matchlock gun is not obvious. The long-range suppression force lacks personnel, and the force responsible for the unattached siege is even more lacking. Thousands of people scattered in front of the long wall, and you will find that there are not many thousands of people. Moreover, in order to guard against the attack by the cavalry of the Ming army, Wang Deong had to keep a part of his troops on guard. The army let the soldiers come to withdraw. Our lack of troops cannot play. Ginseng seek to persuade members and Fugi Road, Wang Deong this offensive command, are totally inconsistent with the charter operations. The army must meet the conditions for siege, at least 3 times the strength of the defending army. Wu advanced military weapons, this number may be less, but at least no less than the defenders. Otherwise it is easy to become a war of attrition. You want to capture the city. Difficult. Now they only have 1/3 of the defenders. Such a big attack is actually very risky. If the cavalry in the city dared to rush out to chase and kill them when they encountered difficulties in retreating during the attack, they would suffer heavy losses. Wang Deong passed through the telescope also saw on the battlefield did not account for much of one's own advantage. So they ordered a retreat. He didn't expect this wave of attacks to take down Xuanxing. It was not that he was worried that Fangguoan would suddenly be softened, so he couldn't wait to intensify the contradiction to the point of irreconcilability. Now that the goal has been achieved, he can safely withdraw. The weather has been late. Wang Deong ordered the construction of big business, otherwise go to sleep at night too dangerous. The same time, he also let the messenger go the 3 Ambrose request support. He estimated that it would be easier for Liu Han to fight Tongling 3 times because there were fewer defenders in Tongling. Wu looked at the army receded. Fangguoan was not quite happy. He saw his loss of troops is not small. After waiting for a while, Fangguoan got the statistical results, and they lost 800 people just after the contact. You know, Wu military offensive they not last long just to probing attacks. If a total offensive were to be launched, the number of casualties would probably be several times higher. As for the enemy, have they estimated their casualties? Fangguoan asked. Before the war is completely over, one's own casualties can be accurately counted, while the enemy's casualties can only be roughly estimated. Probably around 800 people. Ministry cautiously replied that the real figure he had been a little more exaggerated. His estimate is probably about 600 men. However, 30,000 to 10,000, and the city wall advantage. If the casualty rate is greater than the opponent, then this record is too shameful. He had been reluctant to believe the facts, so when the estimated number of casualties cannot help but exaggerate the enemy, belong to a psychological self-consolation. Bad he had this time the attack is very short, and may still gave us so much loss of life. When they ready tomorrow, we die certainly more people. Fangguoan frowned and said that he was not able to collect taxes on his own in Nanjing and other places like Wuchengqing. His income was very limited, and he relied on blackmailing big landlords and occasionally withholding some royal taxes. It is not easy for him to raise the army, and when 800 people die, it is a little bit painful. If tens of thousands of people died, he would probably give up Xuanxing and retreat. The soldiers in his hands are the source of his power. If the soldiers are finished fighting, he will no longer be valuable as the father of the country. The military. Perhaps we can take advantage of the enemy weak footing. Night attack at night. If successful, not only defeat the enemy, but also capture the enemy's cannon and flintlock. Fangguoan Menades built proposed road. The proposal makes Fangguoan heart, even though he knows is very difficult night attack, but Aide's phrase also captured enemy cannon and flintlock to his heart up. There are many people who want to get the secrets of those guns, including Guoan. It is a pity that the weapon workshop in Suzhou is very tightly protected, and Fangguoan has no way of talking about it. But right now, he had a good chance to capture those advanced weapons. This kind of opportunity is not always there. If you miss this one, You don't know when you have to wait. Next time, if he obtains these secrets, his strength can be improved by leaps and bounds, and he can even completely control the little court of King Lu. Let the chef start cooking, select some elites, let them eat and rest early, and we will go out of the city to make a sneak attack in the evening. Fango and made up my mind. Quasi-preparation. Give it a go, just to get Flintlock's secret. It was all worth it. Zai Huan, I urge you to build aircraft carriers housed in Ming. I'm the fastest in the Ming dynasty built aircraft carrier. Update speed 159 chapters out of Defeat Night Attack. At night, a total of 5,000 people from the Ming army left the city. Night attack. The emphasis is on surprise, but how many troops are followed? In the night, between the more troops the more difficult to command and control. Even after the scuffle are likely to fight one's own and one's own troops. So, the night attack your troops is fine but not that much. 5,000 people are led by Fango An's General Xu Wenwei. The risk of night attacks is too high, and Fango An will naturally not go out in person. Out of the city, he had not playing the torch, but through the night ahead. This kind of marching has a high risk factor, and if you accidentally trip over a stone, the spear in your hand will pierce the robe. Therefore, the advance of the Ming army was very slow, and it took half an hour to walk a few miles. Walk in front of a group of fine sharp team. They are responsible for solving Wu Xiaoming whistle to avoid army was discovered. Jingru squad, a total of 20 people. Among them there are some hotshots, different disabilities, such as a particular individual's ears, so that you can hear the subtle signs of trouble. There is also a very good look. You can see farther and clearer than others at night. Any of his tasks is to discover specifically looking Wu Jun sentinels. Left, there are 2 sides on the mound. There are also 2 large trees. The stranger quickly spotted 4 guards who watched the night. Are there only 4? Are there any secret whistles? The head of 100 households who led the team asked. He felt that the 4 sentries were a little bit short, and there should be some secret sentries that had not been discovered. No, just these 4. The alien said. Do you dare guarantee certificate? If bad general event, you cannot afford to be magnanimous. Bay of household warning cry. Different disabilities helpless again looked again, and finally determined only 4. Okay, action, must all kill. Cannot put a run. Bay of household gave the order operations. The team divided into 2 teams, 2 sentry unto the last touch. These people deserved to be carefully selected elites. They all touched a few meters to the side of the outposts, but those outposts were still not found. Subsequently, he had soared toward the 4 checkpoints, random knife while hacking. No other movement was heard. The head of 100 households was in a very good mood, which meant that there was indeed no secret whistle. To the back of the lodge reported the military, said the sentry has been cleared, you can start attacking. After finishing speaking, he promised to the stranger who made the credit that he would have a great reward after the war. And this time they did not find that to be random knife hacking sentry of Wu. There was only 1 person was seriously injured, and did not die immediately. Also Xuming army too careless, that more than a dozen knife to cut the sound. Unexpectedly, this soldier had better luck and was not cut to the point. This time, he heard the enemy coming to attack. The heart is shocked. He knew that he had suffered a lot of knives, and he would definitely not be able to survive. Before the change, he might only wait silently for death, and the life and death of the army had nothing to do with him. But now, he remembered Wu Chenking's care and love for them, the low-level soldiers, and he thought of doing his loyalty to Wu Chenking. Wu Chenking not only personally sent him over pay, also promised to end the war and other soldiers will divide the land for free, which made him very moved. So, he struggled to take out the firefold and lit the fireworks around him. This is designed to make fireworks and flares, acoustic sound, hold long duration. Beep. Pop. A strange sound frightened the head of the Ming army's 100 households. Then, the sound continued, and bright fireworks began to bloom in the sky. Bay of households did not make the same as those of Miss Scholar, give birth to, and its beautiful is red first. He knew it was bad. Although he didn't know what the fireworks were, the loud noise was enough to alarm the Wujun camp 100 meters away. Even worse, he went to the rear of the troops, said the sentry notice has been cleared, then go notification, probably already been sent too late. Wu Army camp, not all soldiers have a break, as well as in charge of the camp patrol team. When they saw the fireworks in the distance, they immediately knew that there was an enemy attack at night, and immediately dispersed to wake up the other soldiers. They have been trained on weekdays, so they are not particularly flustered when encountering this kind of thing. Soon, a large number of soldiers and will receive wake up from the camp of the torch ignited. A large number of those grassroots collection of generals began their subordinates, Wei Changwen command. Wang Daong, he had several high-ranking officers at this time also came to the army, appeared in front of the soldiers in time to eat to reassurance. As long as the Lord, my heart, then the soldiers at ease compared. Wang Daong, he had action was so fast. The biggest reason is that he who does not wear a helmet, and other cold weapons ministry team generals like to wear different heavy armor. Wu Jun, senior officers generally do not like to wear a helmet, because they have little opportunity to go and fight the enemy. Those wearing heavy armor that was extremely cumbersome, but also a person cannot be completed, have to have in order to put an auxiliary bodyguard. This process takes at least 10 minutes, and Wang Daong, he who sets up a jacket out of the tent, took over the command. This habit played a miraculous effect when dealing with emergencies, and Wu Jun quickly completed the array. Night attack. Well, playing is an enemy by surprise. But now Wu Jun is ready to go, forming a formation at the forefront of the camp. When the Ming army arrived, all of them were dumbfounded. Some people even thought they were in an ambush by Wu Jun. Fire hit. Wang Daong ordered. Long-range assault soldiers have a greater advantage in this dark night. They don't have to run around in the dark, but only need to shoot in the direction of the enemy. As the gunfire sounded, various screams followed. It is clear that the army was out in the gun, with a distance of less than 100 meters between the two sides. Many people can be shot without aiming and relying on luck. At this time, Xu Wenwei had sweat on his forehead, and he no longer knew what to do. Continuing to implement the nitrate plan, the success rate is not high, or it will undoubtedly be defeated. But just fleeing in such a desperate way would have a huge blow to morale. More importantly, in the dark, once there is a panic, the team will be chaotic, and the chaos will be over. As long as the Wu army to catch up, they were able to flee the city of Chengdu. 3 soldiers is probably not retreat, never far difficult than offensive. This situation is very difficult for any general to deal with. Xu Wenwei is not a famous general, nor does he have any extraordinary talents. He hesitated for a moment at this time, until his subordinates urged him to give up the night attack and return on the same route. Count as much as you can escape. It's better than continuing to attack and destroy the entire army. Not surprisingly, Xu Wenwei's retreat order caused panic in the Ming army. This order is equivalent to telling all the soldiers that the night attack failed. The loss of defeat in the end, it goes without saying it will certainly be disastrous. This kind of panic made the soldiers hate themselves for fleeing in front. Under the scramble, the formation of the army immediately became chaotic. This kind of chaos is easy to adjust and recover during the day, but at night, this kind of chaos will only get more and more chaotic. On even those small bot and military attaché clear that this situation cannot save, too lazy to command, one by one are scrambling to escape. Zai Huan, I urge you to build aircraft carriers housed in Ming. The fastest in the Ming dynasty built aircraft carrier update speed. 160 chapters. Reinforcements arrive. Something indeed, when the emergence of chaos. Wang Daong is unclear in the Ming army. After all, Big Night also see very clear. However, as the Ming army stopped advancing, there were some roaring noises, which made Wang Daong and several other senior generals unanimously determine that the Ming army had panic and confusion, and it was a good time to attack. Wang Daong would not give up this opportunity, and immediately ordered a part of the troops to attack, while the other part continued to stick to the camp. Wu army to maintain formation. The slow pursuit. Regardless of their slow progress, they were able to catch up with the enemy. This is the difference between organized and unorganized. The chaotic Ming army always panicked when fleeing, but the way back to the city was not a straight line. As a result, a large number of the Ming army went wrong, and this part of people was either shot to death or captured alive. Has been chasing 1 or 2 miles, Wu Jun was in town for fear of the Ming army out-collusion, chose to retreat. Anyway, for them, the conspiracy of allowing the enemy to attack at night was already a success, and the small victory afterwards was an extra surprise. Xuanqing City, Fang Gohan stayed awake at night waiting for the passage of cancellation message. When he heard the commotion outside, he felt a bad feeling in his heart. Sure enough, Xu Wenwei then came in to report the failure of the night attack. How many people are back? Fang Gohan suppressed his anger and asked. He wouldn't get angry directly with the failure of the night attack. After all, this was originally a difficult technical job. There are about 2,000 people, and some of the soldiers who have dispersed are still returning one after another. It is expected that several hundred more will be able to come back by dawn, Xu Wenwei said cautiously. Losing half of his troops directly, and not gaining any results, which can be described as an extreme failure. Go on and ask soldiers, you pay of temporary seizure this year, so when you reissuance of merit. Fang Gohan made a fine of fines. This punishment is not serious, but Xu Wenwei still feels a little unhappy. After all, the failure of his night attack this time is not his problem. The night attack was Fang Gohan's strategy, and Wu Jun used a special method of reporting in the night attack, and he can't be blamed for this. After the retreat, his table now, while not good, but nothing special, major mistakes. In short, this is a crime of non-war. But he was still punished, which made him very dissatisfied. Wu army here until dawn before the statistics of victories and losses. The morning after he had to go out before the bodies of convergence, collecting those left behind enemy weapons and equipment. According to statistics, they killed more than 400 Ming soldiers and captured more than 700 people last night. This was only a visible result. Wang Daong knew that under this circumstance, the Ming army would lose more than 1,100 men, and there would definitely be a large number of soldiers scattered. Some soldiers may not return to the barracks after they are separated. They may fall into the grass, or quietly sell their weapons and go home to farm. The enemy suffered heavy losses, and the side that was attacked at night only lost more than 40 people. Most of them were not killed by the enemy. The deaths caused by falls, accidental injuries, gun barrel blasts, etc. The majority. This kind of proportion of casualties, for one party, is the night attack. It is perfect. The enemy army is stealing chickens but not eclipsing them. We are the masters of night raids. They want to play night raids with us. It can only be described as whimsical. Wang Daong laughed and said, he had participated in 2 night attacks before, and they were both successful. In terms of night battle experience alone, he is richer than most generals. Thanks to the soldiers who were on guard, it was a signal that they had spent their lives in exchange for it. No mistake, for meritorious soldiers must be given awards. Military briefing last night. Century sacrificed several soldiers to the army, and the family can get 200 penny worth of pension and tax-free for 3 years. Rewards and punishments are clearly distinguished, so that soldiers can maintain their fighting will at critical moments. Wang Daong's reward is to tell those soldiers that as long as they contribute to the army, even if he is killed in battle, his family will not be treated badly. This kind of reward is more or less motivating. Subsequently, Wang Daong ordered plus strong forts fortifications, digging deeper trenches, greater, more Ming arrangement of posts and anshao. Anyway, he had no siege now, to feel at ease waiting for the arrival of reinforcements. Without reinforcements, it would be too difficult for people to get some Xuanqing with their points. In Tongling, after getting help from Wang Daong, Liu Hansen personally led the army, and by the way, Zhang Yinyuan went to Xuanqing with him. It is more at ease to bring Zhang Yinyuan around, and at the same time, You can let Zhang Yinyuan's troops go first and consume his direct troops when attacking the city. Although Zhang Yinyuan would be supplemented with troops in order to maintain the organization afterwards, he could use some tricks in the supplementary process, such as supplementing the entire company and the entire battalion. And the troops that were replenished must be Wu Qingqing's die-hard loyalists. These people usually follow Zhang Yinyuan's command. But if Zhang Yinyuan has any unruly intentions, these people will immediately rebel. Such a supplement will invisibly weaken Zhang Yinyuan's power. Liu Hansen also learned a lot of small routines like this with Wu Qingqing. Liu Han took a total of 3 nearly 20,000 support troops in the past, coupled with Wang Daong part. On the strength is no longer a disadvantage. In terms of weapons, he who is rolling out the army, not to say the other, just enough. Fango and those 40 cannon headache, large army arrived in Xuanqing rest for a day, to prepare the next day siege. At this time, Fango and's messenger came to Wu Jun's camp and asked to see Wang Daong. Fango and Quasi prepared to recognize councils. Wang Daong lost 10,000 troops hit him or called. The Wu army's strength has now increased to 30,000. And the number of artillery and guns has doubled. Face of this army, he did not have the confidence to hold Xuanqing. In desperation, he can only under the Aves low head, send messengers, hoping to reach a settlement. In order to show goodwill, Fango An was willing to return Li Chengdong's 8,000 troops. Of course, Fango An was also careful here. He planned to select 8,000 old and weak from the army, or temporarily trick a group of young men into Li Chengdong's subordinates in the city. Unfortunately, Fango An know where he was Wang Daong. They did not care about Li Chengdong, that 8,000 men. People just want to Xuanqing. It is an excuse to return Li Chengdong's troops. Wang Daong table again state may want reconciliation. The Xuanqing let out on the line. This kind of request caused Fango An to throw a few more teacups angrily. Too much deception, too much deception. Is it tolerable and unbearable? Fango An big break curse. He dignified a duke. A number of unreasonable conditions humbly agreed to prepare Wang Daong enough by Equap. Unexpectedly, Wang Daong was not satisfied at all and had to demand Xuanqing even harder. If Wu Qingqing person to make such a request, he will put up teeth. But the one who made this request was only one of Wu Qingqing's generals. There were still several generals of this level under Wu Qingqing's. The army, we really have to fight them. I am afraid it will be disastrous. Xu Wenwei persuaded that the generals must not be arrogant. An order from a general determines the life and death of tens of thousands of people. Zai Huan, I urge you to build aircraft carriers housed in Ming. I'm the fastest in the Ming dynasty built aircraft carrier. Update speed 161. Chapter bombing the city wall. The next day, Wu Jun siege posture assumed in Xuanqing city. 40 cannons fired solid shells at a section of the city wall, trying to knock down a section of the city wall. This is mainly carried by them pomegranate shells running out, so only able to change a way of siege. Logistics transportation in this era is a big problem, and I don't know when the next batch of shells will arrive. And he had not, because there is no siege pomegranate shells. They can use the traditional way, with a solid bomb to the walls. Destroy the city wall will not only open a gap, but also to break the psychological barrier. Boom defenders, it is a good means of siege. The only drawback is that it takes longer. It is not easy to knock down a section of the wall, even if the walls are made of rammed earth. With the continuous support continued shelling, Fango and Wu Jun also discovered the attempt. In this regard, he didn't have many methods. He could only organize the reserve forces first, and be ready to fill in this hole at any time. This is the helplessness of weapons inferior to the enemy. If he also had red cannons, he could bombard the enemy's artillery positions on the walls instead of being beaten. In addition to launching shelling, Wu Jun was also digging tunnels, trying to replicate the successful experience of attacking the outer city wall of Nanjing. In the attack outside the city of Nanjing, when Wu will be buried by means of gunpowder, the walls ripped a huge gap. This method is simple and effective, but it takes a little longer. In order to reduce casualties, Wu Jun showed enough patience to arrange for soldiers to dig trenches leading to the city wall. Cannon strike lasted nearly 2 hours. From the telescope, Wang Daong to see the enemy has begun crumbling walls. In addition, trenches are about to be dug under the city wall, and the stage of burying explosives has begun. Therefore, Wang Daong gave the order of the general attack. Coming city wall generals could not help a bit nervous. The next step is brutal battle. The test of their time is up. Everyone, prosperity and wealth, whether we can go further depends on this time. We must not let Xuanxing be handed over to others. We cannot be underestimated by that hairy boy. Fang Guoan tried to motivate his morale, but apart from the few diehards under his hand, the mood of the other generals was not too high. In him they view, and Wu Chenking real conflict fighting in is not necessary. Not only risk insurance, not any benefits. Unfortunately, Fang Guoan insisted on doing this, and they couldn't help it. Just as Fang Guoan was boosting his morale, there was a sudden noise. The city wall that had been blasted for nearly 2 hours finally couldn't hold it and collapsed. Although this situation was expected by everyone, they couldn't help but feel a little nervous when they saw the city wall collapsed. City wall fell, meaning the defenders more difficult. This was not over yet. Just as Fang Guoan ordered people to plug the gap, a loud noise came from the other side. This is definitely the loudest noise they have ever heard in their lives, like thunder rolling in the sky. In the bang, they also saw the mud that flew into the sky. What's the matter? Fang Guoan questioned. What the generals on the battlefield fear most is encountering emergencies, which will mean many accidents, and accidents represent danger. After a while, soldiers came to report, saying that the southern city wall was blown up for a while, and a large gap of several feet wide was blown up. Block it, Xu Wenwei. Immediately take someone to plug the gap. Yuan Da opens you to organize the soldiers to make up for the gap. Fang Guoan has been some gaffe. Panic hastily issued a variety of orders. Fortunately, his ministry team there are more than enough manpower to defend those gaps. But the city less height of the wall, the difficulty of defending these places is undoubtedly doubled. This Fang Guoan time has some regret. Wu knew so tough, simply put Xuanxing make out better. Others will receive at this time is not much calm than Fang Guoan. The walls were ripped in two, defenders of the advantages of being greatly weakened, and this city can defensible. Many will receive hearts have cropped up this question. With that 2 city walls were destroyed, Wu also completely launched the offensive, launched an offensive around the 2 gaps. Special notably blasted the gap. Wu is the focus of attack place. More than 4,000 flintlock troops moved forward to suppress the enemy at the head of the city, covering the cold weapon troops from entering the gap. And the Ming army also appeared on the wall and fired at Wu Jun. This time, shooting Wu Jun didn't suffer as much as last time. Their firepower density has doubled, and there are still troops that can be replenished at any time. As for the archers of the Ming army, they were obviously less confident than the last time. The last time he was the number of them dominant, the result of war damage higher than Wu Jun, which makes a lot of soldiers have had a psychological fear. And this time, Wu Jun's strength is no longer inferior. Do you still have to think about the result of shooting down like this? With this kind of careful thinking, the combat effectiveness of the Ming army has dropped a little invisibly. Some archers didn't aim at all, just squatted down after hurriedly shooting an arrow. Although they used cover-type strikes, they still need to aim more or less, and shoot the arrows to a general area, instead of just shooting blindly. They can hit the target. These clever soldiers are obviously smarter than other soldiers, because those archers who aim honestly have a greatly increased hit rate. Those old the chance of a real dead soldiers, significantly greater than these smart boy. For individual soldiers like them, doing so certainly saved their lives. But for the military, it actually hurts very much. That's why when Wu Jun was recruiting, he liked the honest farmers more than the gangsters who looked fierce and domineering, but were actually treacherous and cunning. Discipline, the bonus to combat effectiveness is very high. A few rounds of shot down, the Ming army side suffered a major loss. In a fuel after being shot lead, other archers have altogether stopped squat counterattack. Without the obstacles of these archers, Wu Jun's infantry arrived at the gap under the city wall with little loss. Such an easy attack made the death squads in front laugh. This credit, picking up too easy, right, said it is a death squad, but the survival rate is actually very high. When they arrived at the gap, they finally encountered obstacles. However, Wu Jun has too many methods for fighting on this plane. Following the death squad were the grenadiers, and the grenades in their hands were thrown into the Ming army. As the explosion sounded, the Ming army suffered heavy losses. More importantly, the Ming army had no way to defend against this kind of grenades that would explode, so they had great fear in their hearts. When the Ming army panicked, the will to resist declined. The Wu army death squads, but one by one are outlaws. After the military close combat, the situation is inverted. The Ming army receded. Xu Wenwei's heart is half cold when he sees this scene. This is completely impossible to fight. Zai Huan, I urge you to build aircraft carriers housed in Ming. I'm the fastest in the Ming dynasty built aircraft carrier. Update speed 162. Chapter A while down fighting. The other side, the situation is clear. The military a little better, not so fast collapse. However, the defenders here were also very aggrieved, because Wu Jun didn't even rush up, but kept shooting from a distance. Wu Jun is responsible for this section of the wall of handgun strip. They like to play to the advantages of their long-range attacks. Although the rate of fire is slow, there is no danger in shooting from a distance. The archers of the Ming army were all transferred to the big gap, and the defenders here were only swordsmen and shields. Since you can kill the enemy from a distance, why bother to get closer? The city's main attack any task not on them. They are just here to contain nothing at enemy forces. Surface of the handgun can fire long-range strike. These defenders dilemma, retreat, and the enemy can rush into the wall, which is worse. Don't retreat, can only stand and be beaten. As for rushing out for melee, the generals of the Ming army did not consider it either. After all, they are the defenders of the city. How can there be any reason to take the initiative to attack? Wouldn't it be that they completely give up the advantage of the city wall? Although they no longer have the advantage of the city wall, their brains can't be turned around for a while, and they didn't expect to take the initiative to attack. Defending the city should wait for others to attack. This concept has affected the judgment of those generals. Not before. They soon discovered that dry standing beaten, this feeling too stuck up. Some soldiers thought his shield to protect themselves. However, unless it is relatively thick iron shield, only a little defensive effect. Other wooden shield, leather shield, in the face when such handguns seemed fragile. Don't look at that matchlock gun is extremely simple, but its power is really great. My lord, you can't stand and be beaten like this anymore. Let's rush over to fight. There are several Bai user requests. Road to Shangguan, even beaten rush fight standing up better than it is now. Okay, rush over. Yuan Dakai had no other better way, so he obeyed the suggestions of his subordinates and ordered a charge. Wu Army 1000 a long look at each other. Initiative rushing, suddenly laughed. He ordered, stop shooting. Strike. All loading, prepare for the final round salvo. Now free shooting can still cause damage, but this kind of scattered damage has no deterrent effect, and it is far less scary than close-range volleys. Wu Army soldiers have front 2 rows of loading, then raised a gun ready. When the enemy was less than 10 meters away, the officer gave an order to shoot. With the sound of gunshots, the soldiers rushing in front of the Ming army fell down in rows. Even the posture of falling down was quite neat. When the soldiers who were still charging saw this situation, they couldn't help but stop. What the reality as long as they continue the fight to get into the bayonet charge. Wu has no time for the second filling. However, seeing the hundreds of people rushing in front fell collectively, I am afraid that it is not people who dare to continue charging at this time, but the devil. Chongfeng. At this time, Wu Jun took the initiative to launch a charge. In the gas potential on, they have occupied the absolute upper hand. Knives war, is a momentum play. The low morale of the Ming army soldiers saw the Tiger Wolf division who took the initiative to rush over. There was no fighting intention. These descendants were originally organized temporarily, and the opponent's Guoan has no loyalty to speak of. Seeing that the battle was not going well, some soldiers turned around and fled. The Ming army's formation, which was originally at a disadvantage, was in chaos again, and the front line collapsed when touched. Wu Jun did not waste any effort. It becomes a hunted from unilateral military confrontation. There was a little bit of a play in this battle. Liang Chu gap after another fall. Fang Guoan on the battlefield while the walls get driven to distraction. At the reminder of the soldiers, he recovered and ran away, as long as enough to escape. He was in the court of the state company secretary. If Wang Daong is caught here, not only will he lose face, but even his life will be insecure. Wang Daong, who with unbridled attacked the liners, it is clear they will not count on the title of public lord looked down on. Even the main general started to flee, and the other generals and soldiers had no intention of fighting again. Ever since, Xuai, Yuan, who were both opened up to the main action command soldiers began collective surrender. He had to surrender what psychological stress may not be required to withstand. Unlike the king surrendered to bear infamy, they surrendered to Wu Chenqing, who was also Ming's army. This kind of surrender is not about unfaithfulness or filial piety. The organized surrender of officers is much faster than the spontaneous surrender of soldiers. Everyone throws their weapons on the ground and it's done. Approaching the evening, Wu Jun completely controlled Xuanxing. According to statistics, in this campaign, they killed more than 3,000 Ming troops and captured more than 16,000 people. Fang Guoan also took away more than 12,000 direct troops. Wu troops killed in combat, but only 900 people, not thousands. The loss is very small. The main reason was that the Ming army collapsed so quickly that none of them encountered too much resistance. And this is also the most typical feature of the Ming army. Throughout the Ming army at the end of the Ming dynasty, there has been almost no battle involving tens of thousands of casualties. As long as a few hundred people die, the army will collapse and surrender. It is also because for them so disappointing, all the way to be able to king withering. Otherwise, with the small size of the king army, they would not be able to bear one or two heavy losses at random. Like the king army and Wu Chenqing battle, a defeat on beating, shaking the whole nation, still have not recovered, south in sight. Even some ministers of the Manchun King dynasties hoped that Dogon would rule the river and negotiate with Wu Chenqing. The south of the Yangtze River belongs to the Ming dynasty, and the north of the Yangtze River belongs to the Qing dynasty. He who cannot afford to have some kind of a dozen people have been wiped out losses have shaken the belief that a unified China. Lao Liu, I have not to consult under General, let's east, the Guangde, Huzhou, and other places also win. Wang Daong looked at the map, offered Xuanxing, Guangde south by mountains, and as long as the Canton de Huzhou won, he who can use minimal force to control up military points, occupy a larger site. Moreover, Guangde and Huzhou are both plains, important grain-producing areas, and very valuable for occupation. Is there anything else to ask? It will take several days once you come back and forth, which will miss the opportunity. I will personally lead people to pursue them early in the morning and grab these two places. Wang Daong did not expect Liu Han 3 more radical than he. However, the military gave us the mandate does not include the occupation of Guangde and Huzhou. Yeah, if we rush into attack, blame the court down the generals how to do. Wang Daong worried. Daong, you confused. Yeah, we have the general thought of what cannot you see? We do not have to completely ignore that Lu Wang's court. The benefits of eating mouth is the most important. Believe it or not, as long as we the general will be very happy in his heart to take Huzhou on his own initiative. Because blame him for such court, the general's also able to buck to us. Maybe we have to be punished on the surface, but we will definitely get more benefits in the future. Liu Han 3 laughed. He knew Wu Chenqing to take into account reputation, was not good enough and court decorum skin. Even if you want to occupy Huzhou in your heart, you must find a good excuse. At this time, If these subordinates were able to occupy the territory first, they would be sharing the worries for Wu Chengqing. Zai Huan, I urge you to build aircraft carriers housed in Ming. The fastest in the Ming dynasty built aircraft carrier update speed. 163 chapters Political turmoil. After Liu Hansen's advice, Wang Daong also let go of his concerns. On the one hand, he wrote a secret report to Wu Chengqing. On the other hand, he and Liu Hansen worked out the next plan. In the next plan, Wang Daong will go to Tongling to garrison to prevent Lekid Hun's troops from advancing suddenly eastward. And Liu Hansen led his army eastward to capture Guangde and Huzhou. As for Xuanqing, just leave a small number of unbranded troops to garrison. Today, the north and west of Xuanqing have been in control of Wujun, the south is the mountain. Very safe. The next day, Liu Han Guangde went 3-rate army. The secret report was also sent to Nanjing. Nowadays, Nanjing is very lively. Not only the market is very lively, but also the political situation. At the governor's office, Guyanwu rushed into a room and yelled at Ruan Daking. Ruan Taicheng, what do you mean? How can you moisten arrested Xiao Xun? Xiao Yuxun was the prefect of Jiangning, a second-class scholar in the Chongzhen period, and achieved the position of prefect all the way from the prefecture. In the clear after the army south, he defected to the king. After Wu Chengqing conquered Nanjing, he returned to the Ming army. At the same time, he is still a member of the Donglin party, which is the key. Ruandu after Wu Chengqing's get inspired, proceeded to grab a few typical remediation what officialdom previously treated a few small fish, did not interfere. However, this time Ruan Daking arrested a 4th-rank prefect, a very powerful official with real power. Now Guyanwu couldn't bear it anymore and found Ruan Daking for the theory. Xiao Yuxun was guilty of corrupting the law, accepting bribes as high as 10,000 taels of silver, and letting the smuggling salt merchants release. This is his confession. Ruan Dacheng feigned come up with a statement, placed in front of disintegrating. This kind of confession is innumerable. Guyanwu didn't even read that confession. He was able to get a confession in such a short period of time. There was no doubt that torture was used. And the torture that hurts the bones, most people simply can't bear it, and it's not difficult to want any confession. Confessions you do not believe. Physical evidence you always believe it. After the raid, the hospital people from the inspector's Xiaoxun Moisen home found a total of 122,000 now silver, as well as numerous real estate field. He was prefect of how much a year salary? How can we accumulate this wealth without corruption? Ruanda Cheng asked. His words put gas is not a light, retorted. Those monies he had come, the general said, after the surrender. After things let bygones be bygones. Since he was corrupt in the past, why doesn't Master Ge just believe that he is also corrupt now? Do NT tell me these are useless? We are all in the officialdom. The official will not be a bit corrupt. Even if he did too much this time, confiscated the corrupted silver, and then he was warned. Now, how can you arrest people, use torture and ransack your home without saying a word? If you do it like this, and that official can sleep and dare to continue to serve the general, you clearly is the opportunity to eliminate dissidents, suppress Donglin, before such a thing you would do before, also leading to Zhuoliang mutiny, missed the affairs of state. Is it still you repeat it? Guyanwu questioned. Master Gu, don't get excited. You should use heavy codes in troubled times. General Wu worked hard to rule. Naturally, it is impossible to treat corrupt officials like the previous monarchs. I'm trying to solve problems for the generals. How come I have become a mistaken country among the population of Gu? To say that the country is wronged, those corrupt officials are the real wronged country. If it weren't because they had embezzled both silver and silver, would the court not even be able to spend some military expenses? And Zhuoliang's rebellion seemed to be instigated by the Donglin party members. They lip gun tongue sword, who could convince him going to intrinsic newspaper, General, you said that the abuse of private rights. Guyan Wu threatened. Master Gu, General Wu manages everything every day, and he is concerned about the military expenses of the army every day. It is best for those of us who are subordinates to avoid trouble with the general. Ruanda Cheng disdain, if not authorized Wu Chenking, and how could he dare so dry? Even before play on court Hiramitsu pressured Donglin party, in fact, it was the emperor's acquiescence, or else he did a courtiers. How can there be so much power to suppress 100 officials' wanton persecution? Hong Guangdai parent pro Fukuo in the old dynasty, Emperor Wanli was originally a popular favorite, wants to introduce legislation to make the prince, is the Donglin party can be all sorts of opposition, was forced to Wanli emperor gave up the idea. It even Fukuo old mother Zheng Royal also been Donglin party bullying. When Emperor Hongguang was enthroned, the Donglin party opposed it in every possible way. But Ma Xiaying, who held the military power, gave his full support. So Xiaofu Wang was enthroned and proclaimed emperor. It can be said that the feud between Emperor Hongguang and the Donglin party is much greater than that between Ruanda King and the Donglin party. So Ruanda Cheng revenge when the Donglin party, although Hong Guangdai know this is not good for the country, will affect the political stability. But my heart is certainly straightforward. Guyanwu also knew that it was not good to make trouble with Wu Chenking, but he couldn't leave it alone. After all, the Donglin party members currently working under Wu Chenking are all vaguely headed by Guyanwu. If he can't solve this matter, he will lose his prestige in front of other Donglin party members. Rwanda people, the country is difficult to take the lead. We should work together to resist the king, reclaim their lost homeland. Ming already cannot afford to toss, and Rwanda people it is time to lay down a personal grudge. The overall situation, yeah. If you and I fight up to the court but it's very bad. If the hard is not good, Guyanwu will come to the soft, and persuade each other. When persuading, he still had some threats in his words. After all, he is now a member of the cabinet, and his power is not less than that of Ruanda King. If he minded looking for Ruanda Cheng trouble, and that certainly is a way, Master Gu is serious. When the city of Nanjing is broken, I will put all my grievances aside. Now doing things for the general, how dare I come for my own selfish interests? If Xiao Yuxun was not affected by corruption and bribery, I would not treat him badly. Do it. As for other people who work hard, I will never persecute. Ruanda Chenga sold a face, given the commitment. His words are true and falsehood cannot be seen. He could only silently side. He disliked such infighting very much. Master Ruan, I hope you can be careful, or even if you get into the general's place, I will have a copy of you. Guyanwu warned, and then left. Ruanda Chengxia did not answer, say it. His heart is in more or less come to despise disintegrating. After all, he used to be an official to the military department, and Zhu Oduyashi, who held great power. As for Guyanwu, before meeting Wu Chenking, he was just a small military chief, a small officer from the 9th rank. If Wu Chenking its value, there are a few people know that he is what? Now, relying on Wu Chenking to vote earlier, he vaguely became the head of Wu Chenking's civil servants. This kind of leap forward promotion, I don't know how many people are unconvinced. Anyway, Ruanda Cheng is not too much to get looked down, thought he was just lucky nothing. Zai Huan, I urge you to build aircraft carriers housed in Ming. I'm the fastest in the Ming dynasty built aircraft carrier. Update speed 164. Chapter moved the capital of the dispute. Not too long, Ruanda King and Gu, and several other senior officials were summoned, and the messenger matters with Luang Kujin Trillion discuss moving the capital. In fact, Kuzojin has been in Nanjing for a few days, and has not been received by Wu Chenking until now. Meet Wu Guogong. Congratulations, Wu Guogong will soon become King Wu, Kuzojin said with emotion. When he first saw Wu Chenking, he once drew a big buy, saying that as long as Wu Chenking regains Nanjing, he could give him a king with a different surname. At that time, he really just talked casually and didn't take it seriously. How can it be so easy to regain Nanjing? Wherever he thought it was, Wu Chenking really did it in just over half a year. This is really incredible. In addition to admiration, he still admires. Oh, Did the court make an order? Wu Qingqing asked. It has been drawn up the decree, only to be returned. Nanjing Lu supervised the country. After the arrival of the Forbidden City Kangxuanzai, Zhu Yihai was astute, and he had to return to Nanjing before he was willing to issue the decree. It seemed that he wanted to use the throne to attract Wu Qingqing to cooperate. As everyone knows, Wu Qingqing dismissed this imaginary throne at all. Even when Wang Yi and Hao, the court is the money to send salary. If you really welcome Zhu Yihai back to Nanjing, I am afraid you have to afford all the expenses in the palace. The palace has always been the cost of expensive. Wu Qingqing may not want to do this being taken advantage of. Forbidden City has been a long time without repair, and now I'm afraid that is not suitable for occupancy. Ruanda Cheng put a sentence. Nanjing Forbidden City, Zudi moved the capital to Beijing since after the start by gradually abandoned, has been abandoned for 100 years, but occasionally some maintenance. It was not until Emperor Hongguang became the throne that he simply renovated it again. However, the Hongguang imperial court collapsed within a year without holding on to it. During this period, it couldn't even pay for the military expenses, let alone overhaul the palace. Therefore, many parts of the Forbidden City in Nanjing now need to be repaired. I'm afraid Master Ruan has bothered a lot. Kuzojin clasped his fist. I don't dare to say that it is fortunate to do things for Supervisor Lu, but where did the money for repairs come from? Ruanda Cheng demanded. This question of Kujin Trillion exceedingly awkward. Originally Zhu Yihai think back to Nanjing, it was natural that he dig money to repair the palace. However, Zhu Yihai's only little private money was used to form the guards, and at this time, where did he pay for it? Well, Lu Jiang'o means that only simple repairs are needed. The current situation is difficult, and Lu Jiang'o dare not extravagantly waste the wealth of Zili to the south. Simple repairs. This little money is only a trivial matter. Kuzojin can only make Wu Qingqing pay for it with a cheeky. Master Ku's remarks are too much. Although Nanzili is slightly richer, the situation is not optimistic after the Qing dynasty. Moreover, if our army is to maintain the scale of more than 100,000 people, its military expenditure is very high. There are huge numbers. It is really not easy for our army to not ask the court for a share of military expenses. Now that we need to embezzle military expenses to repair the palace, I am afraid that the soldiers will not agree to it. Ruanda Cheng continues to make things difficult for sarcasm. In short, is to make him quit Kujinzao. Never mind, let Zhu Yihai return to Nanjing to do what he said. Kuzojin was speechless, because Ruanda King was right. For other armies to fight, the imperial court should allocate funds to raise their armies. But only the Wu army was self-sufficient from beginning to end and never asked the court for money. In this respect alone, Wu Qingqing's army is much better than Fang Guoan's army. However, Kuzojin knew that Wu Qingqing was rich, very rich, and he was not bad at repairing the palace. Today Nanjing Cement Road have been repaired too. Although Kuzojin did not know how much that cost cement, but the market is now directed at the private purchase of cement less than this. You can know this stuff is certainly not cheap. The money is so much that it can be used to build roads, and it is nothing to build a palace. Is the palace where the emperor lives important for the people's journey? If Wu Guogong is really in trouble, this Lu Jiang'o will find a way to raise it. Kuzojin was also lazily struggling with this expense. As long as Wu Qingqing promised to prepare to meet King Lu, they could still find a way to collect the money for repairing the palace. This little money is a trivial matter. If Lu Jiang'o is short of money, we can squeeze the soldiers and eat one less meal. But after King Lu returns to Nanjing, how should this cabinet be merged? It was Qian Taoli, the former governor of Suzhou, who was now a short general and was promoted to the cabinet of Nanjing to participate in the decision-making of core affairs. Got so good at, he was dead set of one mind with the natural Wu Qingqing, to try to figure out Wu Qingqing Lu and do not want to return to the ancient capital. He also started various things difficult. As far as he is concerned, he also does not want King Lu to return, because the return to the ancient capital of Luang did not just come, but will bring it together in Shaoxing's administrative team. In Shaoxing, they also have a cabinet. Zhang Guoai, Song Zipu, Zudadian, and Fang Fengnian all occupy several important book positions, and they are also cabinet ministers. In terms of prestige, Gu Yanwu, Qian Taoli and the others couldn't compare with those people. When the two cabinets come together, they must be merged, and he must be the one who is squeezed out. After finally becoming a central institution, how could he resign himself willingly? This is supposed to be negotiated by both parties. Lu Jiango's initial intention is that he hopes that Shaoxing will retain 4 positions and Wu Wang will retain 3 positions, and Wu Wang can lead the cabinet as assistant. Ku Zhojin said that their compromise is actually very big, which means that Shaoxing's cabinet has to cut 3 people. Those who have been expelled from the cabinet must be upset. The cabinet ministers in Shaoxing were unhappy, and several cabinet members on Wu Chenqing's side were unhappy. They now have 7 positions, and Wu Chenqing is not included. When King Lu returns, they will only have 3 positions, and Wu Chenqing will count as 1. In this way, it is equivalent to only 2 positions on their side. These 2 positions are most likely to be Ruan Daking and Gu Yanwu. Several other internal cabinet ministers suddenly not happy. This is not a future thing people want to break. I think the current administrative work in Nanjing is pretty good and methodical. The ministers in Shaoxing are not familiar with the situation here, and they may not manage Nanjing well. Right. The various New Deal measures on our side are completely different from those in Shaoxing. At that time, it is not easy to handle the imperial decree of King Lu or the will of General Wu. Do those ministers in Shaoxing understand General Wu's New Deal? One by one, what have they done for Ming? Under the leadership of General Wu, we have regained large tracts of land in just 6 months and let the Zili region be restored. The people live and work in peace and contentment. Continue to let us remain in power, and the recovery of Beijing is just around the corner. But what if several ministers from Shaoxing came here to point out and influence the great cause of the Northern Expedition? Several inner cabinet minister was immediately direct that the attitude is not welcomed. Shaoxing cabinet over. Zai Huan, I urge you to build aircraft carriers housed in Ming. The fastest in the Ming dynasty built aircraft carrier update speed. 165 chapters. Ultimate question. Face of this situation. Could Jin Zhao heart just smile? Before coming, he guessed the difficulty of this trip. But there is no way. Zhu Yihai has to explain the task. He can only bite the bullet to complete. Unsurprisingly, the minister on Nanjing was not happy anymore. Not to fact, this is not important. Zhao Jin Kuno, today's Nanjing under the control of powerful Wu Chenqing, is the Onaman Wu Chenqing. As long as Wu Chenqing supports Zhu Yihai return, these ministers are opposed to no effect. Off-key or Wu Chenqing attitude. Duke Go, before the minister came, I talked with Fang Fengnian's first assistant, Zhang Guoai and other adults. They admired many of your new policies. Within after-court merger, they must have the full support of your new deal. The only national public e-lead. Ku Zhojin promised. These are all trivial matters. I just want to know, if Lu Jiango returns to Nanjing, will Emperor Longwu abdicate and take the oath of allegiance? If he is willing to abdicate allegiance, unite and gather all southern forces to fight against the Qing dynasty, I naturally welcome Lu Jiango back. But what if Emperor Longwu refuses to abdicate? Are we going to march south to provoke internal fighting? But if we don't go south to conquer, how can our army safely hand over the rear to Emperor Longwu and expedition to the north? Wu Chenqing moved out of the big kill, orthodox debate. As soon as these words came out, Qian Taoli and other ministers became more excited, and they all agreed and asked Ku Zhojin how to deal with Emperor Longwu's problems. Ku Zhojin, who asked these questions, wanted to die. It was too difficult to answer. Will Emperor Longwu abdicate? You don't have to think about it, it's definitely impossible. Long Emperor of people to disk bigger than Zhu Yihai a few times, not to mention Zuzuyuki only distantly related to the sea. Even if the key is Zhu Yihai own son did not have to discuss this matter. This is the throne, the highest position a man can achieve, a position that countless people dream of. For the throne, how many brothers and sisters have broken each other, and father and son have turned against each other. Old Zhu, even this tradition, Zudi won the nephew of the throne, Ning also by the rebels. The most ruthless imperial family, his blood between them without any fetters roll in front of the supreme power. Zhu Jin is already the emperor, how could he give up all this? Even if Zhu Jin had been cast down by Zhu Yihai and was willing to abdicate to the virtuous, Zhu Jin's courtiers would not agree. He who is now a high official in the presence of various Zhuqi men. But as long as Zhuqi to abdicate their office would certainly be a drop or 2 grades. Who will agree to this? No one will agree. To put it bluntly, everything is still a question of the distribution of power. There are so many places, everyone wants to sit, and everyone is reluctant to give up. Nan Ming's current problem is that there are too many regimes, too many ministers, too few troops, and too little money. Well, as long as Lu Jiang'o stays in the Forbidden City, it is orthodox. At that time, Tang Wang will not agree, and the whole world will be loyal to Lu Jiang'o, and Tang Wang will only become a lonely person. It is not a concern. Ku Zojin said, Master Ku, you can comfort yourself with these words. It won't work for us. Ruanda Cheng's cynicism rode. I think it is better for Lu Jiang'o and Emperor Longwu to reach a consensus on this issue, so that there will not be so much trouble. Wu Chengqing put the problems behind Zhu Yihai. Let them go the family in fighting. If Zhu Yihai and Qi therefore to go to war, then the Wu Chengqing relation lucky. The time in the world of officials and the people watching them, this pair of colors, the family, I am afraid will be chilling. Transfer of the capital to the assembly did not yield results. When Ku Zojin returned to his residence, he only felt tired for a while. He could see that no theory is still Ruandaking Wu Chengqing, and many other ministers. It did not seem to want to return to Nanjing's Zhu Yihai, which really is a bad news. Now, what Ku Zojin is more worried about is Wu Chengqing's unruly intentions. If the cabinet ministers are only worried about their position, the Shaoxing side can actually make some concessions. Anyway, if I come to Japan, I will return to Nanjing first. Later, there will be methods to fight for power. But if Wu Chengqing with ill heart, then trouble. At that time, even if Wu Chengqing was willing to let Zhu Yihai return to Nanjing, Zhu Yihai would not dare to go back to Nanjing. Ku Zojin was not the only one who was tired, but Guyanwu was also tired. He didn't say much the whole time just now, because he was probably the only person under Wu Chengqing who hoped that Zhu Yihai or Zhu Jin could live in Nanjing. There is still a loyalty thought in his mind, hoping to assist the Zhi family to revive Ming. He does not mind Wu Chengqing to be a thoroughly powerful minister, as long as Wu Chengqing's Jiawang room to retain the title on it. However, in the parliament just now, everyone was unwilling to even return to the emperor. This was obviously rebellious. This made him a little frustrated and disappointed with Ming again. Throughout the process of the fall of Ming, almost all of them were accompanied by infighting and never stopped. After discovering Wu Chengqing's ambition, he was also a little disappointed in Wu Chengqing. Originally, he actually respected Wu Chengqing very much, because Wu Chengqing was indeed very capable. Moreover, Wu Chengqing is really good to the people. Other officials and generals, once in power, will find ways to search for the people and increase taxes to raise the army. Only Wu Chengqing, since there is no uprising of the people, a tax increase, all in their own ways of doing business to make money to support the army. This is tantamount to paying for it out of pocket. After all, the money can fall into Wu Chengqing's pocket if he doesn't support the army. If the Wu army surnamed Zhu enough. An idea suddenly came to Guyanwa's mind. He felt that if Wu Chengqing was a descendant of the Zhu family, he would definitely be a good emperor and a bright emperor. Unfortunately, Wu Chengqing is not surnamed Zhu. Master Gu, this is a new horsey-drawn carriage prepared for you by Lord Go. It is much more comfortable than sitting on a sedan chair. Canonical prepared on the chair back to the house of Gu was suddenly stopped. Xiliant industry of holding a horse, pulling Tao-Eiled cart behind the horse. The Tao-Eiled vehicle does not have a carport, but the seats are exquisite, and there are silk cushions on the seats. The workmanship of the entire carriage is also very meticulous, giving people a pleasing feeling. Guyanwu knows that this is a high-end carriage jointly built by Tong Yuwai, the military and the Ministry of Industry. It is said that it has a shock-absorbing effect, and there will be no bumps when sitting on it. Yanwu has become accustomed to the new things that pop up from time to time in their regime, so he is not particularly surprised. Here Wu Chengking specially prepared for their own heart and quite moving. He used to be just a somewhat famous scholar. It was because of Wu Chengking's appreciation that he was only able to rise to a high position now, and he was not far from the position and the ministers. But now, whenever there is something good, Wu Chengking can still think of him. Speaking of which, Yanwu couldn't bear this gift. It is also due to this, so even after he discovered the Wu Chengking ambition, still no mutiny, and my heart is really guilty. Yanwu got into the cart, and the groom drove the horses towards Gus' mansion. After walking several tens of meters, Yanwu didn't feel any bumps and was very comfortable. What a good thing, Yanwu said with emotion. If the Wu army has been able to benefit of the people, we do not have very good thing. What's the difference between the surname Zhu or Wu in this world? Are they all Han people? In this world, the surname is not Zhu from the beginning. Yanwu had a thought suddenly in his heart, and before he knew it, his faith had begun to waver. Zai Huan, I urge you to build aircraft carriers housed in Ming. I'm the fastest in the Ming dynasty built aircraft carrier. Update speed 166 chapters. Treasure livery. Bao livery, which is promising. Tongka dealers deliberately taken the name Bao Fergana horse, suggests that this is the only noble status person to ride on the carriage. It can give a sense of superiority. This time, BMW dealers have been full of people. Earlier treasure carriage line in China to play a lot of advertising in the newspaper, a detailed description of the new BMW superiority, comfort. The recent period of time, the new BMW car has become a lot of wit. Even wealthy people is a hot topic in the mouth. Everyone is looking forward to what this kind of carriage that won't be bumpy looks like. Therefore, on the day when the carriage was officially sold, people had already been prepared to buy it, and they all squeezed into the BMW dealership. Do not crowd, not crowd. My hands have a list of people not on the list. Squeeze useless. BMW sold only 30. The city, the country are only 30. The shopkeepers are, who was in charge of sales, yelled, making those who came to buy a car for the master speechless. There are only 30 vehicles, and there are a full 50 people on the scene. And there will definitely be people coming in the follow-up. How can this be enough? Nanjing, that is the place with the most wealthy people in the country. Line up, one person, friendly reminder, people with a family property of less than 500,000 tls, or those with a 4th grade member or less, please return to the same route and wait for the next batch of new cars. Zhao Zejun shouted again, shocking many people who came to buy. People with a net worth of less than 500,000 tls and people below rank 4 do not even have the qualifications to purchase. The threshold is too high. Doesn't this mean that as long as you buy this carriage, it immediately becomes a status symbol? All in accordance with the rules lined up, Zhao Zejun, responsible for registration inquiries, asked, home of the old? God is calling. City East Xu rice shop in mind. Many classic, said servant. Sorry, Master Xu is no longer on the list. If you want to buy, you can pay a deposit first, and the next batch can be supplied first. If you don't pay a deposit, it may be difficult for the next batch to be your master's turn. Zhao Zejun looked through the list, and then said lightly, this, then one. Other people have roared with laughter. Only the servant hold back flushed, angrily. My family and old God's name in this city of Nanjing who do not know, why not eligible to buy? Zhao Zejun ignored, said, want to buy to pay the deposit side, give me not want to buy to get out. This is the country's public BMW Lord personally invention. The master is willing to sell you home to your face, and what makes you qualified in this is yelling. Tell you, this BMW we do not worry about not sell. Nanjing light of orders we have made a few months. We will have orders from Suzhou, Yangzhou, and the whole country until 10 years later. Mr. Xu, is he famous? Zhao Zejun began to brag. Anyway, The most important thing for their car is to establish a high-end image and make it a symbol of status. The more disdainful of customers, the more it can reflect the high end of this car. When the Xifamali's young man heard about the name of the father-in-law, he could only go down and pay the deposit. Even ridicule was satirical, and he was not angry immediately leave. If the next batch is not available, then other aristocratic lords will be able to ride in new-style BMW cars, and their own lords will still ride in older-style carriages. To time, Xmaster probably would chops his skin. My family and old lord is Sun Doming, Sun Master. In second servant exposes house door, Zhao Zedong looked down the list to find the Sun Doming list, then asked, is to buy a convertible, or closed? What area do? Sun's young man asked. Convertible is to sit in your house, master. Time's face, you can enjoy the envy of others in the car, while closed to the women of your lord is sitting, to prevent her from prying eyes. Zhao Zedong explained. Each to each Yi Liang. The Sun family is not short of this money. Be your dream. Batch is limited to one for each company. I want to buy the second one and wait for the next batch. Zhao Zedong said. Too arrogant. Everyone was convinced when they heard what Zhao Zedong said. This is time they have seen this kind of business but not. This is enough to show how popular BMW cars are. Why? I know the old family who God is right. The last time I have seen of public Lord God does. Sun Jiaxiosi yelled. No matter how nonsense you are, I will let people throw you out. There are more people who have seen the grandfather of the country. What is your master? This BMW was built by the Ministry of Military and Ministry of Industry and the Tong family. Zhao Zedong still doesn't give face. Sun Doming, of course he knows. It's just that he is richer. If he was replaced by a third-rank master, he would have to show some face. The wealthy have money, have no right, not too concerned, that I have to ye convertibles, and the other two reorder closed. The young man of the Sun family said helplessly, he could only give priority to the master. As for the female relatives, he could only wait first. There are so many female families in the Sun family, and he is afraid that there will not be enough one. Follow him to choose the style. Different styles have different prices, ranging from 1,000 tals to 2,000 tals. Zhao Zedong reminded. This, then one has immediately at the back of people dissatisfied. They shouted, that's not fair, and if they are a good first pick over how to do. The young Sun Zhao listened to these sounds lazily, and went to the garage with joy to choose. He wanted to buy the most expensive one. Anyway, 1,200 money is spent. Spent 1,200 more does not matter, the key is to be the best. This gimmick. 2,000 tals is a huge sum of money for ordinary people or small vendors. But for the Sun family, it is not expensive at all to buy a BMW that can be used for 2 to 3 years. Zhao Zedong also not too concerned about those voices, and said, that blame you. They did not grab a good position, but you rest assured that inside the car just slightly different shape carved it. Comfort is exactly the same. However, the other servants or butlers didn't believe this at all. If the district did not do, how can that price is a big difference? To time, Sumi owns Homesit 2,200 classic cars. Classics it's 1,200 of their own. Face come from? Suddenly, some wealthy people walked up to the people in the front line. They actually wanted to spend money to buy a position and wanted to jump in the queue. Unfortunately, the face of such huge extra money, but there is not many dare servant or steward fishing. In case the situation of not buying a car because of a change of location gets to the ears of the old man, then he will not be beaten to death. Under the livery of a series of hunger marketing, the BMW car suddenly became super sought after commodity. 30 cars sold out quickly, and the rest could only rush to pay the deposit and wait for the next batch. Anyway, Zhao Zedong said, the next batch of cars will be sold in half a month, and there is no need to wait too long. Looking at those crazy buying people, Zhao Zedong sneered in his heart. As the core members of the Tong family, the cost of this car is he has to know. Yi Liang 2,200 BMW, in fact, will cost about 120, or those who spent the main seat of the sculpture. As for other materials, they are actually cheap to death. This is 20 times the profit. Zhao Zedjun has never seen such a profitable commodity. It is unbelievable that such a profitable commodity is still in short supply. Zai Huan, I urge you to build aircraft carriers housed in Ming. I'm the fastest in the Ming dynasty built aircraft carrier. Update speed. 167 Chapter 6 Malpractice. Governor's Office. Wu Qingqing received a secret report from Wang Daong. Wu Qingqing didn't care too much about Wang Daong and Liu Hansen's arbitrarily fighting Fang Guoan, and their eastward offensive to occupy Huzhou. He is now anxious to create more contradictions with the court. It is best if the contradictions become irreconcilable, and then he can have a reason to send troops to the south to occupy all the territory of King Lu. If he doesn't control King Lu's territory, he is always a little worried about the northern expedition. After all, Hangzhou is too close to Suzhou and Songjiang. Once King Lu sneaks into his rear, he will be attacked by the enemy. Although he will not fail completely because of a sneak attack, the fall of Suzhou and Songjiang will definitely hurt him. Where is his rear? The most important economic zone, as well as a large technology secret quantities. Once those things are obtained by the enemy, it is also a lot of trouble for him. And he cannot put too much of a force in Wusong. Too many bands stationed need a place. The pressure of raising the army is great, and he can't expand the army indefinitely. Act by chance. Wu Qingqing gave a brief instructions, so Wang Daong they themselves realize. He can't speak too bluntly and leave words to others. Although it is not a big deal to be caught, Wu Qingqing still wants to retain a good reputation as much as possible. Given a simple instruction, Wu Qingqing put the matter aside. Now he has to deal with a lot of things every day, and it is just a small thing for him to have a bad relationship with Fang Guoan. He is now studying how to reform the official system and improve administrative efficiency. Bureaucracy is in the Ming dynasty court-made 6 cabinet decision-making body. The specific work is 6. The staff department is in charge of personnel affairs and is responsible for the evaluation, appointment and removal of officials. It is the department with the greatest power. The emperor knows everything every day, and it is difficult to personally appoint officials below the 3rd rank, and it is also difficult for the emperor to understand officials below the 3rd rank. So the appointment of these official positions is determined by the officials. Those who want to be promoted, naturally have to please the officials. Even more senior official members, appointed by the emperor at the time, we need to adopt the recommendations of the Ministry of Personnel, to a certain extent. This department controls the future of most officials, and its power can be imagined. It is very normal for a 3rd-grade engineering assistant to please a 5th-grade official assistant. The second most powerful person is the household department. They are in charge of household registration, civil affairs, land resources, fiscal and taxation and other things, and they manage a lot of things. Not to Wu Qingqing. Power now in the hands of the Ministry of Wu Qingqing to tax is stripped out. The establishment of a separate department of revenue. In these days, where there is money, there are soldiers, and where there are soldiers, there is power. Therefore, the power to collect taxes is very important. Wu Qingqing arranged for his clan uncle Wu Yaodao to be personally responsible to this location to Gu, who are not at ease. In case Gu Yanwu had a heart to the court and falsified the account to send the collected taxes to Zuyihai, he would vomit blood. Due to Wu Qingqing cannot everything. Hansen, in charge of the power to tax people, do cook the books, still have a lot of means. The Ministry of War is in charge of the military, which seems to be very important. But in fact, this war department only manages logistics, recruitment and training. The main army is in the hands of Wu Qingqing, and the Ministry of War has no power to command. Therefore, in terms of importance, it is far lower than that of officials and households. The Ministry of Etiquette is responsible for enlightenment, education, and ritual sacrifices, and it is also a relatively important department. The Ministry of Criminal Justice holds the power of arrest, prosecution, trial, and legislation, which seems to be very large. But in actual operation, most of these powers will be divided by other departments and the cabinet. Therefore, the power of the Ministry of Criminal Affairs is actually relatively small, only slightly larger than that of the Ministry of Industry. The Ministry of Industry was the worst. It was just a technical department, and its presence in the administrative system of the Ming dynasty was very weak. However, Wu Qingqing jurisdiction, the powers and industry is very large, because those responsible for manufacturing advanced weapons and industry, and holds a large number of military secrets. 6. System-based system has been used for hundreds of thousands of years. It is quite mature and complete set of system. But from the perspective of Wu Qingqing's later generations, this system has fallen behind. For example, in his eyes a very important business sector, ranking then do not have a special department to manage. It is very unreasonable. It will breed a lot of problems. Man alone trade associations between, it is quite tricky. The Chamber of Commerce only considers the interests of businessmen. How could it take the court into consideration? Not only there is no Ministry of Commerce, but not even the Ministry of Agriculture. It seems that in history books, we can often see words such as emphasizing agriculture and restraining business, but in fact, the government pays very little attention to agriculture in this era. The biggest thing is to build a little water conservancy project. Few people even have to come up with something more refined first into the tool rake like bears, let alone a screening varieties. Agriculture in this era is actually very inefficient. Coupled with land annexation, hundreds of people have become tenants. At least, Wu Qingqing did not see anything heavy farming marks. In short, in Wu Qingqing's view, the current administrative system is very backward, with many drawbacks, and many areas need to be reformed. Of course, this kind of reform cannot be pushed back all at once, because it will have too much impact. Too radical has made it self-defeating. How many reforms in history have been too radical and died out? Wu Qingqing ready to adopt the way of warm-boiled frog. A little bit to change is to separate the power of collecting taxes from the Ministry of Households, and secondly, to make the Ministry of Criminal Justice independent and not allow other departments to interfere with it. This can reduce many officials' protection. Many government members committed offenses. The Board of Punishments just to conviction, belongs to department officials will use the power to intervene, resulting in the work of the Board of Punishments hard to do. Wu new program developed by Qingqing, the Board of Punishments for Independence. Then other departments are not allowed to intervene in the work of the Board of Punishments. Meanwhile, the official appointed and removed by the Board of Punishments, they decided internally not allow the Ministry of Personnel XU interference. In this way, it is possible to prevent the officials from relying on their influence to place some of their own people in the criminal ministry. Not being such a self-contained to the Board of Punishments, power will be too easily lawlessness. Therefore, Wu Qingqing divided the criminal department into 3 divisions: legislative department, trial department, law enforcement department. If the powers of arrest, trial, and legislation are not divided, then only the Ministry of Criminal Affairs can know the truth of a case, which is obviously impossible. Wu Qingqing of separation of powers is not very understanding, but he should also know that apart referees and athletes, cannot let it while doing sports referee, as no other people have to play. Managing a political right is a very complex thing, and now Wu Qingqing is already deep. He has been regarded as lazy, and put a lot of things are handed over to the following officials to deal with, but wanted to do something every day or schedule is full. He has been can understand why the Emperor Spree work 10 hours a day on the classes. Wu Qingqing do not have that tendency to abuse. In addition to military power and taxes, he firmly in control in the hands of outside powers in other areas. He threw all the others. Anyway, as long as these 2 powers are in their hands, other people can't be demon, can't turn the sky. Zai Huan, I urge you to build aircraft carriers housed in Ming. I'm the fastest in the Ming dynasty built aircraft carrier. Update speed 168. Chapter Science and Technology is born productivity. Zai Huan, I urge you to build aircraft carriers housed in Ming. I'm the fastest in the Ming dynasty built aircraft carrier. Update speed 169. Chapter Sighted collar person. Hearing those questioning words, Chudaya's face flushed anxiously. He quickly explained, how will be useless, I can use this to create isochronous clock accuracy than the sand clock, sundial, candles and more accurate. But there is resistance in the air, and this iron rod won't keep swinging. What should he do after he stops? Do I have to be prepared to move it with his hands alone? Some students continue to question. Stop it first. Wu Chengqing interrupted those voices of doubt, then said, take advantage of this to make isochronous clock is entirely feasible. As the power problem, you can think of ways to create a clockwork spring. Wu Chengqing said, also drew up on paper, and about the winding function. With the clockwork, the biggest power problem in the manufacture of pendulum clocks is solved. No power, just tighten the mainspring. The pendulum clock occupies a very important position in the development history of clocks. It is much more accurate and convenient than traditional timing tools. The accuracy of timing may not be particularly important in the lives of ordinary people, but in scientific research, it is crucial in those physical experiments. Without accurate time measurement, the experimental data obtained is inaccurate. Everyone Aberdeen fine watching Wu Chengqing designed clockwork. There are clever students quickly understand the principles involved, and all of a sudden dawned. The same time, their admiration for Wu Chengqing again to the next level. He did not know Wu Chengqing know the structure of the pendulum clock. Yeah, I thought Wu Chengqing is time I saw this kind of isochronous swing it. Time I saw this kind of thing, I was able to immediately come up with matching objects to form a watch. This is really genius. Not before. They have become accustomed to Wu Chengqing genius. Without this kind of talent, those books cannot be written. In the hearts of some students, Wu Chengqing is already a godlike existence. You follow me to this design concept to manufacturing. I will let workers who send part with you, as soon as possible to this pendulum clocks get out. Wu Chengqing gave him a biglow and progenitor same treatment, so that other students a variety of jealousy envy hate. Not over, and some refused to accept. Some students feel too big and cyclical. Just found a simple phenomenon, then we had an idea of it. How to make use of this phenomenon to make clocks and watches, but Wu Chengqing helped to design the clockwork. Not over, not satisfied. There is no way, who they even simple phenomena cannot find it. Thank you, teacher, for your suggestion. The students will definitely forget to sleep and eat, and make this clock and dedicate it to the teacher. Chu Dayu was so touched that he almost shed tears. He found that other students were all sneered. Only Wu Chengqing didn't laugh at him. Instead, he helped him solve the most difficult motivation problem and recognized his achievements. This is the so-called grace of knowledge. In short, Chu Dayu is already desperate to Wu Chengqing at this moment. If anyone dared to be disadvantageous to Wu Chengqing, he would be able to stand up for Wu Chengqing to block the sword and the arrow. Anyone who has any novel discoveries and inventions can report to me, or any problems encountered in the process of invention, can come to me, and I will try my best to answer you. Moreover, I will soon formulate it in patent law. These things you invented in the future want to create other merchants to sell an expensive patent fees must give the inventor want to get rich people, flat when you had better use their brains up. Wu Chengqing said with a smile, continue to encourage these students to various inventions. Indeed, in order to protect the interests of these inventors, he deceives ahead of the patent law all out. Here Wu Chengqing, then those students again boiling over. Invented things can make a lot of money in the future and are protected by criminal law. This is really wonderful. Can be promoted, can make a fortune. Is there any reason not to research invention and creation? Not over, even know the tremendous value of inventions, but it is not everyone can play the turn. Many people struggled pondering for a while, but it is found that the brain is a blank, there is no clue. Have to say, this is a sad story. Injury. On before class, Wu Chengqing first to speak for a while to and who rely on the development of this world. Obviously, it is not based on officials, not businessmen, nor farmers, but a very small number of geniuses. The people who invented iron smelting greatly improved the ability of mankind to reclaim farmland. The man who invented ceramics made life easier for mankind. and the man who invented the boat allowed mankind to conquer the river and the sea. This world has always been driven by a very small number of geniuses, and now, the historical mission has fallen on everyone's shoulders. We cannot count on officials and businessmen who are full of promotion and wealth, nor can we count on farmers who eat in the fields every day. I only have the world these elites can lead brought forward in the world. I hope to have more students into the study of the mind and above invention, rather than thinking of an official or other. As long as enough to invent something to improve the efficiency of social stuff of great significance in the future, I will direct knighted. Let you enjoyed the privilege. Wu Chengking continues to play he see people that were so hell that nonsense of features. In front of this group of future scientists, he preached that officials and businessmen were useless, and the world relied on their scientific and technological talents. This kind of speech can naturally fill these people with a sense of superiority and pride, thereby strengthening their determination to engage in research and invention. Of course, these are the thoughts of people who are more likely to be fooled. Some truly smart people felt Wu Chenking's emphasis on technological inventions from Wu Chenking's speech. There are even people who can feel Wu Chenking's ambitions, because Wu Chengking said that he will directly award titles to those who have made great contributions. However, Wu Chengking and not the emperor, in theory, is not qualified to others knighted. May Wu Chengking still saying it? Apparently Wu Chengking mind is already ready to rebel. Many people police feel this in mind. The heart is quite surprised. However, no one ventured out to inform the court, because as they are smart people. Tong had done for Wu Chengking and today's big Ming dynasty contrast. Many people can see, a large Ming is really to die. Wu Chengking is the future. In that case, why not follow the trend? He who are all students of Wu Chengking, yeah. If Wu Chengking became emperor, who is godfather? This level of identity alone allows them to enjoy some privileges. That is to say, when the emperor Wu Chengking, the benefits they get certainly is the greatest. So, even if it is Wu Chengking now shouted slogans to rebel, they will support Wu Chengking firmly standing here. Zongcheng, in the face of self-interest, in fact, cannot stand the test of time. No matter what the saints say, it is difficult to obliterate human nature. Every individual is essentially self-interested. Zai Huan, I urge you to build aircraft carriers housed in Ming. The fastest in the Ming dynasty built aircraft carrier update speed. 170 chapters steamboat. Wu Chengking emphasis on science and technology, far more than contemporary Western Europe. Although Western Europeans also valued natural sciences during this period, they lacked the motivation to promote the development of science and technology. It was not until the Industrial Revolution that businessmen noticed that inventions and creations could save costs significantly, and then they began to vigorously subsidize those who made inventions. Its temptation is far inferior to the conditions Wu Chengking has offered now. Not only is there a patent law to protect their monetary gains, there are also titles to let them enjoy honors and privileges. In inspired this double temptation, many large school students have put into the research field of the invention. Some people in the study of new lighting tool, and some people in the study of new printing technologies, surgery, some studies laws governing the operation of the sun and the moon, and even people in flight research tool, and live forever. Some people have the right direction, and some people's research direction is a pitfall. But it doesn't matter, as long as they are willing to study, they can gain experience even if they fail. After learning that someone was studying immortality, Wu Chengking didn't stop him, lest he hurt the others' confidence and imprison other people's thoughts. Although it is outrageous to study immortality, in the eyes of ordinary people, studying flying tools is also outrageous. And it is almost the same as studying immortality. To invent and create is to think about what other people dare not think about. The probability of being immortal cannot be researched, but it would be good if 1 or 2 new medicines for the treatment of diseases were developed during the research process. You know, fire medicine that priests in the study of immortality discovered by accident. Crossing the river wharf, a small boat docked, and an elderly man with extraordinary temperament came down from the boat. Ifru and Cheng and other officials here, will instantly recognize the man, but the famous Donglan leader Qian. In history, after Qian surrendered to the Qing dynasty, he was not reused and was arranged to compile a history of the Ming dynasty. He's not willing. Then began the south side of the forces of Anti-Hooked, trying to overthrow the Qing dynasty. He is also a little Stanfield, only care about their own powerful laity. Today, due to the arrival of Wu Chengqing, history has undergone tremendous change. At this time, the Qing dynasty had already captured Hangzhou and was about to annihilate the Lu and Longwu regimes, completing the initial reunification of China. However, now because of Wu Chengqing's existence, not only did the Qing army fail to exterminate King Lu, it even lost a large area in the south of the Yangtze River. In the south of the Yangtze River, just north of Jiangxi and Anhui are some places still in the hands of the Qing. Under such circumstances, the Manchu Qing court naturally didn't have any intentions to study Ming history. Ming was still alive and well. At this time, compiling Ming history was deceiving ourselves. Without repairing the Ming history, Qian was forgotten by the Man Qing dynasty. He did not arrange any positions with real power for Qian, which made Qian depressed and unwilling. In the Hongguang period, he was a book of rituals in the south, and the leader of the Donglin party. Whoever meets him is not respectful. And finally, he brought 200,000 large army without a fight, and lower-ranking civil and military officials. Speaking for the Manchu, credit is particularly large. He had to, for herself and offer the city's credit. The Manchu court was even impossible. Chengchu the point, but at least it will not mix too bad. Who knows, Men King doesn't like him at all. The reason for this is unknown. Qian, who was frustrated in his official career, was lost, but at this time, he heard the news of Wu Chengqing's rise and the news that Nanjing was conquered by Wu Chengqing. As a sophisticate officialdom, he saw an opportunity. So he take the risk to get rid of monitors, from the north secretly returned to Nanjing. I want to seek an official post. He inquired that in the current civil service system in Nanjing, Wu, who has the greatest say, is also a member of the Donglin party. Qian felt that he was once the leader of the Donglin party somehow, and he should be able to get some respect when he went to Wu. As soon as he got off the boat, Qian was too late to sigh. He found a group of people not far away pointing to the surface of the river. On the surface of the river, a ship without sails was moving upstream, and there was a huge chimney on the ship with black smoke. What is this? Qian was shocked. As a well-informed Jiangnan cultural man, he knew boats very well. This kind of large sailing boat has a huge load, and it is good to say that it is going down the river, but if you want to go upstream, you must have the help of the monsoon. When there is no wind, you can only rely on manual pulling or paddling. However, the sailing boat in front of Qian's size has neither sailed nor been paddling, but it is really moving up against the current. Although the speed is very slow, but it is upstream. Qian was shocked by this supernatural event that violated common sense. He certainly didn't know that this was Feng Xianzhong's team testing the power performance of the steam engine. After a period of research, Feng Xianzhong has built some steam engines. However, because of the backwardness of materials, mainly steel technology, these steam engines have great defects in terms of performance and stability. Some of the steam engine operation will not take long to turn back blue, and some power is too small, the energy conversion efficiency is too low. He had been gradually improved, look for the iron and steel material superior performance. And now, the latest steam engine they have produced has a certain practical value. After Wu Yi heard about it, he licked his face and asked Feng Xianzhong and the others to install the steam engine on the ship for testing. As for Navy man, Wu Yi performance vessels are most concerned about. The Navy is most afraid of encounters when there is no wind or headwind. In that case, we can only rely on manpower, which is very dangerous, and people will be tired. Therefore, After learning that the steam engine can power the sailboat, he has been staring at Feng Xianzhong's project team. The power is still too low and has no practical value. Feng Xianzhong said with emotion that he is under a lot of pressure now. Wu Chengqing has solved the manufacturing process and principles for him. All he has to do is to find high-performance materials. He is very dissatisfied with the current progress. Although Wu Chengqing never urged him, he set a deadline himself. I have been good. This is time ever sailing without wind and human enverse up the river, enough to go down in history. Wu Yi is very satisfied. Although the power of the steam engine is still small, he doesn't care. Anyway, the most difficult part has been solved, and then as long as you wait patiently, you can wait for a steam engine with better performance. At that time, commanding a fleet of self-powered ships, they will be invincible. Record all the data. I want to see it later. Feng Xianzhong left before he finished speaking. There is still a lot of research to be busy, and it is impossible to spend a whole day here. In the distance, Qianqiani looked at the incredible sailing boat and wanted to ask questions many times. But in the end he restrained his curiosity. His current status is different from before. It is a question of whether he can get close to those who are protected by heavy soldiers. If he was stopped by the guards, his old face would have no place to rest. Therefore, Qianqiani chose Xianqing City to find a way to get the official position first. As for the sailing ship, there will be time to inquire in the future. Zai Huan, I urge you to build aircraft carriers housed in Ming. The fastest in the Ming dynasty built aircraft carrier update speed. 171 Chapter Qian, Memoirs. As soon as he entered Nanjing, Qianqiani clearly felt the changes here. That is, Nanjing City has become more prosperous, tidy, and orderly. In the past, Nanjing was the national capital, but there was still some rubbish and odor on the streets, and there would be hawkers setting up stalls on both sides of the street, and some beggars begging. However, he has not seen the previous phenomena. After asking a passerby, Qianqiani found out that all the vendors who set up stalls had been concentrated in several places to form a market. The beggars were all caught intensively to repair the embankment. Although they were lucky, they could have enough to eat and dry road net. It is because God has prescribed national companies, who are littering by imposing heavy fines. At this time, Qianqiani also discovered that the ground was different from before. The ground is hard and the surface is flat and smooth, and walking on it feels different. After inquiring, Qianqiani knew that this was another contribution of the Lord Go. It was the cement invented by the Lord Go and used to pave roads for the convenience of the people. With this concrete road, you no longer have to worry about staining your clothes on rainy days. After walking a few, Qian met Yi wagons. This carriage was slightly different from what he had seen before, but it was not a novelty. Qianqiani's reaction was mediocre, but other people talked about the carriage. His version of the treasure wagon, I heard sitting in this carriage just as comfortable sitting on the bed, without any bumps. People who can buy a BMW are either rich or expensive. Mr. Zhang in the east of the city. His business is not small. It is said that he is worth hundreds of thousands of kls, but he can't buy a BMW because he is not qualified. What's weird about this? You have to know that batch of BMW cars sold was only 30. Many onlookers and discussions also made Qianqiani interested in this BMW car. The carriage without bumps is exactly the gospel of an old man like him. This time he fled south from Beijing, and suffered in the carriage, almost falling apart. Qianqiani continued to walk towards home. He still has a mansion in Nanjing, and even a wife and a concubine. His original wife is the Chen family, and his concubine is the famous Liu Ruai, one of the 8 beauties of Qinhuai. After he returned, Liu Ruxi stayed in Nanjing and did not follow him northward. Rode through a Dufang, which came to touch the bar to eat a variety of hu cries. Qian, curious, looked into and found that gambling is a novelty toys. Maozhong. Qian looked for a moment. It was found that the size of Maozhong than simply to buy interesting, a lot more changes, adding some policy strategy of out of the gambling shop and passing by a restaurant. He saw some scholar-like people reading newspapers. Rode through a luxury jewelry shop, which has a rich girl in the selection of perfume and vanity mirror. This kind of picture did not exist in Nanjing before. The changes in Nanjing are so big. Qian sighed with emotion. He surrendered and left Nanjing in May last year, and it hasn't even been a year since. In less than a year, the changes in Nanjing had given him a sense of strangeness. And he knew that all of this was brought by Wu Chengqing. After seeing these changes, Qian became more and more curious about Wu Chengqing. He didn't even go home immediately, but continued to stroll around Nanjing, wanting to see what Nanjing had become. "How much is this rice for a stone?" Qian came to a rice store and asked that prices can accurately reflect the living conditions of a place. 5 coins and 1 stone, the shopkeeper said. This made Qian a little surprised. 5 coins and 1 stone. That was the price of rice during that Ping period. Nowadays, during the war, the price of rice generally rises by a few percent. For example, the price of rice in Beijing costs $7 and 1 stone, which is much higher than here. The price of rice directly affects the lives of the people. Then, he asked the price of many commodities, cloth, housing and so on. Qian found that all commodities that are related to people's livelihood are cheaper than those in Beijing, which means that people can live more easily. Not before. Nanjing prices actually higher than in Beijing. Nanjing, also higher than the previous number, which means that Nanjing is more prosperous, and more people want to live in the city of Nanjing. All the signs are that under the rule of Chengqing, Nanjing, people have been very good. At least much better than before. Can reach hundreds of people uprising, hundreds of thousands of military expansion is less than 1 year, control of the whole of South Zili, but also allow people to live in peace under the rule. This ability, Qian, admire. Qian bought a few newspapers and looked for a tea house. He bought them in Bao, and Bao is a newspaper read by government officials, which is difficult to buy in the market. People first news on the newspaper let Qian, quite surprised, because the war is reported above. Common sense to say that the war is related to confidentiality, the court will try to secrecy to the people. However, Wu minutes Bao Chengqing under the rule, it is reported that some of the war Qian is worthy of being an individual. After reading report on the war, he vaguely guessed Wu Chengqing's intention to announce the war. Half of this battle reported that Wu Jun, under the wise leadership of Wu Chengqing, recovered the lost homelands of Yu, Tongling and Xuanxing. In the second half, Fang Guoan, who was in the court, was accused of fighting Wu Jun for his own benefit. In the end, the invincible generals of the Wu army regained Xuanxing and let the people live a good life. Of course Qian wouldn't be fooled so easily. He didn't believe that Wu Jun and Fang Guoan's battle represented justice. This was clearly a turf battle. This made Qian quite emotional. It turned out that Ming was still fighting internally, more so that he is feeling, Wu Chengqing will fight, even advertised within this population. Pollution of slander court. This is clearly gaining people's hearts and intending to rebel. Qian suppressed the shock and continued to look down. The next report is about Wu Chengqing's agricultural plan. Wu Chengqing said that the high-yield rice is growing well, and the people can be provided with seeds in the second half of the year, so that everyone can eat. This is earning people's hearts again. Qian sighed inwardly. But he was also curious whether the high-yield rice that Wu Chengqing said was true. If it is not true, will the people be disappointed if the promise cannot be fulfilled in the future? If it was true, it would be terrible. The food problem has been the biggest problem for mankind for thousands of years. If the people can eat enough, there will be no rebellion like Li Ziking's. The third report is about the university's expansion plan, and introduces some of the university's achievements. In short, most of the content in Minbao is boasting about Wu Chengqing's achievements and the current prosperity and stability of the Jiangnan region, which is so much better than before. Moreover, almost all of them were used as anti-party comparisons from the Ming dynasty. The report also exposed some of the mediocre policies of the Ming dynasty and reported many incidents of the surrender of the Ming army. If he weren't in Nanjing, Qian Qiani would have doubted that the newspaper was run by the Qing dynasty, because there was hardly a good sentence from the Ming dynasty on it. Tsk tusk tusk, this Wu Guogong is not a man of peace. Qian Qiani said with emotion in his heart. Zai Huan, I urge you to build aircraft carriers housed in Ming. The fastest in the Ming dynasty built aircraft carrier update speed. 172 Chapter Qian, seeking official record. Back home, Qian Qiani saw Liu Rushi, who was thinking about it day and night. Not only had the two feelings have not start so good at the beginning, Liu admired Qian Qiani's talent, and he did not hesitate to marry this man who was 36 years older than him as a concubine. Not being voted on because the lake martyred in this issue, Liu Qian, let the case be disappointed. Sentence water is too cold. I'm afraid to Liu's mine is not light. This time back, to see the Ming dynasty complex Hing Hope, want to offer modest. Too many drawbacks of previous Ming dynasty, now see Wu Guogong various policy reforms. Ming is full of confidence. Qian Qiani explained, hoping to get Liu Rushi's understanding. Speaking of Wu Guogong, he is really not a mere mortal. Not only is he resourceful in the military, he is also very accomplished in strange literature. Now, I can't do without these perfume soaps. I invented these products for the benefit of women. Lord Go, at this time, he is the dream lover of countless beautiful ladies in the Qinhui River. Marrying husband with husband, even if there is a gap between the two, they still have to go on living. Married to Qian, Liu Case has been under a lot of pressure from public opinion, nor could she remarried. Indeed these new things opened my eyes, no longer afraid to look down upon queer miscellaneous learned. He invented a firearm let King retreat. These perfume soaps invention of big money in the north. I never thought however, these things can actually change the pattern of the world. Qian Qiani said with emotion that, as a traditional literati, he used to study the 4 books and 5 classics. But now, Wu Qingqing's success, however, he did not dare to have this idea. After reuniting with his family, Qian Qiani quickly began to work. He wanted to be an official, but he would not be so stupid that he would just go to the door and ask for a meeting, because the chances of success would be too low. In the next few days, Qian Qiani was studying Wu Qingqing's thoughts and policies, and then doing what he liked, writing some of his own understanding of these policies, and putting forward some propositions. Qian Qiani saw Wu Qingqing's ambitions, so he advocated strengthening the education of the people, increasing the people's dissatisfaction with Ming, and preparing public opinion for treason. He is the former Ministry of Rights still is Enlightenment etiquette book, pipe, and in this respect he is erudite and means some of the ideas put forward suggestions are also more practical. At least, compared to Wei Ziwen will certainly be strong on a bit. Although Wei Ziwen is also very talented, he is definitely inferior to Qian Qiani, an old fox who has been immersed in officialdom for decades. Well, these preparations, before going to ask to see Qian, Yanguwu, relying on the status of the leader of the East Forest Party, he still has a certain degree of influence and prestige in the group of the East Forest Party. Therefore, Yanwu received him very solemnly. After some small talk, Qian Qiani knew what he was coming for, and hoped that Yanwu could help present his rise and fall theory to Wu Qingqing, and then introduce him. The Gus referral, better than yourself to fly home to ask to see more. For Qian Qiani, Yanwu didn't really like it, because he used to be a staunch resistance faction, while Qian Qiani was a surrender faction. What's more, he has now vaguely become the leader of the Donglin party. If Qian Qiani is given a chance to become an official, his status will be threatened. After all, the skinny camel is bigger than the horse. Qian Qiani's prestige is still and his rise time is too short. The prestige has not been fully established. Although he was unwilling in his heart, Yanwu couldn't refuse directly, otherwise people in the Donglin party would definitely have opinions. Mr. Musei's masterpiece must be a awakening work, and I will present it to the general as soon as possible. Yanwu smiled and promised to help introduce him. He didn't need to worry too much for the time being, because Wu Chengking couldn't directly give Qian too much official position and power. He could also command Qian. Yan Wu thought it over, and when the time comes, he will simply let him contain Ruan Daking and let their old enemy continue to fight. It is best to fight and lose. Would be more churn in people Gu word, the Donglin party under the leadership of the person you rather, to save some fame, you atone for the old lady. Qian showed a remorse and self-blame, stating that he shouldn't surrender in place. Not before, since he uttered water is too cold after this sentence. In fact, we all know that he is what type of person. Yan Wu comforted his lips, but he was disdainful in his heart. The theory of rise and fall was presented to Wu Chengking. It was heard that Qian had written it, and he also became a little interested. After all, Qian is a celebrity. The arguments of celebrities' works are still worth looking at. On the surface, the theory of rise and fall is written about the reasons for the rise and fall of a dynasty. But Wu Chengking saw Qian's thoughts in it. Qian touted Wu Chengking's various policies in his book, especially the emphasis on new style education. This is obviously taking pictures of horses, to suit his own needs. In addition to flattering, the book also emphasizes a point of view, that is, the prosperity of the dynasty must be led by a capable person and a unified court. This is actually a bit explicit, meaning to tell Wu Chengking that I, Qian, support you in overthrowing the corrupt imperial court, Ming, and the world can only prosper under your leadership. Ordinary people may not see this meaning, but Wu Chengking boss also do some time. This sensitivity training been out. This old guy still wants to be an official. Wu Chengking laments, Qian is 6'5", in this day and age. The absolute count is old. Not before, Wu Chengking no, Qian. History has lived 80 years old, have a long life yet. Qian wants to continue to be an official and continue to shine, and Wu Chengking naturally refuses to come. Before Qian had Alzheimer's disease, his officialdom experience could be well qualified for some jobs, which is of great value for oppression. As for the status of Qian as the second minister, it is not a problem with Wu Chengking. There have been many officials who have surrendered 2 or 3 times under his rule. These people are all clutter. They are a time bomb when they are weak, but when they are strong, they can't make any waves at all. Wu Chengking has been in the military, can remain strong, so they do not worry about what these soft bones can sabotage. He is understaffed now, so he can only use these people first. When the current situation stabilizes, the imperial examinations will be reopened, or the students in the university will graduate from school, and then slowly weed out these people. Then satisfied Qian, another advantage, and that is the release of a signal to the North Han Chen, Wu Chengking that is broad-minded, do not care about the past. You can attract some of the Manchu Han Chen Gixiang in. Maybe some people who want to make meritorious service can still cooperate inside and outside, and provide information and other things. This has a certain effect on Wu Chengking's recovery of the North. Zai Huan, I urge you to build aircraft carriers housed in Ming. The fastest in the Ming dynasty built aircraft carrier update speed. 173 chapters abolishing it. The next day, Wu Chengking met with Qian, taking the time. When I saw Qian for time, Wu Chengking looked at him and found that this guy was radiant and looked very energetic, and he deserves to be a person who can have a baby with Liu Ru when he is 60 years old. Master Qian, have you cherished any good health secrets? Wu Chengking ridiculed his sentence. Qian was embarrassed when he heard the words. He did not expect that a man in power with an army of hundreds of thousands would ask such unserious topics. Nothing secret tactic, nothing more than to get up early to bed early, reasonable diet. Plus Qian grow fat, things are more upset. Qian said vaguely, I've read your book. Since you also support new style education, let's be a courtesy assistant for the time being. The main job is to use your influence to smoothly phase out old style education and change all to new style education. For now, family's move is still orthodox, mainstream, big school but a small minority only. There are only more than 1,500 students in the entire university hall, which is only a small number compared to the hundreds of thousands of scholars studying the 4 books and 5 classics across the country, who continued the thousands of imperial examination system. It cannot be eliminated because they flew backward. That is bound to cause earthquakes reading public, causing damage to the interests of a majority of people to resist. These scholars make troubles, and it is more troublesome than the common people make troubles. After all, they are all educated people with flexible brains and scheming. Drums slightly move a few easily deceived people, then acting as a proxy charged. The elimination process must be gradual and gentle, and must not cause social unrest. And this requires a competent person to execute it. Wise Iwin is obviously not good. His prestige is too low, and those young and energetic scholars will not convince him at all. But Kiani is different. He used to be the leader of the Donglin party. He was highly prestigious in the literati circle and wrote very good articles. He has come forward to write articles to subtly guide those reading people's minds, so that they accept the new education will be more easier. This is probably not easy. After all, the imperial examination has been implemented for thousands of years. Kiani's scalp was a little numb. He didn't expect Wu Qingqing to be so radical. He even wanted to abolish the traditional imperial examination. This was going to cut the future of countless scholars. Imagine that some people who have studied the 4 books and 5 classics for more than 10 years and 20 years have waited for the imperial examination to turn over and become officials. And the court suddenly said that they would not take the imperial examination. Wouldn't it be a waste of decades of hard work? The heart is not strong enough. It will certainly bear the blow, either from killing or rebel. In short, there will be a lot of turmoil. Kiani supports the new style education, but he has never thought of a comprehensive reform. The educational model he envisioned is still based on imperial examinations, and then supplemented by new style education. He never expected that Wu Qingqing would be so courageous that he would completely abolish the imperial examination and eliminate the old style education. With his insights, he has no confidence that the new education will completely replace the 4 books and 5 classics. Take your time, you do NT want you to do it in one step. As long as you do it in this direction, it will be good if you can complete it in 3 to 5 years. Wu Qingqing certainly know how their practice is madness, which, like the 21st century suddenly announced to abolish the entrance examination, the abolition of university. This kind of policy that destroys people's future will surely damage the interests of many people and cause social unrest. However, Wu Qingqing had to do it, not the abolition of the imperial examination. Others will not see his determination to promote the new education. Continuing to retain the imperial examinations will waste countless scholars' time. He already was repeatedly elaborated on the importance of physical chemistry in People's Tribune, but each of the people came to apply for a large school. But there are a few hundred people. Only when those scholars completely stop thinking about taking the imperial examination will they bite their teeth to learn new knowledge. Learning new knowledge more people, the probability of a talent to be greater. There are hundreds of thousands of scholars across the country. What a plate of great potential this is. Even if the talent is 1 in 100, there are thousands of people. If you don't want to, I still have a place in the ceremonial temple sacrificial man. You can choose it yourself. Wu Qingqing see this guy do not dare to take this job, so he is given a choice. His meaning is also very clear. If you want to be a high official, you have to take on some important tasks and do some difficult tasks. If you want to be free, don't expect to enter the center of power. The Minister of Etiquette is a high official of the 3rd grade, and one step further is the Book of Etiquette, an absolute authority and the center of the imperial court. And Lee Doctor only positive in 5 items layer office. A temple priest is no power idle position. It's not bad to be used for the elderly, but Kiani spent so many days studying and writing books, not to find a position for the elderly. He still has ambitions. If it wasn't for the sake of becoming a master, where would he still need to be an official? The family assets are enough for him to provide for the elderly, and it would be fine to marry another Kinhui girl. I choose to face the difficulties, share the worries for the general, and play the remaining role of my old bone. Kianqiani chose the former without hesitation. Before that, he was stunned, mainly because Wu Chenqing's reform was too shocking. However, no matter how much resistance there is to this reform, Kianqiani will also choose the position of minister. He knew that as long as he did this thing, it would be 100% to be promoted to the Book of Etiquette. You can reach late in life bit extreme ministers again, enough to go down in history, to let him die without regret. How many people have spent their entire lives unable to reach the position of Liu Bu Shangxiu? And he now has a chance to get involved for the second time. He doesn't fight for this kind of position, and some people fight for it. Master Qian still has this ambition that is commendable, so I can safely delegate this burden to Master Qian. I hope Master Qian can put all his energy on this and stop mixing up with the Donglin party. Wu Chenqing remind the sentence, he does not like his men were to form political parties. After the formation of political parties, the body of the officials inside the group, when it is easy to do things after the interests of the party first, the interests of the court, whether it is the Donglin party, or Chu party, Chi party and other groups, he will ban them one by one. If there is a party, then there can only be one imperial party. A party with him as the core in everything. The subordinate officials and the Donglin people have no affiliation for a long time, and are willing to be the lone minister of the general. Kianqiani stated that this is tantamount to an oath of allegiance. A person in his 60s who can be Wu Chenqing's grandfather, respects Wu Chenqing. In order to be an official, he was really good enough to compete with Ruan Daking's. Zai Huan, I urge you to build aircraft carriers housed in Ming. The fastest in the Ming dynasty built aircraft carrier update speed. 174 chapters Social change. Kianqiani took office and started work soon. He first published an article Encourage Learning in Minbao. This persuasion is not to persuade everyone to learn the 4 books and 5 classics, but to persuade more scholars to learn physical chemistry, geography and arithmetic. In the article, he elaborated on the importance and function of these miscellaneous studies, and persuaded the majority of scholars not to have prejudice against miscellaneous studies, but to study more. Kianqiani's reputation is very big, and his signed articles will naturally be rushed to read. This is the function of influence. A bit like the common knowledge of later generations, most ordinary people are very ugly clear some of the complex phenomena of this world, nor the ability to research the truth, can only choose to believe in something that looks very cultural knowledge of celebrities. And these public knowledge can entrain some private goods when popularizing science and promote their own ideas, commonly known as bringing goods. Kianqiani used to be an official book of the Ministry of Etiquette and is a well-known person in this era. Many scholars choose to believe his words without thinking. And some scholars who do not agree with Kianqiani's views will also be afraid of Kianqiani's reputation, so they dare not easily question it. Right, still book, the equivalent of leaders, prestige is very high. By the Xuan Wu Lake, a group of scholars about 20 years old are on an outing, and there are 2 or 3 young women in their teens who are in the crowd. These women are the daughters of several big families in the city. According to etiquette and rules, women who have not been out of the cabinet are not allowed to go out and show their faces. However, this kind of rule is the same as the later generations stipulating that you must dress appropriately in public. The rule is like this. But even if there is a person who only wears underwear, everyone will laugh at most and will not be true. Women's training stipulates that unmarried women are not allowed to go to the streets during non-holiday periods. But if anyone really took to the street, everyone would curse shamelessly at most and would not interfere. This kind of restraint is limited, and naturally it cannot restrain some of the more rebellious girls. In the past, scholars on outings mostly talked about poetry and novel stories related to literature. But now, these scholars have one more topic, that is, the various current affairs and government decrees in the people's newspapers. I wonder if you have read the latest issue of the Minbao. There is Mr. Muzhi's article encouraging learning. Unexpectedly, Mr. Muzhi also advocated us to learn those strange and miscellaneous studies. The times are changing drastically. It was Li Gongzai who provoked the topic, and now it has become his habit to read people's newspapers. I also read it. Alas, I don't know what Mr. Muzhi thinks. Why suddenly he admires those strange literature and miscellaneous studies so much. You know, the 4 books and 5 classics are the right way to imperial examinations. To persuade you to learn is to persuade everyone to learn the 4 books and 5 classics. Yeah, the other prince sighed. He obviously couldn't accept such a rapid social change at once. Section for me is do not expect myself. Who knows when will be to restart the Imperial? Young Master Xia said with emotion. What does Brother Xia mean? Now that the South has been calmed down, there is no reason not to open the Imperial examination. I think the autumn test will definitely be held this year. Wang Gongzai pushed test track. Mr. Xia sneered and shook his head when he heard the words, and asked, where is it held? Shaoxing? In Shaoxing. Even the official salary is almost impossible to be issued. How can there be money to run the imperial examination? As for Nanjing, I think Wu Guogong is on the imperial examination. Quite prejudiced. I just want to run a university with my whole heart, and I will definitely not spend money to run imperial examinations. It is clear that Xu Gong's in use for some of the more well-informed, know a lot of things in North Korea. Because his father, Shaoxing there is currently an officer, to know some inside information. Not Kaik move, how to choose the court official, do not need to elect officials to govern their place. Li Gongzai didn't believe Xu Gongzai's words. The imperial examinations lasted for thousands of years. It is understandable that the occasional suspension of the war for a year or 2 is understandable. But it is impossible to keep it open. This is the main way for the court to obtain talents. Brother Lee, do NTU know that as long as people in the university have good grades, they can be directly appointed officials? Now a large number of talents come to Nanjing to join Wu Guogong, even Lord Ruan and Lord Gian are here. Plus, selecting some people in the university hall, Wu Guogong now has no shortage of manpower, and there is no need to conduct imperial examinations. Xu Gongzi laughed, as if in ridicule other people's innocence. The words of Master Xia left everyone speechless, because the current situation seemed to be the case. But if it continues like this, then they will be very bad. Those 4 books and 5 classics that have been studied hard for years, aren't they all for nothing? You who are not stupid, would like to apply directly to the big school official is not online yet. The speaker was Tong. There is the daughter of Tong Xiang. She tangled for a few scholar disdain. What she said was more heartbreaking to some people, because some of them did go to the exam, but unfortunately they didn't and won. Some people have an ostrich mentality and are unwilling to change. Others were confident about the imperial examinations and looked down on college. In short, there are various reasons. Do not want to change becomes official wants to. They can only hope to reopen the imperial for the big school where you can directly give the officer that case. The natural teeth is, it is in their future wins it. Big school. The positive integration of the classics simply not taken seriously, it is said by the science classes. 1 in 10 people do not. Teachers do not bundle, while a physical chemistry is packed. This kind of teaching content is simply a blasphemy against orthodoxy, and I am determined not to go to the university hall. I just waited for the reopening of the imperial examinations, and then raised them in one go. The prince looked very angry. And the reason was very simple. He secretly purchased the textbooks of elementary physics and chemistry. The knowledge described above seemed to him to be outrageous and unreasonable. Therefore, he is resolutely reluctant to learn this kind of sidetracking. I think those miscellaneous studies are very interesting. They are more useful than the 4 books and 5 classics. It is said that those perfume glasses are made based on those miscellaneous knowledge. Tong Xiang do not agree with Wang Gongzai views. If another scholar said this, the prince might be going back. But it was Tong Xiang who retorted him, and he had to hold back and sighed in his heart. He dislikes this kind of social change. Xiang is right. Let's go to the university hall. Anyway, I will definitely not miss the next enrollment assessment, otherwise the old man in my family will beat me up. With my old boss words, as long as the big school where you can learn something directly to do 6 items Mandarin of the 5th, better than Imperial. Xigongtsai said, Brother Xu, you are arrogant. You are not arrogant. When we scholars, when will we degenerate to relying on those miscellaneous studies to obtain official positions? Wang Gongtsai rustic as a moment. It's a pity that it is difficult for him to shake young Master Xu's determination. I really envy you can to take a big school, like us, can only buy books quietly self-study, read 2 chapters, it's still a loss. Learning on this book too esoteric. Tong Xiang said with emotion. Zai Huan, I urge you to build aircraft carriers housed in Ming. The fastest in the Ming dynasty built aircraft carrier update speed. 175 chapters family. In early April, a heavily guarded convoy arrived in Nanjing. Originally, Chen Yuan wanted to relocate with his family when Nanjing calmed down. But Wu Qingqing considered the bumps on the road and feared that his mother could not stand it, so she asked them to wait until treasure wagon is manufactured out. Wu Qingqing immediately sent to Suzhou, take the family to Nanjing. Miss, I have arrived in Nanjing. The city walls here are so high. I don't know how the masters defeated this kind of majestic city. Purple Lotus passed through the window, glanced at the car. Immediately the towering walls of Beijing to the shaken up. Chen Yuan did not answer. Her mood now is not so good. Her father-parent told her that in Nanjing, Wu Qingqing kept a concubine. In fact, Chen Yuan had been mentally prepared for such a thing as a concubine. She knew that a high-ranking person like Wu Qingqing could not accept a concubine. This is a common phenomenon, and she doesn't have much opinion. However, now she has accepted a concubine before she is pregnant with Wu Qingqing. What if the boy named Liu Minutes, Mr. Humizi, becomes pregnant? When he arrived at the governor's mansion, Wu Qingqing had gone to the university hall and was not at home. The person in charge of the reception was naturally Liu Minutes, and she was the hostess here before Chen Yuan came. I have seen the old lady, ma'am. When Liu Minutes saw Liao Shi and Chen Yuan, he hurriedly saluted. The concubines of this era are very statuseless, even if they are bullied by the wife. The male host will not make the decision for them. Chen Yuan ignored her directly and walked into the house on her own. Liao did not pay attention to her either, and she had no place in front of the old lady before she was pregnant with Wu Qingqing's child. Then even be ignored. Storming but not too much resentment. If you are a concubine, you have to bear grievances. Moreover, even if it is such a grievance, it is the comfort of staying in a big family as a concubine. If she marries an ordinary farmer, she will suffer more crimes. People like her from a big family usually bind their feet, and Liu Minutes is no exception. With her feet bound, she can't do much physical work now. So, if she married a farmer, she will not be long before a collapse. You know, the wives of ordinary farmers are all going to work in the fields. Being a concubine for a wealthy family is already Liu Minutes' best home. So, even if subject to some grievance, her heart also satisfied enough. Wait until everyone and eaten well, she would also obediently handed him tea. Lowered stance. After all, Chen Yuan is not a mean person. Facing such a solemn person, she can't express her anger. After learning strumming breakup of the miserable life experience, she is once again the heart soft. Wu after Qingqing came back, did not see anything discordant images, and Chenya smokes trimming chatting, talking and laughing. This style of painting is so fake. Wu Qingqing doesn't need to think about it to know that they are pretending. But he doesn't care. There are too many things he needs to deal with every day, and he can't take care of the affairs of the harem, and can only let them fight openly and secretly. As long as there are no bad methods such as drugging the other party, then there is no problem. Evening, Wu Qingqing Chen Yu came to the room of smoke. Before Chen Yuan was pregnant with the child, Luo minutes might have to stay alone. Small heart grow fonder, but also the beauty of a really good time, listening to the housemaid blushed. The next day, like train, Wu Qingqing deliberately break half a day off. There is no place for reason of public service, but to stay at home with his family. The main thing is to accompany Chen Yuan. Although Liao and Wu Qingqing are close relatives, they actually have a deep generation gap. Basically, there is no common language and no topics to talk about. In contrast, Liao Mo Hai Huan and other age ladies chat, enjoying the adulation of those touted lady. That feeling is more interesting than chatting with my son. And Wu Qingqing is smoke and Chen Yu, Purple Lotus, Dong commentary playing Mahjong in the room. Hit 2, Wu Qingqing Tu Kao said, boring, boring. Who was a brand? 32 money I win you a tea down on a few 102,000 people. What is the use to which the money 32? People in this era have less information, and a little bit of humorous words can amuse them. Anyone who often surfs the internet in future generations should be easy to pick up. Girls in this era. A cup of tea can cost hundreds of thousands. Master is really amazing. Dong Xiokyu I said. You stupid, old god is nonsense. How as undue effort may earn hundreds of 102,000. Zai expressed his unbelief. If you don't bet on silver, it will be even more no fun without the jackpot. It's not like playing chess. Shen Yuan said, this is also a major flaw of Mahjong. After all, this thing is still used for gambling. If there is no bet, the satisfaction of who pay I will be greatly reduced. With a bet, no matter how big or small, you will be happier when you win. If you don't bet on money, you can also bet on other things, such as taking off a piece of clothing for the loser. Wu Qingqing wrote molested, bar. She had 3 words of a rascal, where to stand. This is because it's their own men. If someone else's men make this kind of joke, they can jump into the river for fame. Body as a major general, did not speak a bit more serious. Chen Yuan complained. Isn't that just talking to you so casually? It's hard for others to see the real side of me outside. In order to maintain majesty in front of outsiders, Wu Qingqing has always been unsmiling. But in fact, there are some funny attributes in his nature. If you can't show your nature at home, it will be too tiring to live. Anyway, no outsiders in the old Yi want to play, we can only obey. Dong Xiokyu I said. She felt it was too difficult for her to become a positive person. If Wu Qingqing took care of herself when he was happy in the game, wouldn't it be that the pheasant has turned into a phoenix? Don't he be ashamed? I think you will definitely lose deliberately, wishing to be naked in front of the master. Zihi cursed. You, this is the sinister heart of a King Bele's son. This is not to let the master glad about it. Dong Xiokyu I defended. To play you have to play. I do not accompany you to play this bet. Chen Yuan got up and went out of the house. She relied on her identity, but she couldn't put down her face to play this shameful game. San Kui, Wu Qingqing makes the streaming called over. Finally a trip to the ancient. Naturally he will not use the 21st ethical standards of discipline to restrain themselves. It would only knocked. Just like those women with small feet. He knew very well that this was a bad habit and a devastation to women. According to the moral standards of the 21st century, he must order a prohibition. However, he has not done so now, because issuing such a ban is the same as Dorgan's ordering a man to shave, and it will encounter extremely terrible resistance. In history, the Manchu dynasty not only issued a haircut order, but also issued a decree prohibiting foot binding. It is a pity that some wealthy daughters simply did not comply with it. In the end, even the man-king had lost his temper, and could only acquiesce in this custom. Later, even Manchu women followed suit and regarded it as fashion. Wu Qingqing now is afraid to foot binding prohibited under this decree, at least until the complete reunification of the world. Have a real right to speak, have kept their promises. He dared to try issued the ban. Zai Huan, I urge you to build aircraft carriers housed in Ming. The fastest in the Ming dynasty built aircraft carrier update speed. 176 chapters encounter attack. Guengt, Kojiawan. Here is a hilly terrain. There are no official roads, only some small roads. which greatly affected Wu Jun's forward speed. Like Wu Jun in the Red Cannon, marching in a place like this is very difficult. On this day, there was a light rain on Guang's side, and the original sheep intestines path became muddy, making it more difficult to move forward. Those 2,000 to 3,000 catties of cannons were stuck in the mud, and the horses and donkeys could not be pulled, and the soldiers had to push them from behind. Not only were the horses frothing tired, but the soldiers were also tired and half dead. His mother, Zozidorjiu, without these cannons to break the door. Liu Han III cursed the sentence before departure. He did not think the land here is so difficult to walk, but did not think God will reign. The original siege weapon has become a burden at this moment. A large army not come in 10 road. It can be described as turtle speed. At this rate, when they arrive in Guangde, there will not be much food left, and logistics will become a major problem again. And due to did not reach the intended destination Beach Weizu, they are not even a place to stay, only camp in the mountains. The rain soldiers did not point the body warm ginger soup. A lot of poor health of the soldiers already have signs of a cold. In this era, there is no special medicine for catching a cold, and you can only rely on your body to fight it hard. The next day, Liu Han III ordered the army to move on. The conditions are difficult, so perseverance can only be used to overcome them. Besides, Liu Hansen has no better way. Compared to the armies of other forces, the soldiers in their armies are still happy, just a little bit of rain. Some defeated troops, let alone the rain and no medicine for treatment. Even the wounded soldiers are no medicine for treatment, they can only watch them waiting to die. Wu army, because often fight to win the war, did not make this tragedy occurred. The army, I think, or have to let the army take a break, come back and then forward scouts and other terrain here. It is easy to be in ambush. Large army went Nanshan 1, Tao Dongqing. That scouts did not return on time, quickly came to the 3 front. Ambrose suggested. There are dense woods on both sides here, suitable for hiding, and this is not a plain area, and there is no wide terrain. They can't set up a formation. If it is attacked, the problem is still very serious. What's more, because the cause is still under a light rain, the matchlock troops is basically a waste. They cannot play in the rain gun. Too many bad roads only delayed an hour. Fango An has become frightened. How can the courage to attack him? If we do not accelerate forward, they cannot reach town before dark. Beach. Liu Han III somewhat disagree. Consecutive victories has made him somewhat inflated. As everyone knows, the Wu before the military side has long been a good ambush army of nearly 10,000 people. It is Fango An troops. Fango An does indeed have become frightened. Sleepless nights after the retreat. However, he even became the bow shock of a bird. That's still a shock by a bird of prey. There is a certain strength to fight back. Fango An felt that in front of Wu Jun's firearms and cannons, a county seat in Guangde couldn't be defended at all. Rather than stick to Guangde, it is better to set aside and take a fight in this mountainous area. And God also helped him. In the past 2 days, it rained lightly, which destroyed 50% of the fighting strength of the matchlock unit and grenadier in the Wu army. Plus the terrain is not convenient. Wu factors formation, as well as attack the army laid out. Fango and feel that their chances of winning at least up to Chicheng. This has been worth winning him to take risks. Ever since, he took people here to wait, ready to fight to the death. If he wins, he can still defend Guangde, but if he loses, he can only escape back to Shaoxing in a desperate manner. The enemy has entered our trap, whether the attack first, and so his baggage also enter the trap and then action. Fango and said, if only the Wu Shatu, so little significance. Wu just want to take some time to be able to recover. He wants Wu army baggage, as much as possible of the Wu cannon and firearms looted over, so as to allow Wu Jun powerless east. He knew that Wu Jun was also very slow in manufacturing those flintlock guns and cannons. After robbing this batch of materials, Wu Jun also hurt some vitality, and he can use this period of time to recover his strength and at the same time crack the secrets of flintlock and grenade. They have been studying these two things and have made some progress. If they can grab some guns and grenades as samples for analysis, their research progress can also be greatly improved. Waiting patiently for a while, Wu military transport artillery troops also entered their ambush. Subsequently, Fang Goan ordered a full-scale attack. Suddenly, killings broke out in the mountains and forests. In the dense forest, a large number of Ming soldiers rushed out from behind the hillside, brandishing knives and spears, and rushed towards Wu Jun's team. His mother is really in ambush. Liu Han 3 gas half to death. This is simply not looked down on him citizenship. Calm down and don't panic. Line up in platoons and gather together. Tao Dongta quickly shouted, though they are many, but encountered a surprise attack. The soldiers will be hard not to feel panic. The outcome really hard to say. Once the soldiers ran around in a panic, the whole team would easily fall into chaos. Wu army officers quickly issued a variety of command. This time they accumulated long-term confidence in the victory played a role. If it is an army that often defeats battles, when it is attacked, soldiers and generals will panic, trying to escape to survive and cause a rout. However, Wu Jun has always been in the fight to win the war, whether soldiers or generals, to have a strong confidence in one's own. Even if they were attacked, they could still counter-attack calmly. The attack just get through wave of panic stage, followed by its real it is not much of a disadvantage. With a road the order was given, Wu soldiers have to act. Those flintlock soldiers are the most calm. Even if it is raining, their guns can still fire. Just be careful not to get the gunpowder fixed bullets in the rain. Of course, the rate of fire will definitely be greatly reduced, and there is no alternative. Archers are also okay. They can shoot arrows on rainy days, but this will make the bow and arrow damp and affect the life of the bow and arrow. However, compared with human life, the lifespan of a bow and arrow is naturally unimportant. Anyway, Wu army officers have ordered the soldiers archery, bow and arrow and disregard for the loss. The fire rope gun completely finished, their guns simply impossible in the rain. So there is no soldiers to loading, they are directly on the bayonet, ready to fight. What's worse is the grenadier. At this time, their grenades are still exposed to ignition, and they can't be used on rainy days. In order to carry more grenades, grenadiers are often not equipped with other weapons. This time there is no effect grenades, they really can only look on in despair, shrink behind other troops. With the gunshots, the battle officially began, and the Ming army took the lead in casualties. This allows the Ming army generals and soldiers depression, nausea. Radar is obviously one's own results after the battle began, but appearance of one's own casualties. This attack is too stuck up. Zai Huan, I urge you to build aircraft carriers housed in Ming. I'm the fastest in the Ming dynasty built aircraft carrier. Update speed 177 chapters. Cut and thrust. Rush over and their guns will be useless. The general of the Ming army shouted, forcing the soldiers to charge forward. Soon, he had arrived in front of the Ming army, because the jungle not far from the trail already. Even some people are rushing down the small road on the hillside. Speed is more accelerated. Wu army troops flintlock just barely hit 2 shots, then entered a bayonet charge. The fire rope gun force is even worse. The Ming army did not lose a single soldier on the front of them. There is also the cold weapon unit. At this time, the two sides have also been at war. There is a great chaos in the entire col. There are tears and shouts everywhere. Whatever the outcome is a field of well-planned ambush. The Ming army made a surprise attack effect, without paying too heavy a price to advance the aspirations of close combat. At this time, the fighting can only rely on the organization and bravery of the soldiers, and those high-ranking generals lose control of the troops after the two armies contact. In this narrow and long ravine with complex terrain, it is very difficult to give specific orders to lower-level troops. After the two sides joined the battle, Their respective generals began to look at the battle situation in various places through binoculars. Nearly 30,000 people squeezed into this mountain col, and the front line was quite a few miles. Fango and now also got a look telescope. No matter how strict precautions, it is impossible to completely eliminate leakage. Under the temptation of huge interests, there are always people who can't resist the temptation. Fortunately, Hope telescope in the Ming and Qing army, which are extremely scarce resources, only system on more than 10,000 soldiers to generals with a number of other generals simply do not get anything. In the Wu army of them, the telescope has become a bad street goods. More than 3 battalion commander-led troops hover staff. If it were not for worrying about the enemy's ability to improve the opponent's strength, Wu Jun would like to sell some spectacles to the opponent at a high price to earn some military expenses. Pass through the telescope, Fango and clearly see most of the war. Not over, in fact, at this moment he would rather they did not see, out of sight, probably could not see, would not be angry. In the whole battle, there was no big victory he expected. At the forefront of the battle line, both sides were cold weapons, and neither side had any formations, and they fought half a catty with bravery. This kind of melee puts a lot of pressure on the soldiers on both sides. Both sides did not dare to go too aggressively. They split into 2 groups and confronted each other, and then stabbed them from time to time. On the whole, although the fight was still fierce, both sides were able to control the team and did not completely fall into a big mess. Wu Jun behind the cold weapon is Arquebus troops, though they cannot open the gun. But this time even pressing the Ming army to fight in this case let Fang and Bezi puzzled. The reason that the real is very simple. It is because of both the organization, discipline is not one level. Fire rope gun platoon to regiment as a unit, each knife is neat line, listen to the command forward and backward. The officer did not order to retreat, even if the enemy's sword slashed over. They did not dare to retreat. This is the result of long-term training, in order to ensure that the army is not chaotic when queuing to be shot. This is very cruel for a single soldier, but in battle, for the entire army, this method of tactics is very effective. Whole consistent attack can overwhelm the enemy on the momentum. Moreover, the uniform attack, the number of bayonets per unit area far exceeds the number of weapons of the enemy. This is very important, because this is a battle of tens of thousands of people, and there is not much room for a single soldier to perform many skills. The way of fighting is very primitive. I will stab you and you will stab me. Being able to cooperate with a shield and a broadsword is already a very organized battle. As for the flexible avoidance, there is no expectation at all. There are people all around, and there is no room for this to play. After the Ming army fought twice, it lost more than 500 people, and suddenly those soldiers could no longer withstand the pressure. The Wu army casualties is not small side, at least there are 400 people fell. This is also a great casualties to them. However, they didn't panic too much, just a little more tragic and vigorous on their faces. He had very clear, listen to orders crew, great probability will die down, but do not listen to the command to run away, but it is 100% will be killed barrier troops. He's behind them, and even a flintlock composition of reserve troops. The military did not put out at gunpoint, to align them. Anyone who tries to escape will be shot immediately. Contemporary will lead. In fact, very few people can fully see the big reasons Wu Junqian, they can only see the most superficial, that is, Wu advanced equipment. But in fact, the organization of the Wu army far exceeds that of any troops in the same period. It can be said that even if the current Wu army gives up the advantage of equipment and fights a battle with the same number of Ming or Qing troops with cold weapons, it will definitely not lose. It is just that the loss will be greater than the use of guns. Give those flintlocks to the Ming army and let them form a hollow phalanx, absolutely unable to withstand the charge of the Man-King cavalry. Because the discipline of their soldiers could not meet that requirement, they would definitely be chaotic when facing the charge of the cavalry. Fango An didn't know these situations, so when he saw his troops retreating steadily, He couldn't understand the reasons at all. It could only be attributed to his subordinates' inability to do their best and fear of death. At the other end, the Ming army who encountered the flintlock gun was even more miserable. He had to endure before the bayonet charge 2 rounds volley, heavy casualties. In the Knives After the War, they discovered that Wu bayonet charge is outrageous and strong, not afraid to die as those who like to prick, to life for life. This style of play put a lot of pressure on the soldiers of the Ming army, and some people can't help but back down. He had to think about where it would lead to their escape. One's own failure. They only know, now do not run, will turn themselves and each other to stab. His life will throw at this, even before the death can be enough to pull a scapegoat when Wu Jun. But what is the point? Not to mention that the court will not issue pensions to dead soldiers. Even if they are given to their own wives, the wives will still remarry and be slept by others. When someone has a bad point, the pension that the mother-in-law brings is also cheaper for others. After all, it is the most important thing to survive. Individual interests and collective interests. It is not easy to achieve the same. Wu army soldiers promised to divide the land after the war, and the soldiers killed in the family will be dependent. But soldiers and collective interests is not entirely consistent. After all, small life is more important than the field, and only a small number of soldiers will have the idea of self-sacrifice under special circumstances. For example, the soldier who ignited the signal, knew that he could not live, and wanted to repay his favor before he made a collective sacrifice. Heavy death injuries, leading to rapid collapse of the Ming army. After someone took the lead to escape, the generals of the Ming army couldn't stop shouting. And because it was a sneak attack battle, they didn't expect to get into a fight, and they were not prepared to supervise the team. First, the Ming army in the middle section began to collapse and escape, and then the Ming army in other places was also affected, and the entire front began to rout. But for Wu Jun want to protect goods. I do not want to rush in pursuit of the confusion, which under the Ming army but also experienced a fiasco. Zai Huan, I urge you to build aircraft carriers housed in Ming. The fastest in the Ming dynasty built aircraft carrier. Update speed 178 chapters. Battle damage ratio. Be evil, outrageous, who let them back in, and all of the cut. Shortness of breath. Corruption. Fango An has already begun nonsense, and now the whole army in retreat. He really wants to cut people. I am afraid to die. Or was he? The army, we will soon withdraw. Gwent. Long-term perspective of it. The subordinates persuaded that although Wu Jun did not pursue it, he would lose if he lost, and they would be afraid if they lost. Fango An wanted to break another big, scolded a few words. Ask the guy, said long-term perspective. In the end, how long-term perspective? I couldn't grasp such a good opportunity to ambush, and I could hold it back to Gwent County for a long-term plan. This battle is really impossible to fight. Fango An feel a burst heart tired. He did not have this sense of powerlessness in the face of the king. Although the king army was also strong, he at least saw the gap between the two sides clearly. But Wu army of powerful, but it is a variety so that he cannot see through, cannot find a way. Confrontation. Try to income rope forces. First withdraw. Gwent say. Fango An sighed. With the retreat of the Ming army, Liu Hansen also breathed a sigh of relief. Although they had the upper hand from the beginning of the war, Liu Hansen was unwilling to fight in this kind of battle, and the loss was too great. If it is a sunny day, in a wide area, he can hit the loss ratio to 1 to 10. But melee combat while ago, their battle damage than at most 1 more than 2 to 1 ratio. 3 of the rooms. Everyone is flesh and blood, and it's hard to survive if stabbed. The Ming army retreated, and Wu Jun began to clean the battlefield. Those dead bodies need to be buried. This is the basic human nature of generals. If these corpses are not buried, plague is extremely prone to occur. In the event of a plague, the number of civilians who will die depends on God's will. At least a few villages will die, and at most, several surrounding towns will die. Under normal circumstances, when the enemy is cleaning the battlefield and burying corpses, even if there is a chance for a sneak attack, everyone will give up the attack for moral reasons. This is an unwritten rule on the battlefield. It is the same as the two armies fighting without cutting. Although occasionally someone will violate it, most of the time everyone will follow it. Playing so and Battlefield 3. Also Ambrose got battle damage statistics. The big battle they lost a total of 1,700 people, which killed 1,300 people, injured nearly 400 people, minor injuries no statistics. He had a total of less than 20,000 people, which is close to 10% of the breakage. It can be described as an uphill battle. In addition to the loss of nearly 2,000 soldiers, they also damaged a large number of guns. Although those guns can also be used for hand-to-hand combat, their strength is definitely not comparable to that of a big knife. When there are more people with big swords, it is easy to roll the blade, and these guns equipped with bayonet are also easy to damage the barrel and other parts in the process of assassination. Those barrels can't be used anymore if they are a little deformed, otherwise they will explode. There are also those bows and arrows that were used forcibly in the rain. After this battle, they were all damp. It is estimated that they will be scrapped soon. In the mixed war, there are some materials have also been destroyed, such as gunpowder, matchlock, fire. Those drugs were wrapped with leather, but the Ming army was destroyed in the melee, causing a large amount of gunpowder soaking wet. What about the enemy's loss? Liu Han asked Three Teeth. This time of great loss, and other battlefield to Wu Qingqing hands, he might not be any substantive punishment, but definitely give Wu Qingqing leaving an incompetent impression, affect his future official career promotion. The enemy left behind a total of more than 2,700 bodies. There are more than 400 wounded. Plus the enemy will flee when lost some soldiers. Estimates of the total number of enemy impairment at 5,000. The guy in charge of statistics is also a clever man, trying to expand the enemy's losses as much as possible, so as to cover up the ambush among them. In the midst of ambush, he can still hit to a net 0 battle loss, which is already quite a remarkable result. Hearing the loss of the enemy army, Liu Hansen finally breathed a sigh of relief. This battle loss ratio was not bad, and it could slightly make up for the ambush. Speeding forward into, be sure to arrive before dark Beach State Town. Ordered down, let the brothers arrive Beach State 2 days of rest. Liu Hansen said he didn't dare to spend the night here, lest he let the troops catch the plague. Moreover, many soldiers who have received minor injuries, and those who have caught a cold and fever, need to go to the town for treatment. If these minor diseases are not treated in time, they can easily deteriorate into hopeless illnesses. The order was given. The soldiers are also teeth-line accelerating military speed. After all, they don't want to spend the night in the countryside of this mountain. To speed up the line army speed, they finally arrived before Dark Beach State Town. Immediately afterwards, the people of Toza Town suffered. These cold and hungry soldiers will no longer continue to obey orders not to disturb the people. Burning and looting, an insult to women that they do not dare to be beheaded dry, but forced the villagers to boil water for bathing, ask for 2 bowls of ginger. Villagers eat liangzi poultry, bedding beds occupied about such a thing, but Ambrose 3 there is no prohibition. In his view, Wu Qingqing too much love for the people, and soldiers is fundamental. If you don't wait for the soldiers under your hands, the soldiers won't go to their lives. What's the use of the people's love alone? Wu army for time disturbing. In fact, the people here are not too angry, because, compared with other armies, Wu Jun's harassment of the people is not bad, and it is very restrained. Just to provide some service and food, do not snatch their money, not rape their wives and daughters. The people can accept human needs, and the current social states are closely related. Future generations of ordinary people will be asked to respect the strict privacy, inviolability of property and other rights, but the people of this age, to have to live a little bit of dignity to meet. I've been occupied by soldiers for a few days. Little things, little things, little things. Wu Junwei's arrest in Beach, Fango and also fled Guanglik wounds. He had not lost so many soldiers to escape Wu estimates, but that far. In this ambush, they lost a total of more than 4,500 people. Today, the city is only gwanged more than 8,000 soldiers, of which only 5,000 people are veterans, others are more than 2,000 Barrahoj forces hit. Before the change, relying on these forces and then forcing some young men to defend the city, it would be able to hold on for a long time. But now, Wu Jun has cannons and muskets. The traditional way of defending the city in the past is completely out of date. As soon as the cannon blasted, the young and strong would pee their pants, and they couldn't count on it. Even the 2,000 miscellaneous troops are not reliable. Once they are inferior, they will easily collapse. Relying on those 5,000 people alone, how can you keep it? Fang Guoan sighed inwardly, and the whole person was lost in confusion. I am confused about the current situation, and I am also confused about the future. Zai Huan, I urge you to build aircraft carriers housed in Ming. The fastest in the Ming dynasty built aircraft carrier update speed. 179 chapters. Degree mediation. Rest for 2 days. The weather has been sunny. Wu Guanged collection to the next city. The attack on Guanged didn't waste any effort, because Fang Guoan had already withdrawn to Huzhou with his main force. The remaining miscellaneous cards surrendered after a while, symbolically resisted. Fight not overrun. Fang Guoan did not make foolish enough in this small town, and Wu Saik fight consumption. He cannot afford to fight. Even if you want to fight, they would have to go to Huzhou, where the city walls more tall and strong, plus there are some Huzhou elite defenders, but also the lack of circumstances forces do not appear in Huzhou defense. Fang Guoan's escape without a fight made Liu Hansen very helpless. He wanted to gradually consume Fang Guoan's troops here, but Fang Guoan didn't give him a chance. In this way, he attacked Huzhou. Difficulty and meeting rose somewhat, because for the enemy in Huzhou has gathered a veteran of nearly 20,000, plus some temporary recruitment of strong people. Defenders of the people may be as high as 30,000. Liu Han 3 of his offensive forces now only 18,000, not defenders of the siege of soldiers, and this is a big problem. Not over. Even if troops at a disadvantage, he is still prepared to march to Huzhou. Playing more with less is already Wu Jun's tradition. Everyone doesn't think this is a big disadvantage. It's just such self-confidence. Compared to the shortage of troops, logistics is a big problem. He's running out of food, and other needs Xuanqing shipped over there, as well as acquisitions in the periphery. Multi-loss here is the southern grain-producing areas. Food is abundant, relatively easy to acquire, money on the line. If it is in the north or other mountainous areas, money can't buy it. In many wars, the outcome of a war is often determined by logistics. In places with underdeveloped transportation, there are often more people in charge of transporting food than soldiers in combat. Just like Zhuge came out of Kishan, almost every failure was due to food problems. He had already hit Chen and Liu Ouyang with food. Soldiers have no food to eat. No matter how strong the combat effectiveness is, it is useless. In order to raise grain and grass, Liu Hansen stayed in Guangd for several days, only to collect enough grain for the army for half a month and wait for a batch of gunpowder. Then Wu army marching to Huzhou. This section of the road is still not Guandao, only various kinds of trails. This road was another difficult march, because they had been attacked before. This time they marched more cautiously and couldn't get up fast. Just a few hundred miles away, he had literally gone 5 days to arrive Huzhou. Before the siege could begin, a messenger from the imperial court came to Wu Jun's camp. After the Lu court learned that Wu Jun and Fang Guoan were fighting, it was a shock. This is simply ignoring the court and intending to rebel. If this were to be placed in the peaceful and prosperous world of great unification, it would be a crime of treason, which would punish the 9 races. But now, the Lu court can only swallow its anger. He had also liked to ambrose 3 to Wu Qingqing punishment. However, without the strength to crush Wu Jun, convicting Wu Jun was a joke, and Wu Jun would definitely not talk to them. At that time, the conviction will not be able to execute, but will allow more people to see their imperial court's weakness and incompetence. At the same time, it is tantamount to tearing Wu Qingqing's face. Therefore, even if the heart Wu Qingqing and Ambrose III hate half to death, but they cannot be torn nerve, but give Ambrose III promoted, raise him, in order to appease Ambrose III. Let him give up. This was basically the basic operation when the court was weak. Just like Zhuo Liang led the army to advance eastward and threatened to clear the side of the emperor. Even if the Hongguang court hated Zhuo Liang's bones and burned ashes, it still wanted to add to Zhuo Liang. Officer Jinchu then use the holy purpose Suvi Zhuo Liang. Our side is very good. No problem, no clear Jun side. But where you play or go back to what? The tone used is almost like praying for each other. Today, the Liu dynasty did the same. An imperial decree was issued to Liu Hansen, and he was named the captain of the light car, and then let him die and stop attacking Huzhu. As for Guangde Xuanxing and other places, the imperial court acquiesced in his occupation. Such a humble court was only in this period. Liu the army. The court misunderstanding between you and Fang Guogong already know. Your Majesty has been reprimanded Fang Guogong and now have all the original Li Chengdong men surrender to you. The matter rests there. The messenger Wang Lifu used a persuasive tone, without saying that the court ordered him to withdraw his troops. It's useless to be hard with these big-head soldiers, but can only persuade them. Liu Han III heard his face does not look good. Imperial edicts down, he was a little difficult. After all, Wu Qingqing has not formally rebelled yet, and he cannot ignore this imperial decree. Before he originally wanted the court did not take advantage of the anti-before should come to the Huzhu accounted for, and that time caused a fait accompli. We can hang on. Who knew that there would be so many twists and turns on the road, and too much time wasted? The Liu dynasty's response was also very quick, and the imperial decree for mediation was issued in time. Misunderstanding? His Fang Guoan was ambushing us on the road a few days ago, trying to kill us. Unless the court cuts his duke, we will destroy him. Liu Han 3 men clamor road, they came to the fortunate bitter Huzhu, which if because of a decree on withdrawal, a trip that Kai Bushibai thing. This is not because of a misunderstanding between the two sides. Now that Mr. Fang has asked me to speak, he has no intention of starting a war with you, and is even willing to compensate you for some of the losses. Wang Lifu said helplessly, in the face of such a group of rascals, he still couldn't break it. Wu is obviously military action first-hand, but they are now an appearance at a disadvantage. This kind of face made Wang Lifu feel sick, but he couldn't show it. What's the compensation? Liu Han 3 questions. Originally he had been going to the retreat, and now here actually that to take advantage of his natural turn them away. Food, silver, and beauties, this is all easy to discuss. At present, when everyone is an official in the same dynasty, it should be more important to resist the king. Don't hurt your peace. See Liu Han 3 loose mouth. Wang Lifu, it touches a lot of peace of mind. Although he didn't know what to do with the relationship between the two parties in the future, as long as he couldn't fight it right now. He'll talk about the future. Now the two courts of Nanming have a bit of a passing mind. They want to regain their glory, but they have more than enough energy but not enough energy. They can only watch the situation continue to deteriorate. That being the case, then I have tried to get a number of the proposed list, and then took the messenger care by the king. Liu Han said the three. Anyway, Wu Qingqing confessed that they play it by ear. Even if did not win Huzhu it will not matter. Being able to take the opportunity to blackmail Fang Guoan severely is also a good deal. If Fang Guoan not answer should be, so much the better, straight as an excuse to throw the responsibility Fang Guoan refused peace talks, and then go to war. Zai Huan, I urge you to build aircraft carriers housed in Ming. The fastest in the Ming dynasty built aircraft carrier update speed. 180 chapters in Jiang Xi into. When he later had to ask for a list of compensation listed, Wang Lifu read all want to make Fang Guoan sing. This condition simply cannot agree thing. Not to say the other, just to ask 100 kilograms of grain, which are sufficient to Fang Guoan they eat for months. In addition to food, He also asked for 200,000 military salaries. This was for Fang Go and to sell his wife and concubine together. Liu Han people filled the third-class offer. Fang Go and Sit pay back the money after receiving the list, passing the buck to each other several times the two sides to finalize 50 kilograms of grain, and 12,000 silver and more than 20 beauty. These were all collected by Fang Go and in Huzhou, and it was obviously impossible for him to pay for it himself. Got good at this, Wu happily retreat. Grain is of course used as military rations. 10,000 tals of silver is not much and can be used to improve the life of the army. The generals of Wu Jun dare not embezzle these things, for fear of being punished by Wu Chenking, but added that more than 20 beauty, in addition to the two most beautiful singled out sent to Nanjing, the other is to be a few high-level generals to collected. Then Wu army retreated Guangt, leaving a small part of the troops stationed in the rest of the large forces returned Tongling, prepare the next military action. Compared to other mountainous areas, Wu Chenking prefers the plains on both sides of the Yangtze River. These places are flat, with a lot of fertile land, and very rich. Moreover, relying on the Yangtze River, water transportation is developed, which is also convenient for the Wu army to dispatch troops and transport logistics materials. So, he had the next task is to fight along the Yangtze River to the west. The goal is Chizhou, Zhujiang, Nancheng and other places. April 10th, a boat team arrived in Tongling, carrying a large number of soldiers and various military supplies on the fleet. Zhujiang, that side is leaked to Hun busters. There are about 60,008 soldiers. There are about 80,000 green camp, the total strength of nearly 150,000 troops. This number is still quite terrifying. In order to wipe out the last force of the Manchus in the south of the Yangtze River, Wu Chenking drew 30,000 main force to reach Tongling. With the addition of Tongling's original army of 50,000, the total strength has reached 80,000. Which is enough to compete with the King army. 80,000 large number of troops, although far less than the King, but their advanced weaponry. 80,000 large army, just flintlock troops reached 15,000 people. This is due to the expansion of weapons of Nanjing Square. Now flintlock manufacturing speed has been faster. Together, Nanjing and Suzhou produce nearly 7,000 sticks per month. Give them a year's time. They will be able to build a flintlock 100,000 troops. That time is truly invincible. The whole world will no longer look to the opponent. In addition to the 15,000 flintlock unit, there is also a 15,000 matchlock unit. There are 5,000 archers, 5,000 grenadiers, 60 artillery pieces. Excluding 10,000 naval forces and cavalry units, there are only more than 20,000 infantry soldiers using cold weapons, and the proportion of cold weapons troops is steadily declining. This joint force is under the nominal command of Li Xiaobin, and the specific combat plan is formulated by the General Staff. Reference to Sikh section brings together several high-level military experts, such as Waring of June, Tao Dongqing, Anfugi, and Xun Rulin. After studying at the military academy for a period of time, Xun Rulin also passed the assessment and expressed his loyalty to Wu Chenking, so he was also placed in the core position of the military and became one of the decision-makers. As for Qian Seul, he was still struggling in his heart. He just kept studying in the military academy and did not ask Wu Chenking for a position. The news that Tongling had assembled a heavy army quickly reached Chizhou, and then to Dihan's ears in Yukeng, making him nervous. There is only one reason for Tongling to gather heavy troops, that is, the other party is going to attack itself. It is definitely not possible to attack the mountainous areas of Huangshan, nor is it possible to prepare to attack Jiangbai. Although Dian had never directly played against Wu Jun before, he had to be jealous because of Wu Jun's terrifying record. Dian thought that he and Liu were both at the same level. Liu was defeated in the hands of Wu Jun and even lost his life. It is difficult for him to do better. Although they already know Wu Jun quite well now, it is not enough to rely on understanding. They have to have the corresponding weapons and equipment to deal with the fight. Very sorry, they have not such equipment. It said the North's weapons square have cracked those new weapons. has been successful imitation hand grenades, flintlock almost fast as UMO2. But those who install equipment manufactured even out. That is the priority supply of the main forces in the north. And his army can only use those traditional weapons at present. How to resist their firepower suppression? Lukta wanted to withdraw all the army back to the north, save his strength first, and wait until he is equipped with new weapons before he comes to a decisive battle with Wu Jun. However, he could not bear Nancheng, Zhujiang weak sides this large fertile areas. These were all he snatched from He Tengjiao's hands, and the fat in his mouth was let out, which was too painful. Moreover, the court did not order him to retreat. The king court also wanted to keep a piece of land south of the Yangtze River, so that he would not have to face the natural dangers of the Yangtze River when he went south in the future. If Zhujiang and other places were lost, Manchuria really had to consider a plan to rule the river. Because facing the powerful Wu Jun, it is too difficult to forcibly cross the Yangtze River. The army, we have to do as soon as possible to prevent it. We must go to send massive Zhujiang, hold the bridgehead. Luk Dihan's subordinate Li said that at present their main force is concentrated in the Yaqingyang area, and they are chasing He Tengjiao. But that Wu after the army assembled troops. Some people immediately want to be able to tune heavily Zhujiang guard. As for He Tengjiao here, they are not worried. Playing for a few months. What Tengjiao the ability they already know, just a mediocrity. Transferring the main force to Zhujiang, they may not be able to attack He Tengjiao, but the defense is still okay. I'm afraid it's impossible to keep the heavy troops in the past, and it will be difficult to retreat by then. I think it is better to give up all the territory of Zhujiang to Wu Jun, and we will guard the north. Some will be brought fear and Wu have been fighting. You want to back down against Burlonian's Nanjing in that field Armageddon, and now Wu Chenking's name also rang throughout the land of China, and even Yunnan's Gui Wanglang knows that it can play Wu Chenking. King army here to Wu Jun. Wu Chenking deeper understanding of. Dare not underestimate. What a joke. Give Zhujiang and other places to the enemy without fighting. The court asks who will be responsible for the crime. Moreover, even if the Wu army is strong, they are not invincible. As long as we take precautions in advance and build a good defense fortifications, not restrain it. You know, I have the strength of the enemy, but even more than the tens of thousands of it. Li is a firm main fighter. And Wu Jun's reputation has not frightened him. It's definitely impossible to flee without a fight. You should think about specific combat strategies. Lukta set the tone in a muddle-headed manner, and must play. As for how to fight specifically, it's up to everyone to figure out a solution. Zai Huan, I urge you to build aircraft carriers housed in Ming. The fastest in the Ming dynasty built aircraft carrier update speed. 181 chapter parties and he should. Everyone talked fiercely, and finally set the tone based on water warfare. On land, their disadvantages are too great. Therefore, they hope to defeat Wu Jun on the water. As long as they defeat Wu Jun's navy and rob or destroy Wu Jun's ships, Wu Jun can only stare at Zhujiang. Zhujiang and Hukou County to the east are separated by the exit of Panyang Lake. The water surface is as wide as 5 miles, and it is absolutely impossible to pass without a boat. It is impossible to bypass Panyang Lake and fight Nancheng from the south. A detour will add heavy logistical burdens and risks to Wu Jun. The combat effectiveness of the logistics force is incomparable with the main force. The King army can send ships to attack the Wu army's logistics line at any time. At that time, if the logistics line were to be broken, Wu Jun might collapse because of the lack of food. At that time, the King army could really laugh. In short, fighting in the dense water network along the Yangtze River is absolutely impossible without ships. If the water army is defeated, the Wu army can only retreat. It is taken into account Wu had this weakness, so many king generals would put their hopes in the navy. Not before. Manchu navy is not in fact how strong. Almost all of its water main army green camp soldiers. Most of the 8 banners soldiers in the Manchu King dynasty were dry ducks. In order to strengthen water power, Liu Dian has ordered the requisition of ships on the river. The same time, the army of the south with the fleet. the military garrison town of Zhujiang, water transportation hub. King military action is so big, nature is hiding from Teng Jiaohunan. He arranged a lot of spies here in Wuhan Yukeng. King army to build boats, and under army along the Yangtze River. Zhujiang suspected returns. What is the situation? He Teng Jiao asked one. Will Wu Chengqing began to attack him? Yan Qiwan said. It's real. This is not difficult to guess. Wu Chengqing has occupied Nanjing, then attacked the west, or is accounted for Anhui, Jiangxi and other places, or is crossed the river north, all the way to Beijing. Compared to its cross the river north, south to put down, lift the rear. Y threat is clearly more secure, more in line with military forces of the road. So, Wu Chengqing attack Liechtenstein is an inevitable event, just a matter of time. Now Liechtenstein is sending heavy troops to Zhujiang like a big enemy, obviously to guard against Wu Chengqing. Except to guard against Wu Chengqing, no one else deserves him to be so cautious. Ha ha ha, that he lived that. It should also turn under him a headache. Zudaki laughed. A few months before, he had been Liechtenstein but all the way chasing play, loss of soldiers off, stuck on how to be more stuck. And now, it's finally the King Army's turn to catch fire in the backyard, and they can gloat and watch the excitement. With Wu Chengqing containment of Liechtenstein, they can finally relax, take the time to integrate the army. Before the surge of the brain receiving the remainder of the army Li Ziqing, the number of troops that surge. But the fighting has not been promoted. Many of Li Ziqing's army are scrawny refugees who have not received any military training at all, and most of their physical conditions do not meet the requirements. These people must be eliminated, leaving them useless and wasting military rations. Listen, said Wu, in there is a new handguns, speed fast, incredibly powerful. They rely on such weapons in South Zilidanyang. 60,000 troops to defeat the Manchu main and 20,000, tut, really is terrible. He Teng Jiao laments that, if he forces have so play, he would have hit Beijing went to his peak time. Men have nearly 400,000 troops full. It's a pity, it's all rubbish and fish. Now after several battles, his army has shrunk to 150,000. Of which only about 60,000 to 70,000 elite veterans, and the rest are old and weak that need to be eliminated, as well as some timid and slick. This kind of slippery running away in a fight will not only fail to contribute to the army, but will greatly damage the morale of the army. Soldiers are more expensive than elites, not more. After accepting Li Ziqing's troops, He Teng Jiao deeply understood the essence of this sentence. Also promised that we can buy him the whereabouts of a number of new handguns to imitate, enhance our military's combat capability. Yan Qiwan suggested. However, he was interrupted by Zudaki before he finished speaking. Don't count on this. Wu Chengqing is now under the supervision of King Lu, but we are following the Long Wu imperial court. And we are not a family. It would be nice if they didn't come and beat us. Now, I want him to sell us weapons. How is it possible? Aren't King Lu and King Tang both Da Ming? To enhance our strength, we can also help them contain the King army in the rear and share their pressure. The big deal is that we will pay more. In short, we still have to give it a try. Yan Qiwan didn't give up, never forgetting the flintlock gun. It's okay to try, it's the best if you can't. And there's nothing to lose if you fail. He Teng Jiao also have a touch of fantasy. After all, we are all Han Chinese, and all together against the King dynasty. Mutual affection, little more or less of it. Thinking of King Lu and King Tang, He Teng Jiao was upset again. I was here desperately for their old Zhou family and the King army, but the descendants of their old Zhou family were fighting for the throne with one heart, which is really fucking absurd. In Shaoxing, Zhu Yihai also learned of Wu Chengqing's big moves, and the army was heading west. Before the change, Wu Chengqing went to fight the King army to regain the homeland. He must be very happy. But now, he knows Wu Chengqing's ambitions. He no longer hopes that Wu Chengqing will win. He even hopes that Wu Chengqing will suffer both defeats with the King army, so that they have a chance to rise from the chaos. Even now he is their strength have even a weak Ambrose 3 are working, but cannot stifle their ambitions. Zhu to the sea or in the fantasy world domination. In history, he was beaten by the Qing army and fled to the Zhoushan Islands without giving up. He still wanted to rise again on the territory of so few islands and overthrow the Manchu king. Zhu Yujian also had similar ideas to Zhu Yihai. After learning about Wu Chenking's westward move, he immediately announced that he would personally go to Jian, organize a large army to go north, and seize the territory around Nancheng. Because of his love, he is not good at attacking Shaoxing and Hangzhou, so he can only seize the territory from the north of Jiangxi. If they could reach the Zhujiang to grab a hand, for him, it is very favorable, so he can always go down the river, and await the occupation of Nanjing. Although he knew it was difficult, there was always a fantasy, in case there was a chance, such as the Qing army and Wu Chenqing were both injured, such as Wu Chenqing suddenly died of smallpox, or Wu Chenqing was addicted to female sex and died in bed. In the troubled times, everything can happen, and it is not that Li Ziqing died accidentally. As long as Wu Chenqing death, his chance came. Zheng Zilong was naturally unhappy when Zhu Yujin wanted to recruit himself, but he couldn't stop him. At most he could not send his own soldiers to support him. Zhu Yujin gritted his teeth with hatred, but he couldn't help Zheng Zilong. He could only rely on the ministers who supported him to gather a force of 15,000 people to go to Jiangxi, along the emperor in the name of righteousness, and then called up some of the department team. The time can probably scrape together 2 or 3 people. The number is not small, but this kind of improvised army has a big question mark in its combat effectiveness. In short, anyone who knows a little bit about military affairs is not optimistic about Zhu Yujin's personal campaign. However, Zhu Yujin insisted on doing this. He wanted to use his military exploits to establish his prestige and majesty. Continuing to be controlled by the Zheng family as he does now, he sees no hope. Among the people of the old Zhu family, Zhu Yujin is still a relatively bloody person. Zai Huan, I urge you to build aircraft carriers housed in Ming. The fastest in the Ming dynasty built aircraft carrier update speed. 182 chapters and King. In Tongling, Li Shoubin didn't know what impact his actions would have on other forces. He just followed Wu Chenqing's order to expand the territory step by step. As each item is ready before the war, Wu began marching towards Chizu land and water together. The road from Tongling to Chizu is not easy, and there are not so many boats on the waterway. Traveling all the way through mountains and rivers, it took 3 full days to arrive. And this time, Chizuno the state and defender have fled. In this era, or every era is like this, the time for real fierce fighting only accounts for a small part. And most of the time the army is marching. Like Liu Han Guang 3 attack and Huzu, the real battle of the two add up to just a few hours time only, and the remaining 10 days in a row is a military way. That's why there is such a saying that soldiers' demand for a good pair of shoes is far higher than a good weapon. Today, Wu army after several days of marching, Chizu found upon arrival, and no fighting. The next door walk. Before the Chizu guard left, he ransacked the property in the city, burned, killed, and looted. He had left his a ghost town only a small number of people, who for Wu has no much value. Be evil, clear these dogs. A kind of direct fled to foreign relations, otherwise, do not let me catch. Wang Daong to see the city at the bodies of all people, could not help but curse. This kind of destructive behavior before leaving is very devoid of benevolence and morality. What can you do if you catch you? The general said that you are not allowed to kill prisoners, whether they are Manchus or Mongols. Li Shoubin cautioned that if Wang Daong unauthorized beheaded captive, it can be as contrary to military orders. This kind of thing can be big or small, and it's troublesome when someone who wants to mess with him makes it big. Wang Daong lost his temper when he heard this. He actually didn't understand why Wu Chenqing treated the enemy soldiers kindly. However, this was Wu Chenqing's order, and he did not dare to violate it. In Chizu rest for a day, a large army on until we reach the big ferry across Anqing town stop, Anqing north of the Yangtze River, but was plan. But it is to win this city, because of its special geographical location. Anqing east-west direction surrounded by lakes, forming a natural barrier. To the south is the Yangtze River, and to the north is a large mountain. There is only a small road from Anking to the north. In short, this is a city that is easy to defend and difficult to attack. Without taking this city, the King army can use Anking as a stronghold to constantly harass West's rear and supply lines, which is very dangerous. Distance from Nanjing to Zhujiang nearly not diffuse long supply lines is very dangerous. Leave an Anking in the hands of the enemy, like a knuckle in his throat. After capturing this city, it is very cost-effective to ensure the safety of the logistics line without sending too many troops to garrison because of the terrain. It is also due to a significant role in Anking, so as not to abandon the King Anking, Chizu, like giving up, but he has stationed 1,000,000 troops. Among them, there are 8,000 in the Green Camp and 2,000 in the 8 Banners. Defenders of the collar is Legogzun, is a Han Chinese, but early on into the Han Banners, very loyal to the King dynasty. What to do? I asked the old farmers here. They said that there is no good landing point in Anking, just a Linjian wharf, and the enemy will definitely focus on guarding it. Li Shou been sent to find a few old fishermen around here before, so they introduced the terrain around it. Although Anking is close to the Yangtze River, there are not many Daduku ports. There are many small ferry ports, but only small boats can be docked. Like Wu army that can transport a one-time ship hundreds of people, most of the places to be stranded in Anking along the coast, unable to dock. Only the water depth of one ferry can allow a big ship to dock, but it will definitely be guarded by the King army. Landing operations will be more dangerous, and Wu Jun has no experience in this area. Crossing the river is very risky. There is a special tactic to deal with the army crossing the river. It is called half-crossing, which means waiting for half of the enemy's soldiers to go ashore and launch a fierce attack. At this time, once the enemy is defeated, there is no way for the enemy to escape, and it is easy to be completely wiped out and defeated. Of course, nothing in this world is perfect. Any tactics, if crossing the army morale is high enough, when subjected to the onslaught of climate, is also likely to have an effect backs against the wall. Flexible use of tactics is an excellent general. Just like Han Xin, he knew that no retreat was a tactical taboo, but he had a way to turn danger into combat power. Face of menacing Wu, playing some kind of half-crossing and hit actually very stupid. The most correct way is to stop Wu ashore. What else can we do? We can only attack. The big ship seized the ferry, and sent some elites to land in small boats. As long as our men stand on the shore, the enemy can't stop our attack. Liu Han meant 3 very straightforward, nothing more than a human life to fill in. As long as willing to pay a certain amount of loss, victory certainly belongs to them. No theory is the number of troops, weapons and equipment of soldiers or quality. They are on the Anking enemy occupied the absolute advantage. This kind of strength comparison is impossible if you want to lose. It is nothing more than a question of the size of the battle loss. If they still can't win, then they don't have to capture Zhujiang. It's better to go home obediently. Up to now, you can only use force attacks. Dai Zijun said that this basically represents the opinion of the general staff. The moment, he had really nothing better than a storm of means, unless willing to take the time to detour landing, then detour north of Anking, start attacking from the land. That kind of words. The way you have to spend 4 or 5 days is very worthwhile. Moreover, it is not easy to attack from the north. It is difficult to break through those mountain passes. And King was able to become strategic points, precisely because it is no obvious defensive weaknesses. Determine the storm's generous spin. The next step is to attack various details of the arrangement. The number of troops involved in the offensive this time is as high as 15,000. And there are a lot of details that need to be arranged, but it is not that all soldiers know how to fight after an order. After discussion, the final battle plan was finalized. Pre-TAC Kennedy were 5,000 troops, spearheaded by the Flintlock troops. Their task is to take down the ferry, so that Wu Jun can continuously transport troops there. When enough troops pass, the next step is siege warfare. This is the battle Wu Jun is good at. Since the start, They have been sieging the city and are very experienced in this regard. As King walls of this city is not particularly strong up, Wu will not look down on. It can be said that the key to this battle is to seize the ferry and successfully land. This problem is solved, and the rest is not a problem. Zai Huan, I urge you to build aircraft carriers housed in Ming. The fastest in the Ming dynasty built aircraft carrier update speed. 183 Chapter Board Marine. The next day 5,000 Wu troops boarded the fleet, sailed toward the other side. The composition of the ships in this fleet is very messy. There is a treasure ship that seems to be reimbursed, carrying 1,000 soldiers on it. Other ordinary battleships carried nearly 100 soldiers on it. These battleships are also the main ships of the Wu Jun's navy, with a total of 30 ships. There are also some very flexible sterns, usually only about 20 people, and there are more than 20 of these boats. What is left are some non-standard civilian ships, including large ships for merchants to transport goods, and small boats for fishermen to catch fish. In short, Wu Jun searched almost all the ships that could be searched. Dozens of ships floated on the surface of the river, and the King army on the opposite spot discovered it immediately. Quick, where ferry boats scuttled, let him have the ship cannot enter the ferry dock. Liu Gongzun is clearly not a fool. He was not going to play any half this crossing and hit a high-tech tactics, but honestly prevent Wu Ashur. Anyway, his task is to delay the speed of Wu Jun's westward advance. Whether he can kill Wu Jun's soldiers is not the most important thing for him. As long as enough delay Wu west of speed, so that the back of the army more time to prepare for battle, even if his task is done well. Liu has been a high hoon of command. The soldiers began to undermine the ship's boats, cut through the bottom, so that the ferry sink in the formation of reefs. So Wu ship cannot enter the ferry, not close to the marina. Wooden boat very easy to destroy it, chop a few axe head to hew a big hole. The river crashed, rushed to fill with water and then quickly abandoned the ship. Ashur army. In his under their damage, a full 6 or 7 big ship began to sink. Wu Jun of treasure on board, Wu Yi King through a telescope to see the action, suddenly was angry half to death. I have to say that the King army's move was ruthless. Let the big ship as close to the shore as possible, and then let the flintlock troops shoot to cover the landing of other boats. Wu Yi ordered that the big ship could not dock, but the stern boats were not affected. It is much more difficult for the navy to pass orders than the army, and it can only be done through semaphores. However, semaphores can only convey some simple instructions, but not detailed instructions. For example, Wu Yi can now use semaphores to tell soldiers on other large ships to cover, but he cannot tell them which section to cover and which ship is responsible for which part. Without detailed instructions, everyone can only rely on the judgment of the generals at the grassroots level. Fortunately, Wu army generals among the grassroots are required to learn some command skills, learn some judgments on the war situation. Therefore, their overall quality is much higher than that of other generals in the army. Those from the beginning of the ship issued organize formation, each responsible for selecting the area of the whole process, while not methodical. But there is no confusion. This is a very rare situation. As the ship by the gradually broke down, those Beirut Chong drove the boat began to move toward the shore. Their shallow draft, most of the places can be landed. The soldiers on the big ship had already raised their guns to prevent their soldiers from encountering surprise attacks when they landed. As the boats drew ashore, there was a shout of killing on the shore. Sure enough, the King army is not like to take time to carry out the attack when Wu Array disembark. There is a big difference between the combat power of a formation and an unformation. If Wu Jun cannot line up in time, it will be difficult to beat the enemy even if he has the advantage of weapons. The great ship will lead in the calculation of the distance between the two sides. It is to calculate, rather than estimate. Use some similar triangles principle, from which both the solid can be calculated. This method of calculation was still used by soldiers until after World War II, which is simple, convenient and effective. Big school in mathematics. Little Prince Yi Jinliang very talented in mathematics. According to Wu him some formulas provided axiom checking has derived a great deal of theorem demonstrates a lot of formulas. In the process, he also discovered some useful measurement techniques. Using the similarity of triangles to measure distance is one of them, which he taught to the instructors in the military academy and trained some technical arms. These technical arms are very valuable, and sometimes they can have some miraculous effects. Pass through the calculations. The ship's generals judge the enemy has entered the range. Then he ordered the shooting. The fire support of thousands of people immediately caused some damage to the King army. However, due to distance, Wu hit rate is not high, so their loss is not large. Continues to assault. Soon, he had rushed to the Wu is not far away. At this time, the soldiers on the big ship were unable to shoot and cover. Given the distance between the King army and the Wu army, it is no longer possible to guarantee who the gun was shot at this time. Sure, Wu army to platoon are a good formation, but the row between rows and there is no time to make up the company level formation. Do not have that time. 2 Military close combat, bayonets stabbed Chi, sword Liu and Tong. This lack of formation of the melee, in fact, is more tragic than to have formation. A greater casualties. Across front, the two sides each sacrificed more than 10% of the staff. Very scary. If you continue to fight like this, everyone will die within 10 rounds. Of course, this situation is impossible, because one party will collapse first. After round of stabs, the two sides were separated by a distance of 1 or 2 meters, and they hesitated to move forward. Soldiers on both sides can see each other's eyes. Almost most of the soldiers' eyes were filled with fear and tension. He had all this is on the edge of death, cannot remain calm. King army to assault, and did not take shield. At this time, Wu Jun did not collapse, so he could only use his life to fight. While slashing the opponent, 1 or more holes must be pierced 100%. This kind of battle tests the morale and bloodiness of the soldiers very much. Kill, prepare, stab forward. Wu army generals shouted slogans while training, and once shouted this slogan, it means that no matter what is in front of danger, must be a knife. Anyone who dared not to be consistent with the collective, did not get the knife or got the knife too slow, will be punished. This kind of rigorous training has trained an elite. This command about, to take the initiative Wu holding a bayonet in the past, and naturally will not stand beaten king, have to fight back, but also a wave to life for life. In this kind of confrontation, Wu Jun can't actually take advantage of it. However, their aura is very scary. Often after 1 or 2 confrontations, the enemy can't stand it, and is unwilling to fight this group of unsentimental lunatics. Only twice with thorns. There are some king defense out now collapse. Although the king army was more in number overall, the two sides were evenly matched. And this evenly matched, Wu soldiers have been continuously ashore. Troops continue to make up the gap between the two sides. Zai Huan, I urge you to build aircraft carriers housed in Ming. The fastest in the Ming dynasty built aircraft carrier update speed. 184 chapters quasi-prepared siege. Will you gogs on a look at this case, only gas hopping, then ordered the withdrawal of the city. When Wu after the successful landing of troops and occupies a base, they attack the shore. There is no sense, not as a defensive back in town rely on the walls. And celebrate the walls is not particularly tall. It looks like 56 meters, but they have a great advantage, and that is no good here. Wu Jun siege equipment. Such huge siege equipment as locomotives and rushing carts are not easy to transport with boats, and the artillery of 2 to 3 kilograms is not convenient to transport with boats. There is nothing wrong with the big ship, but now the big ship can't enter the ferry and can't get close to the pier. In short, if Wu Jun wants to win Nanking quickly, he can only rely on simple siege equipment, and then fill his life under the city wall to carry out an attached siege. If you want to reduce casualties, you can only take time to clean up the shipwreck at the ferry, so that the King army has played the purpose of delaying the Ming army. King army returned to the city. Wu vanguard troops landed. The empty ship that put down the soldiers continued to return to the side of the big ship to pick up the soldiers ashore. and returned to the other shore to transport the main force. Although the landing battle was short, the casualties were not small at all. Wu Jun killed nearly 600 people, and the King army also left nearly 1,000 dead bodies. Wu Jun has never suffered a loss in the battle-loss ratio, and this is actually piled up by money. Wu army soldier raising a money enough to support 2 King. Wu Qingking order to enhance military strength, given not only to the main high pay, and the usual meals are also full control, even soul as well as meat supply. Relying on the temptation of such food, those soldiers can grit their teeth and endure cruel training, otherwise some soldiers will have run away long ago, and there are always very few people who like to be abused. It is precisely by relying on high investment and strict military discipline that the training effect of the Wu army soldiers is much better than that of the King army, and the training methods are extremely advanced, leading this era for hundreds of years. The combination of these factors led to Wu Jun's strength. Obviously they were at a disadvantage, but after a fight, they not only smashed the King army, but also killed and wounded the King army a lot. And the results were brilliant. The result of this battle is actually a trivial matter. The most important thing is that their aura really frightened the King army. No one wants to fight an army that has no emotions and doesn't know fear. First front line of defense forces began to build. Those boats are constantly troop over, and the Navy ship has also begun to clean up the wreckage of the shipwreck. This ferry will be used in the future, and it will be cleaned sooner or later. It might as well take some time now. After clearing the ferry, the artillery can be brought over. He had salvaged the wreck cleanup, with the way the ancients of the Yellow River fishing tractor. He did not know the principle of buoyancy, but they are based on the accumulated wisdom of thousands of years. We know how to do. First, the 2 large ships were filled with sand, and then they came to the vicinity of the sunken ship. Let the soldiers with good water go down and tie the sunken ship with ropes and iron ropes, and then pour the sand on the ship into the river, and then lift the sunken ship up by buoyancy, towed away. Because as soon wreck just sinking into the river bottom, not embedded in mud, so the salvage easier than expected. The next day, while several dozen wrecks all fishing cleared, Wu Jun also successfully entered the ferry boat building. The cannon shipped over. When the dozens of cannons appeared under the city of Anking, Liu Goksun almost didn't spit out old blood. How did he fight this? To military strength already a huge difference. The only energy enough to lean against the walls of this is. Now that the red cannon appeared, the role of this city wall would be greatly reduced. Your honor, or I still withdraw it. This city cannot keep it. We just more than 9,000, tens of thousands of troops in Nanjing. 4 walls up to 5 feet are not restrained. Their department will be built. Yi Road, Nanjing, compared to that tall walls, which Anking walls just like every family had a standard pinch. Wu Jun even won Nanjing easily. How could Anking be able to hold it? First observe a moment. He consumed their ammunition. Yi Hao, according to spies, it said Wu Jun Liu Shells manufacturing has been slow, to be here to consume some of their ammunition. After the decisive battle we'll play some more. Liu Gaozun said, My lord, a messenger came across, and it looks like he's here to persuade you to surrender. In his time of their discussion, Wu ride over the 2 people, trying to be the defenders capitulate, can reach the city without fighting a war and win. That is succulent. Wu Jun's siege although very powerful, but also each time the siege will have losses. Moreover, they defended the city more powerfully than the siege. Compared to siege, they are more willing to defend the city. Not only through the current battle situation is the main Wu King not take the initiative to attack beat him their city. You will be on the city army can? My family said the general, and you are definitely not restrain this city of Anking rather than die in vain. Why not surrender as early as possible? If surrender now, I guarantee you the next general family still enjoy great wealth. Your soldiers can also be spared the disaster of war. General Liu, you are originally a Han Chinese, so why bother to sacrifice your life to Man King? Said the messenger. Ha ha ha, bluster, alone, You are also want to break this anking. Do not ask me that tens of thousands of soldiers' answers do not agree. Liu Gaozhonwu laughed and interrupted the messenger of words. Hearing this, many soldiers on the wall were very embarrassed. If there are no consequences for telling the truth, they really want to say something and agree. Wu Jun is terrible, and such troops fighting a war is simply a nightmare, not as early surrender. Join each other better. Unfortunately, he had no use these low-level soldiers how to think, to make decisions that Liu Goksun. Liu will be the military. I advise you not to come to their senses. Good birds greener pastures. Do you still do not see that the world trend, Manchu has to die? You continue to go on blind loyalty is no sense. Shut up and shoot arrows. Liu Goksun do not want to have other than lip service and, as such name calling is not any good for him, but likely to affect morale. Moreover, the other party also talked about his pain. The Bureau of the recent trend of view, they really are at a disadvantage. King. However, can it be judged that the Qing dynasty is not good? Not many people really judged this. After all, the territory of the Qing dynasty is much larger than that of the Ming dynasty. If the Ming army surrendered too early now, and the Ming army could not stop the Qing attack in the future, then the generals who surrendered would definitely be liquidated in the future. Man King was not as gentle as Ming when he treated the generals who surrendered repeatedly. Obsessed with not understanding, stupid. Wu Jun messengers hastened back, while in return the cursed side of their heart. If he did not succeed in persuading his surrender, his task would have been unfinished, and the reward would naturally be lost. Zai Huan, I urge you to build aircraft carriers housed in Ming. The fastest in the Ming dynasty built aircraft carrier update speed. 185 chapters. Shoot to kill Lord. The persuasion to surrender failed, and Liu Hansen, who was in charge of the siege command, was also very upset. Yan Chonglu, you will lead your squad later, and be sure to give that guy a shot. Liu Han said 3 deep in front of the eyes of a person. He is Wu first among the army sharpshooter Yan Chong Floor. Wu Qingqing had ever been personally awarded. In the previous battle, the enemy officer shot and killed a total of up to 33. This number is very scary, with less than 20 in second place. In every battle, there are not too many opportunities for the sniper company. After a few shots, the enemy generals can detect and evade. With the increasing number of such things, the enemy gradually learned that there was such a unit in the Wu army that specialized in shooting and killing officers, and the enemy generals became more cautious. Of course, even so, spy hit even gained victories also very brilliant. The value of killing a general is more meaningful than killing 10 soldiers. Their army has become the most feared army of enemy generals. Yan Chonglu didn't reply when he heard that, but he knew it if he didn't object. Anyway, he had this temper and wouldn't be too enthusiastic towards the chief. And he also has the qualification to be so arrogant. Anyway, his sniper company is not affiliated with a division and brigade, it is a very special unit. The other divisions and brigades can only please them, and if they please them, they can get more support from them. Shoot the enemy in war more than a few will lead a great impact on the situation in the fighting. At the beginning of the general offensive, dozens of cannons blasted fiercely, trying to crush the enemy's psychological defense line from the momentum. As the artillery has become more and more experienced, their artillery shells are now becoming more accurate. Nearly half of the artillery shells fell on the city wall. They have exploded. Suddenly, the city wall was in a mess, the Qing army was killed and injured, and various screams continued. Be evil, let most of the soldiers under the walls, hid the foot of the wall, so when the enemy is close to the wall again. Liu Goksun having himself led under the city wall to escape, he did not want to finish the long march again. Liu Goksun orders caused a commotion in the Qing. After all, everybody wants to go to escape. How people are willing to stay on the walls of bombed this way. At this time, the ranks in the army are exposed. 8 soldiers no doubt ask first to obtain the right to avoid the some of the main forces also won the right to escape, leaving the elderly are responsible for sentry on the wall, or usually offended sir, not to please men blessed with soldiers and low-level generals. These people, whether they like it or not, can only stay on the wall to observe. He who dare to follow the city walls is sure to be mercilessly beheaded. Stay in the city wall was soldiers' anger, and on account of the above tasks naturally not the intention. Observed. Don't care about yourself. Find a few bodies to cover themselves to prevent gun bullet fragments hit is the critical thing. As for whether this will delay things, these abandoned people really don't care much. Some people even wanted Wu Jun to attack quickly so that they could surrender. Liu Han generals third-class people can only see with a telescope on the walls are gone, but they cannot determine who is the city wall to escape or hide behind battlements. If he can see clearly, he can now order a general attack. Unfortunately, he could not see, so the gun attack continues, the ongoing shelling out a small half-hour. Wu was carrying a ladder offensive began. This time their siege methods were very primitive and simple, that is, the ants attached to the siege, and there were no other buildings. Even bombing the city wall is not appropriate here. The ground here is full of water, and the water rushes out after digging a meter or two, and there is no way to bury explosives. With Wu soldiers will arrive in the city walls, artillery shelling stopped gradually, so as not to accidentally injure one's own soldiers. The sound of the artillery stopped, which was very unusual, and Liu Gok's son, who was under the city wall, felt something wrong. Go up and check if the enemy has begun to attack the city. The bastards on the wall didn't even have a message. I'm going to kill them. Liu Goksun yells, and soon, his bodyguard in the city wall towards him shouting, said Wu had almost arrived at the walls of there. These words almost fainted Liu Goksun. As a result, they didn't even have time to make preparations. All the city wall, fast, fear of war were no survivors. Liu Goksun shouted, urging. A large number of soldiers began to well up city walls, however, does not mean that the lightest soldiers guarding the city can be. Those boiling oil need to be heated by fire. Those thunderstone rolling logs need to be deployed, and the enemy forces need to place more places where they will focus their attacks. The archers need to be allocated, and the forces need to be allocated. In short, there is actually a lot of preparatory work that needs to be done on the battlefield. Of course, you can defend without preparation, but the efficiency will definitely be greatly reduced. To time there will be some very awkward situations, such as a certain period of Wu-focused attack hit the lot. There is not enough thunderstone bowls. Wu Jun happened to not attack the area where there were a lot of thunderstone rolling logs. Such details cannot determine the outcome of the war, but it can also greatly affect the outcome and casualty rate of the war. When the military came to the wall, Wu found that some sections have been put to good frame of siege ladder and started climbing. Suddenly the heart is cold half. He can consume a lot of phases of the enemy so vain missed, soon bayonet charge. Little advantage is gone. That's how to play. On the city wall Liu Goksun also found this situation. Direct gas knife to stab a small flag. Because this small banner did not report the situation in time, it was a missed opportunity. And this scene was also noticed by the snipers in the siege army. You can reach one's own people beheaded on the battlefield, which is obviously a high-ranking officer's bar shot very valuable fish. The sharp-eyed Yan Chongla quickly took aim and fired. Liu Goksun, who had just returned to full power and killed his subordinates, was shot directly in the chest and fell to the ground. Save me quickly. Ha Liu Xun was shot in the right chest is at time not dead, but in fact is already hopeless. Even Ha Liu Xun himself knows this, but out of survival instinct, he was into a frenzy, shouting to the doctor. This time, what city cannot be defensible? He was totally unconcerned. Liu Goksun men watching this scene, both contempt and frustration. Liu Goksun's bodyguard took him down. Busy treatment, other generals took command. However, had already been out of control near the wall. Then the chain of command has emerged such a big problem. The wall has been completely chaotic. The army of God cannot come to reverse the current situation. Some sober officers have begun to quietly flee with their soldiers and cronies, and some have begun to find a safe place. waiting for their surrender. There are also some people who have lost their own opinions and are lost on the wall. Zai Huan, I urge you to build aircraft carriers housed in Ming. The fastest in the Ming dynasty built aircraft carrier update speed. 186 chapters. Veteran chat rushed to the city after the wall. Wu found that many of the enemy resistance than expected in the week. Although the small number of 8 banners soldiers resisted desperately, more soldiers were fleeing and surrendering. 2008 soldiers alone, but almost no means the command of 8 soldiers, were unable to stop Tiger's Wu division. Red in the former is too late. Team behind death squads that followed grenadiers encountered fierce resistance as long as the place is a grenadier passed. There are time if throwing efforts. Grenadier control is not very good. Also a member of accidental injury to those death squads. Not before. Those death squads did not therefore refuse to follow with the grenadier. Grenadier have to help them tackle, can help them solve a lot of trouble, face a lot less dangerous. Face of death squads and bomb-throwing combinations. Soldiers still resist. The king's soldiers caught in a dilemma. Resistance bombed together easily, but also to spread outside the number of a lot more than one's own squads. Pay several times after Feng, the king began a comprehensive defeat. The next step is to clean up the mess. Wu Jun is also relatively skilled at this job. After more than an hour of cleaning up, they have completely controlled Anqing city. At the gate of the city, some people in the city were crying and looking for the bodies of their loved ones. Those who keep the army, which, in part, Anqing locals, and some are temporary odd jobs to young men arrested. Among these people, some of them were unlucky and died in battle. Wu army to appease the people of the city allowed people to claim the body. The Chinese nationality pays attention to security when entering the soil, and pays attention to entering the ancestral grave. Allowing the people to come and collect the corpses of their relatives can effectively calm the emotions of the people in the city. As for the corpses that no one took, they were thrown into the carriage and dragged to the suburbs to be buried. In this era, almost all corpses are handled by burial. Although cremation can prevent the plague more effectively, it is not accepted. Most people think that cremation is disrespectful to the corpse. Moreover, cremation burial and more than sleepy difficult and troublesome. So, Wu Jun disposal of carcasses also used burial. This is not only the case with the corpses of the enemy, but also the corpses of your own soldiers. One's own soldiers. If it is near the home where the village died, then the bodies will be transported to the soldier's family home, and like now died in the distance, generally are poised to find a centralized, collective burial, and then again the block monument registration record in memory of. There is no other way. With the transportation capacity of this era, if you want to transport the corpse back to your hometown far away, thousands of miles away, even if you don't consider the cost and time does not allow, the corpse will definitely rot on the road. This siege was relatively smooth, and Wu Jun only killed more than 600 people. The soldiers were carried to the wagon, while the rest of the soldiers who were resting were chatting. Most of the people who died were the death squads and the 412 regiment with swords and shields. It's better to be a sniper. These guys have not died since they were formed. A veteran of a side wiping his handguns, while feeling, "Aren't you nonsense? Who doesn't want to be a sniper? The salary is high and the weapons are good. You don't have to rush to the front when you fight. Just hide behind and put a cold gun." If there is a position for a sniper company, Lao Tzu is not a squad leader. A squad long followed Tu Kao, although his pay and snipers are similar, but when snipers safe way, when attacking, the sniper does not need to rush in front. There is almost no danger. Last ambushed, that a few spy slugger is being protected round and round in the middle. Security several times higher than in other branches of the military. In short, since the establishment of the sniper company until now, they have never heard of someone killed in the sniper company. At most a few people were slightly injured, and all of them were accidents. Such a safe position, which soldier doesn't want it? Moreover, sniper hit every battle, can even shoot the officer, every time the reward meritorious. If luck is like Yan Chonglu shoots and kills a Manchu prince, there are hundreds of pulls in silver rewards. For a soldier, This is an unimaginable wealth. Unfortunately, Spy Strike has not even enrollment. Used to be 200 or 200 people now. Moreover, there are 100 of them who are alternate gunners, and they don't have any guns in their hands. It is said that no weapons workshop also manufactures rifled gun. We had to enrollment. The other soldiers were so angry that they would curse the weapon workshop if they were okay. If the weapon square can be enough to create more advanced weapons, their lives will be more secure up. If you have a position, it's not your turn. If you can join the sniper company, you must have a good look. Wang Dian, you have no hope for your cross-eyed eyes. Who made you peek at the widow to take a bath when you were young? Another soldier ridicule road. Fart. You just peeped at the widow taking a bath. I was born with no cross-eyed eyes. My eyes are so good, but the people above don't give me a chance. If I give me a chance to test, I will definitely be better than the sniper company was able to hit the group of guys with accuracy. Wang Dian expressed dissatisfaction. Spy hit even we do not expect it. Boil a boil. Wait for the next batch of flintlock shipped over, we can change the equipment. To the time the security will be much higher. Flintlock troops also often suffer casualties, but their loss rate has always been lower than that of the firecrackers, and they are also their yearning arms. And the cold weapon troops are worse than the fire guns. Every time the ants attach to the city, the cold weapon units suffer the most. They are worse than the fire guns. Than the cold steel section team. Even worse is death squads, as well as grenadiers. Grenadiers have almost no ability to protect themselves, and they need to rush forward to kill the enemy. Therefore, the loss rate of grenadiers has always been quite high, second only to the death squads. Not too high. Grenadiers of pay, good benefits, often meet. Too late is the worst team, their lowest salaries, the highest mortality rate, also the worst treatment. Not before. Wu soldiers who would not sympathize with death squads, because it's basically the misdeeds of prisoners of war or recalcitrant prisoners of war and soldiers committed offenses. It was Wu Qingqing's grace to enter the death squad and get a chance to survive these people who were going to be beheaded. Moreover, too late. The team for 3 months of service can also may join other branches of the military from the death squads. This is tantamount to giving them a chance to survive. At present, a group of the earliest death squad soldiers have been freed. The sky has changed. You still have to learn skills when you are a soldier these days. Laments a veteran. He was a soldier has been more than a decade, from the northwest to the Kanto, to this southern, life on the run, to dance with death. 10 years ago, he is in school learning life-saving skills, because for an ordinary soldier who, without much knowledge and expertise they need to master. Until surrendered Wu army, he found a learned expertise and knowledge of soldiers and not soldiers. Gap is enormous. Have learned to ask to have the artillery to do. There are also specialty went to do all sorts of special forces. And those arms are usually safe, and the military pay is high. Yes, when I know all the words and learn arithmetic well, I will also apply to be an artilleryman, said another soldier. Currently Wu army which, when not fighting a war will be literacy training. Soldiers may voluntarily choose to learn or not learn. Some learn good study results who have a better future, which makes a lot of jealousy, envy, hate all kinds of ordinary soldiers. This has also stimulated the motivation of the soldiers to learn. Many soldiers now write and draw on the ground and review their knowledge when they are resting. Interests. Never far is the biggest source of power. Zai Huan, I urge you to build aircraft carriers housed in Ming. The fastest in the Ming dynasty built aircraft carrier. Update speed 187. Chapter Incognito Private Visit and King News. Back to Nanjing. Wu Qingqing just a casual look. In the military, he has never worried much. If equipped with weapons and equipment that have a generational difference to the enemy, but still unable to defeat the enemy, then that group of generals should all be demoted and introspect. Compared with the military, he pays more attention to improving the development of the entire society. This is the difficult point. If in one's lifetime, the national technological level is upgraded to the electrical age, the difficulty will not be great. However, Wu Chengqing is not reconciled to only reaching the electrical age. He hopes to reach the information age and achieve an unimaginable feat. One emperor, one emperor, one emperor. He should be the eternal emperor who has no one before and after no one. In his lifetime, he would like to go online again and fly again. Wu Chengqing consciousness into the system, looked at their own data. Host, Wu Chengqing. Territory area of about 4 square kilometers, resource point, about 99,120 million. The population of the area is about 9.1 million, and the technological points, about 8.6 million 9.1 million. Advances in technology, fire rope guns, flintlock, rifled guns, gunpowder, spring, flint, steam, soap, cement. The resources and science and technology points are abundant, and Wu Chengqing is also ready to do a big job. Anyway, he is rich and willful. Do you want to go out shopping? Wu Chengqing suddenly asked Chen Yu Smoke sentence. He must first understand the current status of life of the people, then again decided to invent something, as possible capable of some useful invention for the people. It can bring something to the progress of society. Huh? Today is not a holiday. Chen Yuan said that it was not a major festival and it was not convenient for her to go shopping. Not to mention her, even Wu Chengqing is inconvenient because of Wu Chengqing's special status. If he goes shopping, he will not be surrounded by layers of onlookers. For the sake of safety, the guards will certainly rush people again, and shopping will become annoying to the people. It is a casual stroll, incognito private visit. I would like in-depth understanding of the current living conditions of the people. Do not personally see it, do not know the following officials did not lie to me in the report. Wu Chengqing said, like the ancient childhood was born in the imperial emperor's palace, knowledge of folk is actually very limited, and even an egg worth do not know, is played out that eunuchs are common. People between eggs a penny of those eunuchs at the time of reimbursement would dare to report 342 silver. So, there are some emperor time will complain about not afford to eat eggs, because too expensive. This is also the reason why there are men who are willing to kill themselves to be eunuchs. Apart from being unable to personnel, the income of eunuchs is considerable. Wu Chengqing, although not the kind of growth in the palace, isolated people. However, if you don't visit the people for a long time, there will be many places where officials can fool him. Incognito private visit. Chen Yuan was very interested. She was still in the playful stage at her age. However, she was also afraid of being reprimanded by the old lady, and among the female ethics she learned, she taught women not to show up easily. So, even if she really wanted to go, but most eventually expressed or not, to stay at home and others to play mahjong. Wu Chengqing does not matter, then they point a few bodyguard escort ready to go. He didn't want to bring too many people, lest the private visit of the microservice would become a disturbance for the people. However, there is danger if there are fewer people. There must be a lot of people in this world who want his life. So, Wu Chengqing redeemed a leader in the era of 300 years since moving pistols and several magazines. He has always been great in protecting his own life. The M1991 self-action revolver can be shot and killed within 50 meters and very high hit rate. With saddled several magazines, 100 less than the number of assassins probably will not be near his body. After practicing the use of the pistol in the yard, he went out. Nanjing Street, lined with all kinds of various kind of shop, who did not make the stall. In order to maintain smooth traffic, the Yeoman issued a decree that the stalls must go to the designated West and East markets. Except for West Market and East Market, if you want to do business in other places, you must have shops. Today Nanjing store shop is not cheap. A flat 50 ordinary shops have 152. Bigger, better have 3 or 400 or 2. At present, the people of Nanjing can make a living with only 5 tals of silver a year. If you live in the country, you need less money. It costs more than 100 tals to buy a shop, and about 5 tals to rent a shop a month. So, shop to sell things. Profits are generally higher grade product. Wu Chengqing went to a grocery store, which sells the people's livelihood with the department, leading a poor oil salt sauce vinegar tea. In addition to firewood and rice, the other has to sell here. There are also some daily necessities, such as firefolds, candles, lamp oil, fire-inch bars. Huocan bar is the original match, made of flammable pine sticks impregnated with sulfur. This kind of fire bar is very easy to ignite. As long as you hit a little spark with a stone, you can ignite it. If there is no such kind of fire bar, it is very difficult to get fire by drilling wood. People without skills will not be able to get fire when the palm of their hands is broken. The firefold is a thing that preserves the kind of fire. It is not a thing to make fire. It does not have the function of making fire before it is ignited. And after ignition, it will slowly burn. Although burning is slow, but it also is not long. It can only save a basically 2 or 3 days the fire. This kind of commodity can only be bought and used by the wealthy. Although humans have mastered the ability to make fire for tens of thousands of years, the technology for making fire has always been primitive and backward. This hot-inch bar is more expensive? Wu Qingqing asked returning officials. It only costs 5 cents. Which is very cheap and can be used repeatedly. And it can also be shared with neighbors in the neighborhood, which is very cost-effective. The shop CEO said that the so-called neighborhood communal use means that when everyone is cooking together, the family uses the fire-inch bars to make fire, and then the neighbors in the neighborhood come to borrow the fire together. In this way, you can use the fire-inch strips with maximum efficiency and save the cost of living. Wu Wenqian, converted according to purchasing power, is about 3 yuan in later generations. Therefore, this kind of fire-inch bar is still very expensive, and not all people can afford it. Most people probably would rather spend the time to fire by rubbing sticks, or cheek to go to the neighborhood asking for a light, and will not buy such a fire-inch strips. The reason why Huocan strips are so expensive is naturally because the industry is backward, unable to achieve mass production, and the production cost is too high. Wu Qingqing quietly took down match, ready to go back out to match deceives. Manufacturing technology match required is not very deep, and even the current fire-inch strips are very similar, with a wooden dip is flammable sulfur, phosphorus and other things, and then next to a matchbox side get is coated with red phosphorus on the sand surface. A fire is generated by the principle of friction and heat generation. The principles of many inventions and creations are not esoteric, but many people do not think of it. As a later generation, Wu Qingqing is well informed. As long as he mentions a little bit, even without him lighting up the craftsmanship of the match, contemporary craftsmen can figure it out. Of course, in order to save time, Wu Qingqing decided to light up the manufacturing process directly. Make it clear about the manufacturing process and the proportions of the raw materials, so that the craftsman can follow the production process. Match out now, you can easily many people, but also to facilitate the military, but also save military spending. Currently Wu Army arquebus troops and grenadiers need a lot of troops equipped. Cost a lot. Zai Huan, I urge you to build aircraft carriers housed in Ming. The fastest in the Ming dynasty built aircraft carrier update speed. 188 chapters Tobacco line industry. Where is this table salt? Wu Qingqing continued. Back Kegwin crude salt 100 text pound. Fine salt 150 text pound. Xiao Dian replied. TSK Tusk, it's so expensive. No wonder that in ancient times, salt tax was the most important type of taxation. Wu Qingqing heard this heart jing, which is tantamount to later $70 a pound, while fine salt later are generally a few dollars a pound. The price is a difference of 100 or 200 times. Food salt is a necessity of human life. No matter how expensive to sell, all the people can only buy to purchase. This shows that the people's life pressure is still considerable. In order to save money, some poor people use salt in their daily lives, which is not good for the body. Wu Qingqing put salt also to write down. Will be subject to salt technology upgrade as soon as possible, and then preparing for large-scale industrialization, only to get production up, and to be able to press down the price of salt. reduce the cost of living of the people. Moreover, to improve the food after production of salt, but also from the large king hands snatch wealth. You know, the largest salt merchant groups are concentrated in Yangzhou, and they are still under the control of the Qing dynasty. While those salt merchants made huge profits, they also contributed a lot of taxes to the Manchu dynasty. As long as the price of salt is kept down, and even salt is dumped to the north, the Qing court will lose an important amount of salt tax revenue. This will hit the Qing dynasty harder than the dumping of cloth. After all, the people can wear rags, but they can't stay away from salt for a long time. System salts, this also have to keep track. Wu Qingqing continued to read a few goods, then left the shop. It looks like a rich man. I didn't expect to be so stingy. I just asked if I would buy it. Wu and other after leaving Chengqing, waiter swore. He waited carefully for a while, but he didn't sell anything, and it was normal to be angry. Hush, your kid is tired of living. Do you know who the person who just asked you was? That was Governor Wu Guogong of the dynasty. People came to appreciate the sentiments of the people. It is your good fortune to ask you 2 sentences. A customer in the store quickly reminded. Eli instrument hierarchy is very particular in this day and age. Alone, just the waiter yells to Wu Chengqing, and cut his head. No one will join for him. What? Wu Guogong, it's real or fake? Do auntie lie to me? Xiao Dian asked with lingering fear. Although he didn't believe it, he didn't dare to scold it anymore. It would be worthless if you lost your life just to slap your tongue. Moreover, Wu Guogong cares about the people and does not impose taxes on the people. In fact, Xiao of the shop likes and respects them very much. If you scold Master Qingshan by mistake, that would be a sin. What did I lie to you? When Wu Guogong entered the city, I was fortunate enough to grab a good position and see Wu Guogong's face clearly. I will never forget that face in my life. Wu Guogong must have come to private micro-services for a private visit this time to understand the people's feelings. You really deserve to be a good official. The customer continued to sigh, while Xiao from the shop was secretly grateful. Fortunate that he hadn't had a bad reception just now. Wu Qingqing out of the grocery store, continue walking down the street and see shops of interest. We will look into it. When he came to a tobacco and liquor store, Wu Qingqing walked in. The decoration in the shop is relatively simple, just some big jars filled with wine and sacks filled with dry tobacco. This pipe down how much a pound? Wu Qingqing picked a handful of shredded tobacco, found that the smoke is not very cut wire specifications, some thick, some thin. The Coman has seen Wu Guogong. This dry tobacco is a good product imported from Nanyang, and there are no other places. If Wu Guogong likes it, the Coman will offer it for free. This shopkeeper was once fortunate to be met by Wu Qingqing along with other businessmen, but Wu Qingqing didn't remember him. Wu Qingqing something they like, where he dared to make money, and how much nature is offered. I'm asking how much the dry tobacco costs a catty. Wu Qingqing stressed again. He was somewhat silent. He is not like a will usurpations of people are. Treasurer here. Wu Qingqing impatience, quickly replied, that pipe down because of limited supply, so selling more expensive, are generally small sell 100. When pound 300 words, wouldn't it be about the same price as table salt? But the problem is that growing tobacco is much simpler than making salt, and the cost of obtaining a pound of shredded tobacco is much lower than the cost of making a pound of table salt. Therefore, this is also a profiteering industry. Something indeed. In this age of advanced commercial enough, almost all business came to make money. Even selling candid whores on the street, the annual profit is absolutely more than 50%. In the 21st century, it is a super high quality annual profit of more than 15% of the industry. After asking about the price of dry tobacco and the price of rice wine, Wu Qingqing left the shop. The history of drinking in China has a long history, at least several thousand years. But the history of smoking is not long. It was probably introduced by Westerners during the Wanli period. and then it sold quickly. It is an inevitable event that this kind of mildly addictive product sells well and cannot be forbidden. Wu Qingqing past life do not smoke, do not like smoking, but he also knows there is little prospect they want non-smoking. Chongzhen banned smoking, and later in the Manchus, they banned smoking, but they all failed without exception. Those Han people can accept shaving their hair, but they can't quit smoking. This shows how terrible this addictive product is. Later generations of the United States also issued a prohibition on alcohol, which was later proved by history to be a joke. Tobacco and alcohol, when it after they appeared, human beings cannot stop them popular. So, Wu Qingqing also never thought to go to smoking prohibition, anyway, something low addiction, not opium on the line. However, there is currently no opium on Huixia's side, so don't worry about it for the time being. The current liquor is still mainly rice wine with a low degree. Although white wine has a high degree, it is difficult to brew, consumes a lot of food, and costs high, so it is relatively small. Regarding the wine industry, Wu Qingqing is prepared to ignore it, not prohibit it, but also not encourage it, because for the wine to spend a lot of food, but also in the people's hungry, encourage the development of wine industry is very cruel to the people. The more fermented wine, the less food, the higher the price of food. High food prices people cannot get any good at. They grow a little food to eat enough to obtain benefits only those large landowners. As for cigarettes, well, Wu Qingqing like to support it, to encourage people to grow, because planting high-yielding cigarettes can increase people's income substantial. As for the food problem caused by growing tobacco, this can sell cigarettes abroad, and then buy food from foreign countries. Wu Qingqing ready to get out of the cigarette machine. Cigarette manufacture such large quantities, greatly enhance productivity and reduce costs. As long as the cost is low, foreign cigarettes will not be able to compete with the cigarettes they make. Then they can dump them to seize the market, monopolize the global market, and achieve rich wealth. This is the history of Europe to the rest of the things done. Europe is relying on the Industrial Revolution, a significant degree of lower commodity costs, and then dumping the world. But now, it was Wu Qingqing's turn to do this. In the future, which country and region dare to prohibit the inflow of his goods? He can also send a fleet to attack the other side, and then sign a so-called fair trade treaty. Things in fact, industrial and agricultural country to do business. How could it fare? Zaihuan, I urge you to build aircraft carriers housed in Ming. The fastest in the Ming dynasty built aircraft carrier update speed. 189 chapters Mining capital. Wu Qingqing continue wandering in the street, this taste of real life hundreds of years ago. Shopping for a while, he had met at one meter store met Sun Doming. It appears to be occasional, whose real Sun Doming deliberately wait here. Before Wu Qingqing visiting a china shop, it is the Sun Doming industry. The shopkeeper employed by the Sun family recognized Wu Qingqing and reported the news to Sun Doming. Then Sun Doming went to his own rice store to make chance encounters. He took great pains to meet Wu Qingqing and see if he could get one or two cooperation projects. Bao Tong family's livery, Chen soap perfumed shop, Wu cloth factory. These are the Sun Doming jealous of business. He also wants to squeeze in, to share. Not only him, but other businessmen in Nanjing have this idea, but they suffer from no way. I met Wu country fair. Sun Doming hurriedly saluted, but Wu Qingqing signaled that he didn't need to do too much. Along the way, he has been recognized several times, but those who recognized him have guessed that he is visiting privately on WeChat, so they are very acquainted without fanfare. What's your price of rice? Wu Qingqing asked. A handful of rice. Returned to the governor. The rice here is divided into several price ranges according to the different quality and taste. High quality rice is about $5 and 1 stone, medium sized rice is $4 and 1 stone, and inferior rice only costs $3 and 1 stone. Sun Doming didn't dare to lie in order to claim credit. All he said were the real prices. The reason why he dared to say this is mainly because his rice price is 20% cheaper than that in the north, and his price is already considered to be a good deal for Wu Chengking. Wu Chengking were looked at those 3 meters, found the finest quality rice, grain of rice and plump. Medium-sized rice grains are also large, but the shape is round, and the taste of this kind of rice is slightly worse. The inferior rice is finely crushed rice grains, and some are even rice noodles, with some rice bran in it. This is because the rice milling technology is backward and the rice is too broken. This kind of rice is generally used to feed chickens and ducks in later generations, and people definitely don't want to eat it. What is this rice milling tool? How come the rice is crushed so much that the rice bran is not cleaned up? Wu Chengking asked the sentence, and in this respect he did not notice before, really do not know, is how the ancient people of rice. Back to the adults, with the water pushing the moving stone, because the water sometimes fast, sometimes gentle, lead to dynamic instability. Grind grain of rice will come out of this situation. This low-quality rice bran with a small amount of people actually favor it because it's cheap. Sun Doming's words surprised Wu Chengking a little. He thought that the tools of this era were purely handcrafted, but he didn't expect that the ancients had also used water power on a large scale. Do not overthink, actually quite easy to understand. Such as Sun Doming must trafficking hundreds of kilograms of food every year. Large grain merchants, with handmade rice that was to grind to what month are. This kind of rice milling technology is too backward. I will get a more advanced rice milling machine someday to reduce the cost of rice milling. Wu Chengking said, he is now in urgent need to create a large number of machines, thus releasing more labor. Despite the fact that the population in his jurisdiction is close to 10 million, human resources are very scarce, because most people have to farm. Only by releasing more labor can we promote the establishment of various large factories. Sun Doming was surprised when he heard this. Water-powered rice milling is already a very advanced rice milling technology. In the north or other places where rivers are lacking, donkeys or manpower are used. However, such advanced technology is backward in Wu Chengking's eyes, and he even said that more advanced machines would be built. Sun Doming couldn't imagine what kind of machine it was. When someone else said something like this, he couldn't help but ridicule a few words a long time ago. Not to now say this is Wu Chengking, he was not a hint of doubt. After all, Wu Chengking has done enough miracles, and another miraculous rice mill seems to be no big deal. The Lord Go has a heart for the people, and it is the blessing of the people. I am afraid that it will cost a lot to make this machine, and the villain is willing to contribute a meager effort. Only after the Lord has made the machine, it can be used by the villain. Sun Doming said, of course he didn't have too much money and nowhere to spend, but mainly wanted to sell Wu Chengking as a favor. As long as he participates in the capital contribution, and when the machine comes out, Wu Chengking must be embarrassed to lose his share. NG previous behavior Chengking point of view, it is clearly not a stingy person. Oh, look at the way your business is doing well, a lot of money thing. Now that you have assets, I just have a few projects that require a lot of input. You can think about it. Maybe you cannot make big money, but it's okay to make a little money. Wu Chengking engage matches, salt, cigarettes, which require a lot of upfront investment, but he also said he did not so much spare cash. Money should be a priority for his support troops. Because of his relatively low tax enacted, the tax received is not enough to support the military, are relying on those profits perfume soap cloth items in the maintenance. However, the income from those commodities is only enough to maintain the army and the administrative system. If he wants to reinvest in other areas, he has to find ways to raise funds from the private sector. His low tax policy, in fact, Guyanwu, Qian Qiani, Ruan Daking and others do not understand, because it is completely unnecessary. Even if taxes were increased a little bit, the people in the south of the Yangtze River would still survive, and taxes in other places were much higher than in the areas under their control. In the war-torn era, the most important thing is to expand the army and unify the world. For this goal, it is understandable that some people should be sacrificed appropriately. At least, Qian Qiani and others can understand. However, Wu Chengking is a firm no tax increases, but also find a way to stop people decompression. I have to say that in terms of dealing with the people, there is no one in power in the world that Wu Chengqing has done so well. And this also led to the current regime Wu Chengqing poorer, those profits thanks to new product supports. However, Wu Chengqing site where people and businessmen is affluent than other places. The hands of those who do not bad money, some big landlords and big merchants, the less the seller buried hundreds of thousands, even hundreds of thousands to silvers. It doesn't make any sense to bury the money in the cellar. It only makes sense to circulate it when it is dug out and put into the market. So, Wu Chengqing will encourage business, to encourage invention. It is to want to make the big landlords and big merchants who put money into the market. How dare you be greedy for profit if you do things for the grandpa? As long as you don't lose money, the villain will do his best to assist the adults. Sun Doming suppressed the joy in his heart and showed his loyalty. Not to mention that there is still a small amount of money to make, even if it is a loss. He has to agree. Have you not seen the Tong family piece? But also ruin the kind of fiddle unprofitable cement. It is to obtain the goodwill and support Wu Chengqing, then won the production rights, the right to operate a BMW car. BMW, now born Italian, has long been mad at numerous businessmen, among 100 times profit, which traders saw no vomiting blood. There is a kind of profitable business, called the business of other people's homes. Zai Huan, I urge you to build aircraft carriers housed in Ming. The fastest in the Ming dynasty built aircraft carrier update speed. 190 chapters recruit mark. A few days later, Wu Chengqing held perhaps time in human history the tender will be at Government House. He invited all the rich and powerful businessmen in the city, and then he drafted an investment project for them to bid. He would give the project to whoever gave a large investment quota and good business ideas. Before due to the Sun Doming we have promised. So Wu Chengqing also sent ahead of him through the Tone rice mill, and let him know the bottom line. At the time of bidding take the initiative. Of course, if someone offers much better conditions than Sun Doming, then Wu Chengqing can't be blamed. He was a dignified governor, and he was praised by being able to give Sun Doming a bit of air. In the lobby of the governor's mansion, many businessmen have gathered together, and everyone has a smile and expectation on their faces. Because as has been told that before they come, Wu Chengqing some rich business can be handed over to them. Fortune business, perfume, soap, BMW. He had already seen too much to make a fortune from the business to Wu Chengqing, and heard they had the opportunity to meddle in the business. He were able to upset thing. He had jealous Chen, Wu Tong home and not a day for 2 days. This time, they won't miss the opportunity again. Qui treasurer, you have not been voted heavily in the perfume business well, how also to grab new business and we cannot leave us a soup to drink it. Han Sanli, a businessman who has a good relationship with Qui Ming Chong, spit on him. Qui Ming Chong had already obtained the right to operate perfume in Nanzali area because of his cooperation with Wu Jun's breaking the city. Although it is only a profit from terminal sales, this profit is not low, and many people have been jealous. And now, Qui Ming Chong is here again. Not only Qui Ming rushed, but even Tong Yui also came, which put a lot of pressure on other businessmen. This is another situation where there are more wolves and less meat. They are not better than Tong Yui based on the relationship. It is conceivable that the situation will be very bad in the future. Treasurer Han, what you said is wrong. Grandpa Go wants to vigorously develop the industrial and commercial industry and needs capital investment. I am deeply impressed by the father-in-law, and there is still a small capital in the family. How can I hide at home at this time? Support the government decree of the Lord Go. What Qui Ming Chong said was awe-inspiring, but no one else would believe it. Qui treasurer, and your little money or keep it. God of public things, do not you worry. We have so many people here, enough to share those concerns for the country's company secretary. Another big businessman surnamed Pang replied unceremoniously. Pang Yuanming is the top 3 wealthy man in Nanjing City, and he can be arrogant in front of Qui Ming Chong. Qui Ming Chong is also lazy to quarrel with him. Anyway, he will be more capable later. Treasurer Li, how much do you have prepared to compete this time? Not much, not much. Only 300,000 kls. Where is brother you? I cannot then lead treasurer, except for prepared 202,000. The two smiled and greeted a few words, but they sneered in their hearts when they turned their faces. Just now, neither of them would be so stupid to believe that they both wanted to explore the low of others. If you know your opponent's whole cards, you can take the lead in bidding. For example, if the opponent has only 300,000 kls, and promises to invest 350,000 yuan when bidding, the probability of winning the bid will increase greatly. If you don't know your opponent's whole cards, you're in trouble. If the quoted price is 350,000, I will worry about not enough, and if I quote too much, I am afraid of waste or insufficient financial resources. Everyone's money is not brought by the wind. If you can bid successfully with the least amount of money, it will naturally be the best. But if you don't know your opponent's whole cards, and you want to win the bid, you can only bid a little bit higher as much as possible. There are many businessmen like Shopkeeper Lee and Shopkeeper Yu who are trying to test other people's voices. However, everyone's IQs are not very different, and it is actually very difficult to draw out the opponent's whole cards. And like Tong, there is Sun Doming, Pang Yu and Ming strength of these merchants. But it is not even bother to go to do so, since they are financially strong. Big deal on the price point overstatement. Anyway, those monopoly businesses, as long as they are on the right track, sooner or later they will be able to make money back. In short, because of Tong Yui's success, the merchants in Nanzali area now trust Wu Chenking very much. Those in power who always think of ways to help businessmen make money, it's time they have seen each other. Wait a moment. Wu Chenking came to the hall, but also brought some people not fresh stuff seen. Everyone, am relatively busy, so I won't say much about all kinds of polite nonsense. There is only one purpose for this tender, and that is to make a fortune together. I use technology, everyone pays money, and everyone makes money. Wu Chenking said, straight to the point. He then took out things. A box of matches. Wu Chenking in front of witnesses, demonstrates the use of a bit of match. Flanagan saw a small stick in the sandpaper to gently draw out the flames. Everyone is staring, surprised, speechless. This way of getting fire is so convenient. It's incredible. People in the future, how much effort would have to be saved. Wu Chenking continued to introduce and said, this thing called the matches, with a small wooden stick is disseminated certain percentage of sulfur, white phosphorus and other objects made only of sand can burn in this plane made a special plan. I don't need to say more about the role of this kind of thing. Everyone should be thinking about it. And the cost of this match, after mass production, is almost 20 sticks %. The price I requested is 10 sticks %, which means that the profit of 10 matches is 1 cent. Moreover, this price is limited to my jurisdiction. As for you selling to the north, south, or abroad, whether you sell 1 pen or 100 pens, it all depends on your abilities. I have only one request, giving priority to our army, and you are free to dispose of the rest after supplying our army. If you have an idea, you can think about it first, and then come to bid later. Compared with the fire can bar, this kind of match only uses ordinary wooden sticks, and the raw materials are much cheaper. With large-scale mass production, the cost is more than 50 times lower than the fire can bar. Not before. Because Wu Chenking wants to benefit the people, it defines the price, so this thing is actually the profit is not high, only 10 a penny of profit, but also points to Wu Chenking half. If you want to make money, it mainly depends on whether the thing is sold in the north or south, or even abroad. Only by selling it in those places can you make a lot of money. In short, this is a good business, but it is still a lot worse than perfume soap, mainly because it is for the poor. These years, it is too difficult to make money from the poor, and we still have to make money from the rich, especially the money of the rich family's daughters. If it were not afraid of loss of fame, Wu Chenking always wanted to direct the sanitary napkins and underwear comes out, but the truth is if that thing comes out, people do not know how to look at him. Therefore, for the sake of fame, Wu Chenking would rather suffer those women than dare to make such an invention. and can only wait for other women's friends to emerge. Zai Huan, I urge you to build aircraft carriers housed in Ming. I'm the fastest in the Ming dynasty built aircraft carrier. Update speed 191. Chapter bunch of good stuff. After understanding the cost of this match, many businessmen have begun various calculations in their hearts to calculate how much the maximum profit of this thing can be and how much investment it is worth to spend. The arithmetic level of these people is definitely the most powerful group of people in this era. It was only he who these merchants only need a variety of large amount of computation. Subsequently, Wu Qingqing opened a red cloth, revealing a type printing press, and some type model. The current printing operation also remain in the woodblock printing. Movable type have not even been promoted, because movable type printing actually still has some defects, such as the poor quality of printed books and the blurring of handwriting. In short, the current printing technology has high cost and low efficiency, which is very unfavorable for the spread of culture. Wu Qingqing simply put this type printing press to get out the technical content of this press type is actually not particularly high, and basically almost movable type. The only difference is that instead of using mud type the word of wood, the typefaces on the metal surface are very effective when printed, and the printing is very clear. Of course, the type printing machine also has its shortcomings. That is, the production of fonts is very difficult, especially now that it is still in traditional Chinese. Carving on a lead block the size of a thumb requires a lot of skill. If you want to have no obstacles when printing, at least 6 or 7,000 commonly used Chinese characters must be prepared for a set of printing machines. And those frequently used words also need to print a lot, such as the land was the type of font. An article in the less there are dozens. For a set of printing presses, 50,000 or 60,000 typefaces must be prepared, and they can be printed completely when they are printed. And the cost of a single type engraving is about 100 texts, which means that the cost of a set of machine-like type is 5 to 6,000 tls. In addition to the machine itself, and the paper used, inkjet, it costs almost 7 to 8,000 tls. In short, the cost of this stuff is very high. However, Wu Qingqing demos and presentations of this type printing press, the businessman has a lot of heart, and the extent of heart even more than the match. The reason is also very simple. Scholars make good money. Although there are often so-called poor scholars and poor scholars, in fact, the group of scholars is richer than the common people by several levels. First of all, the poor scholars are only a minority. Most scholars are either landlords or gentry. In short, they are not very poor. Moreover, compared to the officialdom, the little investment in reading is completely worthwhile. The efficiency of this printing machine is too high, and there are more books printed, and its cost is actually not high even if it is spread. In short, it is very profitable. Compared with matches, everyone is more willing to choose this type printing machine. Look back over type printing press, Wu Qingqing, and took them to the backyard pond. Wu Qingqing want to show them the steam engine. Everyone saw the huge iron lump that is so tall and covers an area of more than a square, and all of them looked thoughtful, as if they were speculating about the role of the iron lump. Everyone is optimistic. This is a pump made by the students in my university hall. Wu Qingqing told the sentence, then there will be artisans began operating, to rig a coal boiler, tank, add water to the pot. With coal combustion stop burning, boiling pot of water in the jar already, transformed into steam, pushing the piston, pushing the wheel. Immediately afterwards, the pool water spouted from a pipe made of cowhide, almost lighting up everyone's eyes. This is also thanks to the other novel things that I have seen before, and I am no longer as ignorant as before. Whether the water flow uphill to see this situation, it may not have shouted a few words Gia. This kind of thing is called a steam engine, which can convert internal energy into mechanical energy. If you don't know what internal energy and mechanical energy are, you should go home and ask the children in college. In short, this kind of thing can greatly save manpower. The power of the steam engine that everyone sees is still small, about 50 horsepower. However, with this horsepower, the pool can be drained in less than 2 hours. And to operate this steam engine, you only need 5 or 6 skilled workers. You can think about how long it takes for 5 or 6 people to drain the pool in the past. This kind of steam engine has a very wide range of applications. Among them, thing I will prepare next is to open up a large number of salt fields on the Songjiang side. Wu Qingqing say, other traders suddenly understand the value of this steam engine. Made salt cost twice so high. The reason is difficult to take water, boil the water difficult, requires a lot of manpower. With this steam engine, it only needs to burn coal to continuously extract seawater, and the labor cost will be drastically reduced. Now made with human salt is a sum of the profits of the sale. If such a machine to pump water into salt, and that the price of salt, are we going to crash? Many businessmen heart has been shocked to unparalleled proportions. This steam engine simply stand guillotine on other merchants' neck. Yeah. With this machine, where can other salt merchants survive? Many people turned their attention to Pang Yuanming, because among the crowd, he was the only salt seller. Not over, Pang Yuanming did not, like other traders, expected the panic Jiang, but is full of calm. Pang Yuanming is so smart. Although this kind of machine will have a great impact on salt merchants, it is not an opportunity. If you can occupy these machines alone, isn't it possible to use low salt prices to bankrupt other salt merchants? To win a single large, even if it is a little lower selling price of salt, still is a lot of money that way. Pang Yuanming had already made up his mind that the business of this steam engine must belong to him. Whoever dared to fight with him would be an indomitable enemy. I want to remind you that investing in a steam engine is a bottomless pit. People in colleges are constantly improving the machine and spending a lot of money. People with insufficient financial resources should not get involved easily, otherwise they will not be able to make money. Moreover, the steam engines built in the future will also be given priority to the Navy and some other places that the military can use, and then they can be used for commercial purposes. Of course, as long as the investment capital of the project, since they can enjoy the exclusive right of salt. The profit in this, I think you should be able to measure it in your heart. Wu Qingqing said with a smile. He did not say too well in this regard, as is more convenient pit after them. Waiting for him after they put money in, improved machine, Wu Qingqing price of salt will then issued a standard price. In short, he will make these businessmen make money, but he won't make them rich. What he has is the means to control. As long as the army is in hand, those businessmen find that they are trapped and they can't help him. Of course, this is not actually a pit. At least, Wu Qingqing will give them a profit of not less than 50%, which is already a pretty good profit. If you don't cooperate with him, it will be even worse. If Pang Yuanming doesn't cooperate with him, then Pang Yuanming's business will not go bankrupt. In contrast, and Wu Qingqing cooperation to earn that 50% of the profits, it is also quite fragrant. Zai Huan, I urge you to build aircraft carriers housed in Ming. The fastest in the Ming dynasty built aircraft carrier. Update speed 192 chapters. Steel making technology. Hai Huan Ming made aircraft carrier. I please receive possession. I am the fastest in the Ming dynasty built aircraft carrier. Update speed 193 chapter. Fuku in a court. In order to win the bid, everyone is showing their magic, borrowing money, looking for partners, and studying bidding plans. Of course, some people will use unconventional methods. Governor's mansion. Backyard. The backyard is always lively, and one of them is a young woman headed by Chen Yuan. They are either playing mahjong, or painting, listening to drama, or listening to novels. Tang poem song Ming Yuan dynasty novel. This period drama and novels have been very popular. 4 masterpieces in the 3 have already come out. Jinping has come out. Of course, these are not the types that Chen Yuan and the others like to listen to. They prefer some less famous novels that describe love. The other group is the middle-aged and elderly group headed by Mrs. Liao. They are all middle-aged and elderly women. She had the theme of almost every day to chat, nothing else up. Playing mahjong, they still can't let go of their minds for the time being, and feel that something is not dignified. As for love novels, they are sniffed, A little family ethics, law, relationship, mansion, courtyard, novel, class of perhaps their point of interest. On this day, Mrs. Liao was accompanied by the wife of the household minister Kian Teoli, the wife of Kian Teoli, the wife of Kian Kiani, the wife of Chen, and the wife of Sun Doming, the wife of Liu, and the wife of Tong Yuwei, me, and so on. There are some. Right, there is the potential of the women, who constitute a high circles. Old lady, the governor has been married for more than half a year. Wai Chen's stomach is not moving. For people like the governor, the offspring are very important. The old lady never thought of giving him another concubine. Give it a try. It was Mrs. Minutes who spoke. Her daughter was cheeky and clamored to marry Wu Qingqing as a concubine as early as in Suzhou, but she never found a good opportunity to mention it. But now, Chen Yuan has not been pregnant, but she has found a breakthrough. He took a concubine by himself, but his stomach didn't move. And I was so worried. Mrs. Liao sighed. She now has no worries about food and clothing, enjoying the prosperity and wealth. Her son is also promising, and it looks like her life is wonderful. However, she also has a headache, that is, Wu Qingqing has never had a child until now. Although Wu Qingqing is not very old now, only 17 years old. However, the body is a ruler, hundreds of thousands of troops. No one is quite strange offspring. As a mother, Mrs. Liao also eager grandchildren. The main reason is that life is too boring. The other children have grown up, and she always feels nothing to do without a grandson. This little concubine in a few rooms will do. You can try with a few more people. There will always be one or two happy. Minutes said. The other women looked at Minutes thoughtfully, guessing at Minutes' intentions. Although we often talk about useless gossip together, sometimes the things we talk about will carry some purpose. Just like now, they all vaguely saw Minutes' intentions. Not before. They actually, I'm going to expose, would only offend Minkowski. Moreover, once Mrs. Liao accepts this suggestion, they can also find a way to recommend a personal choice. Marriage with the Wu family is a deal that will not lose money. It would be even more wonderful if Mr. Li gave birth to the eldest son. Here of you women, some people at home may not have the appropriate age of the woman, but this is not a problem. They are a large family. The less there are hundreds of ethnic people, plus even more distant relative, there is always a right candidate. Appropriate age woman certainly. You have to look at is pretty key. People who are not beautiful, they don't dare to take it out. It makes sense. If you pay a few more rooms, you can talk about it in the past. I don't know if you have a suitable introduction. Mrs. Liao it's real vaguely guessed to Minutes' intentions, but she does not matter. Anyway, she only cares about himself. Can as soon as they have a grandson. Old lady, when you said so, I remembered that I have a niece who is 16 this year, and she looks beautiful. She is not much better than Qin Hui and Bayan. Moreover, she is also good at piano, chess, calligraphy. Before the Minutes family had time to sell his daughter, the Liu family of the Sun family first promoted their tribe. Although they are not the daughters of the Sun family, taking a concubine is not like marrying a wife. You don't need to pay too much attention to the family right. The main thing is whether you will serve people or not. It depends on whether Wu Qingqing likes it. Therefore, Liu spotted the opportunity and shot it. If they could reach a successful marriage. They also have a home business background, care, Huiqin, chess, calligraphy. That's not bad. I must be a quiet person. Unlike the one in the main room, it's too wild. Mrs. Liao accidentally expressed her dissatisfaction with Chen Yuan. She felt that Chen Yuan often played mahjong with those people, and was very ignorant. But for Wu Qingqing that does not matter. She would reprimand about it. Too outrageous. Hearing the words, Minutes shook his heart, because her daughter Qian Yuayu and Chen Yuan were the same kind of people, and they were always playing crazy every day. Look like Liu. Do not like this type of girl, that her chances and a lot smaller. Everyone continued to chat, and the young women all talked about who is beautiful and well behaved in their own family. The old lady who listened was quite heart-moving, and asked them to bring the younger generations of the right age to see tomorrow. Ordinary people may not see each other's appearance when marrying wives and concubines, But this kind of thing will not happen to powerful people. They have the conditions to meet and inspect the goods first. At night, the old lady was asked maidservants Wu Chengking concubinage of the leak to the Chen Yu smoke. Let Chen Yu smoke a bit nervous. The old lady was asked to hurry Wu reason Chengking concubinage. She more or less able to guess, nothing more nothing, she was not pregnant. But this kind of thing, it's useless to be anxious. You can only resign yourself to fate. Her only able enough to do, that is, eat some tonic remedies. And this has to be eaten in hiding, and can't be known by Wu Chengking, because Wu Chengking does not approve of her practice. Both the old lady and Chen Yuan were anxious, but Wu Chengking was not anxious. His age, still in high school and later took classes, drooling looking at it. To child this fact is too early. Miss, what can I do? There are more vixens. You quickly act like a baby to the master, so that he doesn't want to take so many concubines, Zai said anxiously. Shut up, who said the 8? So others would not say I'm jealous of. Chen Yuan reprimanded. Whether Wu Chengking how much satisfied concubine, she is always first wife. Position no one can shake. Even if other concubines give birth to children, they have to be called her mother, and the birth mother is called aunt. If she can stop Wu Chengking concubinage, or what malicious means to clean up those concubines, and so it is reasonable to excuse her husband to divorce his wife. Zai Huan, I urge you to build aircraft carriers housed in Ming. I'm the fastest in the Ming dynasty built aircraft carrier. Update speed 194 chapters concubinage. The next day, Wu Chengking home when Liao was called the backyard. In the backyard, besides Liao and some other middle-aged women, there are also several young girls. Among them, there is also Qian Yu Ayu who he knows. These girls have been carefully dressed up, which makes people feel amazing at first glance. Wu is now a lot of Chengking seen a beautiful woman, so beautiful and not too many of these ideas. It may also be because he is now at your fingertips for most of the beauties, so ordinary beauties can't make his heart beat. The so-called not the best, and can easily get, but he was not interested. If Empress Xiaozhuangwen or Chen Yuan were here, he might still be wild. Mother Pro, what can I do? Wu Chengking asked. It's not a big deal. No, the daughters of the Sun family made some cakes ingeniously. I tasted them very delicious, so I left a few pieces for you. Stone table really solid has a plate of pastries filled. But Wu Chengking not stupid enough to think that things are really like this. Look at a few of the wonderful aged woman. Wu Chengking almost to guess about it. Wu Chengking bit speechless. I did not expect to cross the ancient have not escaped the fate of being spawned to marry. Wu Chengking tasted cakes, also found really good. Do not know who is out of the hands of a master. So he asked, it's delicious, who made it? A young girl stood up and bowed and said, the father-in-law returned to the country. It was the daughter of the people who did it. Several other women here are the envy at the time. Miss Sun, they know, Miss Sun had discussed the Korolioff and the Wu Chengking's favor. This Miss Sunjia is not only good at making pastries, but also proficient in all kinds of piano, chess, calligraphy and painting. She is a famous talented girl in Nanjing. Liao said again. Mother Pro, what are you going to give me concubinage it? Wu Chengking suddenly opening, so that everyone stunned for a moment. Although this kind of thing is already obvious, it doesn't need to be broken. Those young girls have bowed their heads and blushed. Liao good and evil is someone who, not so thin-skinned, simply admitted, really real is the meaning of my children is dignified. Wu Guogong, Zainal few rooms concubine also normal number of other wealthy magistrates 3 wives and 4 concubines it. You are only a few now. In Liu's opinion, with her son's patience, marrying 10 or 8 is the past. Wu Chengking suddenly turned to several women, said, you have to think clearly may have to do what my concubine is not a happy thing. I have a busy day of public affairs, did not accompany how much time is his wife, let alone a concubine. If you marry an ordinary person, you can at least enjoy the care of your husband. Wu Chengking sometimes feel like a very complicated person, sometimes leniency sake of one people, will be respected by others. Sometimes they are very selfish, and when they meet someone they like very much, they will take possession of it aggressively. In short, his identity as a traverser, coupled with his current power, makes him somewhat unsuitable for this era. Just like now, in fact, with his status, he doesn't need to care about the happiness of these women at all. It's enough to be happy. Moreover, even if it does so, others will not say anything, but will regard it as a very normal thing. However, because as he had accepted free love of education, so he will occasionally make some very active respect for women. He did not want those who marry after himself not too happy, so his heart is still somewhat guilty. Of course, the main reason is that none of these people can make him crazy. If there is a top quality like Xiao Fei Fi Da Mimi in front of him, he will probably not care about the other party's willingness. It must be first. Let's talk about it. I can be enough to serve the country. Company secretary is a small woman. Blessing, Miss Sunjia said. She who's real strange. Wu Chinking remind ourselves why these people, but this is not important. She was saddled with the mission of the family over. As long as enough to marry Wu Chenking, her family will be able to get great benefits. Her parents, brothers and sisters can benefit from this. Compared with these benefits, her personal happiness is insignificant, and it is her own life to be wronged. So regardless of the future fortunate not happy, she must fight to as Wu Chenking woman. I can be enough to serve the country well. That is a small woman of God blessing. Others also said, fish and bear's paw can't have both. Why don't they know that marrying Wu Chenking as a concubine may be left out for a long time? However, marrying Wu Chenking can at least enjoy a life of glory and wealth and become a master. Later worships money and women just like a kind. They are not stupid enough to think that wealthy people can get married love, but the key is to get money that way. She says reasonable, in his capacity as company secretary of state, is satisfied that they are lifting their concubine, where the use of companionship, God of public worry about minutes, and others also expressed their opinions. This matter is up to you, mother. I still have official duties to deal with, Wu Chenking said. Anyway, which he said has been said, these women want to be able to calm down. If they insist on marrying themselves as concubines, they can only accept it reluctantly. Anyway, some beautiful women, he would not eat the loss. Go ahead, I'll take care of these things. Liao laughed. Wu Chenking, back to his study, began to set up the Ministry of Trade and Industry. It's real. He would have wanted to, but because the establishment of this department now has not publicly taken into account the rebellion, without the right to change the framework of the court, the intention is too obvious. But now, with more and more major industries, he needs a specialized agency to manage these large enterprises. So, he was among the 6, forced to add a booth's part, the 6 made into a 7. This decision naturally caused some officials to be surprised, but Wu Chenking's reasons were also very good, because business is too important, and its importance even exceeds that of the Ministry of War and the Ministry of Justice. Surprised to return to astonishment, except for those who are full of foolish and loyal minds, most officials actually like Wu Chenking's decision, because to be an extra, it would be tantamount to a lot more official position, but also more of a business minister's. This is 2 products of high officials. Test into account the importance of the ministry, the power of this business minister's Bing Bush Hangxiu even bigger than the absolute position of Hong Steamed Bun. A lot of people want to meddle. As for the candidate of the Ministry of Commerce, Wu Chenking is actually quite embarrassed, because most of his staff are traditional officials and there are no economists at all. To be qualified for this position, you must at least understand some basic economic laws. If you appoint a person who doesn't understand anything to sit in this position, that's definitely a hidden danger. Zai Huan, I urge you to build aircraft carriers housed in Ming. I'm the fastest in the Ming dynasty built aircraft carrier. Update speed 195. Chapter Chengqiu prisoner career. Who should I use? Wu Chenking thought would have been a very good candidate, Chengqiu. With Hong Chengqiu's IQ, even if he doesn't know how to develop the economy, he can quickly get started, and then gradually integrate. After all, he has experience in the ruling party, which is much more suitable than other officials. Unfortunately, this guy refused to surrender before, so Wu Chengking put it on hold. I have to say that this is a great waste. Today, Hong Chengchu has been kept in a house in Nanjing, but he does not need to live in a cell. Anyhow, it had been also Viceroy. This preferential treatment is still there. Of course, more important is Chengchu's family to pay a sum of food expenses. Wu Chengking did not send the whereabouts of the king cell Chengchu, but sent people to Chengchu of money at home, with the name of is that they take care of Chengchu need the money. If the Hung family do not dig money, then they can only Chengchu pulled up the work of the mine. Hong Chengchu has two families, one is in Beijing. After he surrendered, the king court rewarded his wife and family property. The other home is in Quanzhou, Fujian, where he has his mother and his wife. Not before. His mother is also a ruthless man. Since he was surrendering, his mother no longer recognized his son. He was very loyal. Therefore, the food cost was collected by his wife Liu in Beijing, and the total amount was 10,000 tals. The use of those prisoner to make money, this has become a tradition of Wu Chengchu because as talented, so Wu Chengking no sailed to the king court. While others no ability, who refused to surrender, Wu Chengking is generous. Special column of the inventory due to the king court, let them pay ransom. At the top of this list is Dorgan's older brother Erasik. In addition, there are a few Manchu Balar, Bizi, and generals. These are all diehards of the Manchu dynasty, and would rather die than surrender. It was too wasteful to cut directly, so Wu Chengking sent an envoy to Beijing. Not over, no harvest. Duo Erdogan is a ruthless man. No to pay ransom money. People are in the enemy capital. Even the elder brother simply are not, and refusing to pay. In desperation, Wu Chengking sent messengers only to those who live on points at home, ranging from a few hundred to 2,002. He did not dare not to, because the messenger released relentless, not directly to the beheading. Duo Erdogan would not dig money behavior, but also to some generals chilling. After all, Wu Chengking gave those generals the chance to survive, but Dorgan cherished it. It is also very sad to give such a boss his life. In a house in the west of the city, Hong Chengchu was quietly reading the newspaper. Since captured, every day of his life is to see books and newspapers. Due to pay much money for his wife, so he received preferential treatment will be done. Even the big school textbooks are bought. The above knowledge makes him feel very interesting. Sometimes he will question and think about the above knowledge, and sometimes there are some gains. In addition to these books, his favorite is the newspapers in Zili area. From these newspapers, Hong Chengchu can see a lot of useful information. For example, Wu Chengking some administrative measures, some of the war news, some of the Wu Chengking attempts. On this day, after reading the latest issue of the newspaper, Hong Chengchu sighed inwardly. The newspaper said that Wu Jun had regained Anqing and was heading towards Chujiang, and the victory of Jiang Xi was just around the corner. This shows that the Wu army in the south has completely occupied the advantage and is on the offensive side. The king court could only temporarily take a defensive position before regaining its vitality. In Hong Chengchu's view, this approach of the king court was actually not appropriate, because he saw Wu Chengking's terrifying growth rate. Forces like this kind of rising momentum must be a showdown with the strength of the whole country, and must not give their opponents time to develop, to stifle them in the bud. The longer the opponent develops, the smaller the strength gap between the two sides. As long as Wu Chengking is defeated, there will be no opponents in the world. Hong Chengchu really didn't pay attention to those lingering Nanming courts. It is a pity that the current king court still doesn't know enough about Wu Chengking, and it is also thinking about getting new weapons out first, and then coming to a decisive battle after expanding the army. This idea is obviously wrong. This world might fall into Wu Chengking's hands. With such an idea in Hong Chengchu's mind, judging from the current situation, Wu Chengking has a good chance. Thinking of this, Hong Chengchu had a headache. He wasn't willing to spend his time in this house all day, wasting his life or promise. In the eyes of the poor people, like Chengchu that do not work, have to eat and drink every day like day mortal life. However, for a person who used to be in a high position, it would be very uncomfortable without power in his hands. and it would be very empty and lonely without pursuit. However, he really couldn't let go and beg Wu Chengking to ask an official to do it. It is hypocritical to say that it is unpleasant, and it is that he has his pride to say that it is good. Old Liu, can you help me go to the newspaper to contribute? The entangled Hong Chengqiu finally adopted a compromise approach, choosing to write an article to express his frustration and some changes in his thoughts. Its reality is to imply that Wu Chengking, I have communicated, and I reward a government do it. Okay, but I can only help you deliver it to the newspaper. It's hard to tell if they adopt it or not. You don't know. Now the Minbao is selling well in Nanjing. Many literati and scholars want to publish some in the newspaper articles in order to increase their reputation. The page of the Minbao has long been robbed. Liu Baiyu, who was in charge of guarding Hong Chengqiu, said that he did not neglect Hong Chengqiu because he was a prisoner. After all, Hong Chengqiu was once the governor of Zili, and he was a remarkable figure. This kind of person, no one knows whether he will make a comeback one day. Just like Qian Qianyi, Dong Tanbao and others, they were not the running dogs of the King army before, but as long as they surrendered, they could quickly occupy high positions. What's more, Cheng Chuan told him to buy something, but also often give him some shiny yin. So Liu 100 and Hong relationships Cheng Chao's pretty good. Liu Bei who said is the truth. Today's newspaper is not as a beginning, as request other people to write articles for publication. Nowadays, there are people who want to publish articles in newspapers. Some people simply want to be famous and show off their literary talent. Others wanted to be officials, so they published some of their political opinions and opinions in the newspapers, hoping to be appreciated by big shots. When there are more people who want to post articles, the position will naturally become popular, and there will be a situation of selling places. Try your best. If it doesn't work, just make some money. Hong Chengqiu said that he knows that people can spend money to advertise in Minbao, and presumably it should be possible to spend money to buy a place to publish an article. Zai Huan, I urge you to build aircraft carriers housed in Ming. The fastest in the Ming dynasty built aircraft carrier update speed. 196 chapters Chengqiu anyway. A new chapter in the world, on the changes made by technology to the world. This is an article published by Hong Chengqiu in the newspaper, and Wu Chengking has also seen it. The article summarized the reasons for the Qing army's failure in Nanjing, and it touted the impact of weapons on the war. At the same time, he also emphasized in the article that the failure of the Qing army was because the Qing army was not a righteous army, so it could not win the hearts of the people. In fact, these words in the release of the desired signal allegiance to Wu Chengking. If you do not want to pledge allegiance, he will not go to say bad things about the Qing court. Drop it too thankless. He insists not to surrender now, and his family in Beijing can still get preferential treatment. And if his remarks now spread to Beijing, his family will be persecuted immediately. In addition to condemning the Qing court, Hong Chengqiu also advocated science and technology in his articles, advocating the university, calling it a major change that will affect the world. I have to say that Hong Chengqiu's vision is still quite vicious. After seeing those new inventions, many people were amazed at most, and then there was no more. However, Hong Chengqiu saw the great impact of these inventions on the world from those inventions. For example, cement is convenient to travel in the eyes of the people. In Hong Chengqiu's eyes, this cement will undoubtedly strengthen the court's rule over the place very strongly. Wherever this concrete road is repaired, its rule will be extended. With such a road that is not easily destroyed, the military's actions will be greatly improved, and the logistical support will be easier and more relaxed. As a result, it will be very difficult for other places to rebel, because the central court can respond quickly and not give locals opportunities. Unlike before, a place revolt just messages when necessary to convey 2 weeks, but also summoned half a month, and other army rushed to the rebellion. The rebels' go-to had been hundreds of people from thousands of people have grown to tens of thousands. This kind of thing, he personally experienced when the Northwest quelled the chaos. Big-time rebel army set out only a few thousand, such as when they arrived, the rebels had as many as tens of thousands. Then they can only fled. With cement roads, this situation will be greatly reduced. There is also the hybrid rice mentioned in the newspaper. In Hong Chengche's view, if the report is true, the impact on society will also be huge. For thousands of years, one of the biggest headaches for the court was that the people could not get enough to eat. Once the people are not full, they will be easily instigated by some people to rebel, which will affect the foundation of the imperial court. If it were not because for the people to revolt, a large Ming dynasty busy with counterinsurgency, it will not put any of them anxious development and growth. Ming will not perish. Throughout history, the end of every dynasty can be attributed to the issue of food in the final analysis. In short, Hong Chengche has vaguely felt that the world is changing greatly. This kind of keen awareness, ordinary people do not have. Seeing Hong Chengche's transformation, Wu Qingqing also intends to officially use this guy. Not only value his abilities, but more importantly, it can undermine the morale of the king court. If news of Hong Chengche reaches the king court anyway, many people will vomit blood in anger. Because in the Manchu King dynasty, many people knew Hong Chengche's ability. To say that his role is worth more than 10,000 troops, I am afraid that no one will refute or deny it. Wu Qingqing Chengche again summoned. This time Chengche did not dare to put on airs like last time, because he has more or less to find out some of the Wu Qingqing temper. Wu Qingqing do not like to tweak, hard to eat soft food. Wu in front of Qingqing loaded lofty, that the result is only really become lofty up, but rather a thick-skinned allegiance to seek official, Wu Qingqing all comers. For example Ruanda Cheng, Qian, et al., which had often been scolded for human harm. The country's ZZ, according to Wu Qingqing use worthwhile. The criminal minister has seen General Wu. Hong Chengche bowed down, and for someone with status like him, offering his knees was equivalent to offering loyalty. There is no need to mention the past. Tell me about your views on business. What kind of business can create wealth and promote social development? Wu Qingqing straight to the point. He met with subordinates, basically this routine. No nonsense. Chengche no Wu Qingqing test themselves in this situation, and their answer will determine the next location. Therefore, Hong Chengche thought very carefully for a while, but Wu Qingqing did not urge him. After a child, Chengche before the opening, business is essentially industry is complementarity, not create wealth, but it can improve people's lives, such as the sea. Edge of fishermen tired of eating fish, while inland in some places think eating fish and meat are all extravagant hopes. When the two places traded goods, the fishermen ate the fruit, and the people in the interior ate the fish. Hong Chengche made a set of statements based on his own insights and experience. Generally speaking, he was barely wrong. However, Wu Qingqing has a direct review said, wrong, business can create wealth, that is, large-scale production of a craftsman to create a porcelain. He needs to master the shaping, kiln, painted color and other craft, but also a production. Porcelain takes a long time. However, after large-scale production, a craftsman only needs to master one of the techniques, and the training and learning time is greatly shortened. It may take 100 days for one craftsman to make 100 porcelains, but it only takes half a day for 100 craftsmen to make 100 porcelains. The time saved is also a kind of wealth. Engineering industry. Large-scale assembly line production is the right way to reduce costs. There are not many people who can see this clearly in this era, and Wu Qingqing is also lazy to wait for Hong Chengche to realize it, and tell him directly. The army said even the next taught it. Chengche pondering Wu Qingqing, then, that there is some truth. I recently quasi-prepared to set up a business unit. You first make assistant minister. I assisted processing services business unit. This is a new department, you need to think more about. Wu Qingqing directly to him arrange his post, the ministry assistant minister, Messina, then Ruan Dakingu and others low levels. However, for a general, the starting point is already very high. If you directly give him the position of Shangxiu, Guyan Wu and others will probably feel unbalanced. Together, we risked our deaths to follow the rebellion and fight for the world. and the final benefits are not as good as a person who surrenders. So, even if Cheng's ability then is strong, but he can only serve from the start lang. Moreover, there is a high probability that his status in his entire life will not be able to catch up with a veteran like Yan Wu. Yan Wu must have been knighted by the time he becomes a Shangxiu. No theory in any place, seniority other. This is very unfair to those capable juniors, but to those who have made merit, it is indeed very reasonable. Zai Huan, I urge you to build aircraft carriers housed in Ming. The fastest in the Ming dynasty built aircraft carrier update speed. 197 chapters Night Talk. In addition to Chengqiu, Wu Qingqing still in this day and received a historical figures, cabinet Hiramitsu during the Grand Secretary, Ma Shiying. In history, Ma Shiying also died in this year. Hiramitsu dynasty covered off after Ma Shiying to the living area of Zhejiang. Wu Yi also later heard Taiyu Ming forces, so they put Wu Yi's army. From this point of view, he was very loyal. But now, Wu Yi had already taken refuge in Wu Qingqing, and Ma Shiying's other good friend Ruan Daking also worked under Wu Qingqing. So Ma Shiying also came here after receiving the news. Ma Shiying and Ruan Daking have a very close relationship, and they are truly hardcore brothers. Former Ruanda Cheng Nanjing was demoted. He wants to take the relationship to continue comeback, finally landed a good position, but because the Donglin party's strong opposition, so he can put in this position to give his good buddy Ma Shiying. After Ma Shiying supported King Fu ascended the throne, he immediately returned to the throne and promoted his good friend Ruan Daking to the official book of the Ministry of War. Although neither of them are good people, in terms of loyalty and kindness, the two of them are really so good that they have nothing to say, and they have always spared no effort to help each other. In short, everyone is actually very complicated, and it is impossible to define a person with simple labels such as good and bad. This time after Ruan Daking recommended Ma Shiying to Wu Qingqing, Wu Qingqing also gave him a household assistant. Starting from the attendant, it all depends on the fact that he once served as the chief minister of the cabinet in the Hongwang court. Generally, celebrities come to seek refuge, and they all start from the official position of the 5th and 4th ranks. Ma Shiying is also very satisfied with the position of Minister of Household Affairs, at least on the surface. Today is different from the past. His former cabinet chief assistant title is no longer worthless, and in the court of King Lu, other people simply look down on him. Otherwise, he would not be all the way Wu Qingqing men do things. That night, Ma Shiying came to Ruan Daking's mansion to thank him. They drink Hai Wenk Sing, Ping Dewey servant, chatted about the conduct of public affairs. Yakao Ma Shiying, you need to remember one thing when working under General Wu. You need to distinguish between General Wu and the court, and you must put General Wu's interests first. Ruanda Cheng cautioned that he knew his buddy was a royalist. If one is not careful, the Ming dynasty imperial interests as for the previous Wu interests, it would greatly bad. Although it will not be lost immediately, it will definitely not be reused in the future and will not be able to enter the core class of power. What does this mean? Ma Shiying was shocked. He vaguely realized what Ruan Daking meant, but he couldn't believe it. Yakao, you will see Wu. How about this military man? Ruanda Cheng irrelevant answers. Dragon and Phoenix among the people, young heroes, unbelievable. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I would hardly imagine that he had regained the Zili area. His achievements at his age really made me ashamed. Ma Shiying commented that this evaluation is already very high. However, Ruan Taicheng laughed. He said, Yakao, yeah, you or underestimate the Wu generals before I do not believe what the real dragons. Zhou dynasty is not born to the emperor. Ming is not. He started as a monk, and finally became an emperor. But now, I believe that there really is a true dragon emperor in this world, that is General Wu. Like Ming Taizu, he is the kind of figure who gathers great fortune and great wisdom. Ruanda Cheng Ma Shiying's words surprised again. He did not expect the assessment of Ruan Daking Wu Qingqing could be so high that even the emperor to par. This does not mean that Wu Qingqing wants to rebel and become emperor, and his brother still supports it. Also, I promise you now, do not believe me. But as long as you stay longer in Nanjing, you will be able to see what I mean. He is too smart, too many things to understand. An officer from time to mobilize and direct their pay. The means sent to the soldiers firmly control the military power. Those exquisitely structured firearms, as well as those magical perfume soaps, were also invented by him. Moreover, it is enough to invent these things alone. He even summed up a whole set of learning system, called it physical chemistry, and compiled it into a book. A 16 or 17-year-old boy, even if he is illiterate-year-old prodigy, now has only to read a book. 10 years, where's so much of his magical knowledge? Except for the reincarnation of gods and the descending of the stars, I can't find any other reasonable explanations. Originally, Ruanda Cheng is also an atheist. No, the so-called spirits, he says, is nonsense. However, Wu something Chengking body, he has been unable to use common sense to understand. We can only be attributed to the gods. This is really weird, but maybe it's because he is talented and intelligent, and it makes sense at all. There is no such thing as a godman. The ghosts and gods are still too illusory after all. Ma Shiying said, well, I do not argue with you on that he is not immortal reincarnation, but I can confirm is that compared to other Zhu descendants, he is definitely more like real dragons. Moreover, I can see that he also has this ambition. Therefore, we need to put ourselves in the right position and take another advantage of Konglong, but we must not have any illusions about the Zhu family dynasty. Tenzu Yihai plus Tenzu Yujin tied up, it is not enough for him to fight. You have never seen his army, it is really an invincible hero. The 8 banners soldiers were as vulnerable as the victims in front of them. Do you dare to imagine that with tens of thousands of firecrackers, he could beat hundreds of thousands of cavalry in the Qing dynasty, causing the Qing army to fear the Wu army? In the south, a party will be able to ambush 3 national security chasing play. Its military is not one level. Ruan Daking will put his heart in this way only when he is a real good brother and friendly brother. Ma Shiying certainly trusted Ruan Daking, and sighed slightly in her heart. Instead, he wanted to assist the Zhu family and continue Ming Yuozuo, so that he could also leave a perfect image of a loyal minister in the history books. If the attachment Wu Chengking towards opening up new, little more or less betray a suspect. Of course, Ma Shiying also knows that the current Zhu family dynasty can no longer supported, and there is no hope for continued loyalty. Although it is difficult to maintain a perfect image by relying on Wu Chengking, there is one thing that fascinates him, that is, Wu Chengking is a Han Chinese. As long as this world is still Han Chinese, it doesn't seem to matter much to change someone to be the emperor. Anyway, through the ages, it is no dynasty can be timeless. The change of dynasty, and then not normal before. As long as it is not ruled by an alien, it is acceptable. Then I will be listening to the brother of long words, see if I can not fight a dragon from the power. Ma Shiying said that once assisted King Fu to ascend to the throne was the most glorious moment in his life. He became the chief assistant of the cabinet, and he was truly above tens of thousands of people under one person. And now, he wants to be brilliant again. Zai Huan, I urge you to build aircraft carriers housed in Ming. I'm the fastest in the Ming dynasty built aircraft carrier. Update speed 198. Chapter Water Military Encounters. In late April, Wu main army arrived in Hukou. The army has established a large camp at Hukou, while the navy at the mouth of the Yangtze River was attacked by the navy of the King Court. King Court hit a total of 100 ships, navy ship, as well as some carrying flammable boats down the river. Rush just arrived in Diepanyang Wuyi River Lake. Hukou Army. When navy forces are engaged, the fleets that occupy the upper reaches are generally able to have some advantages. The King Court also had more troops than Wu Yishui Army, approaching tens of thousands. However, Wu Yi's navy has only more than 6,000 men, and the number of ships is not as good as that of the opponent. Coupled with the fact that the King Court still attacked, Wu Jun was not prepared enough and rushed to fight. As soon as the two parties contacted, Wu Yi secretly said a bad sound. His navy is not like the army, capable of causing rolling advantage of the local. Now encountering a sneak attack, the fleet is very dangerous. I ordered the boat party spread, put the word Hydra array. Wu Yi ordered the fleet to disperse immediately, and at the same time ordered the firing of guns to target those fire ships. Those boats with inflammable materials are fire boats specially used for fire attacks. When they are close to the opponent's fleet, igniting the boats can cause great trouble to the downstream fleet. The main reason is to create chaos. Once the army has to fight the fire on the one hand and meet the enemy on the other, the soldiers will be under a lot of psychological pressure and will be easily defeated. That's how Zuyu's navy dealt with Cao Cao in the Battle of Chibi, and achieved great results. At the beginning, Zuyu's fleet was still downstream. There was no condition to use the fire attack, but the northwest wind blew that day, allowing the fire boat to rush into Cao Jun's fleet smoothly. Now, Wu Yi doesn't have the luck of Zuyu, and the northwest wind is not blowing, so the fire boats have rushed towards them along with the river current. Fortunately, he had no fleet tied together, can avoid the fire spread through the ship's artificial manipulation. However, after nearly 100 big boats were laid down on the huge river surface, the river surface did not appear to be very spacious, so those who want to completely avoid fire boat is not reality. There are always some boats will dodge for some reason. Wu use artillery and gun fire boats that is quite upset, better than nothing. If they could reach a successful hit, the ship sank, but added that the fire may remove a threat. However, with the current artillery accuracy, it is not easy to hit those boats on the surface of the river. You can only try your luck. After several rounds of fire, Wu Yi decisively ordered the guns to be aimed at the big ships of the King Court, and he was ready to fight the King army. Instead of continuing to bomb the fire ships, it is better to bomb the soldiers on the enemy ships. This time of escape cannot escape. Those fire boats speed faster than they, bulky ship. Moreover, Wu Jun did not have the tradition of running away. If their navy started to do so, I am afraid that the army would still not know how to laugh at them. Wu has been the army are fighting against the army, navy. They do not have much sense of presence. Now they finally have a chance to perform. If they choose to escape, then Wu Yi will have no face to ask Wu Qingqing for military expenses to expand the navy. Command Ministry's water, quasi-prepared fire. Looking at the dozens of fire ships rushing over, Wu Yi continued to give orders. Although it is on the surface of the river, it is not easy to get water. The decks of those blessed boats are very far from the surface of the river. Every time you get water, you can only use buckets, and the boats lack water storage tools. Wu fire ship arrived in front of the military. Some of the fire from the boat through the gap, Wu ship successfully avoided. But because of the large number of fire boats, several of them successfully crashed into Wu Jun's big boat, the wooden sailboat. The whole ship is flammable. Soon, the fire spread to the big ships of Wu Jun, causing great chaos to the soldiers on these ships. Those soldiers hurriedly fetched water to put out the fire, and soldiers with good water quality went directly into the water, trying to sink the opponent's fireboat. In Wu confusion when the army, navy ceremony Azar has rushed over, they want to take the time to play Wu Jun chaos of a surprise, let Wu fire against an enemy into a dilemma situation. Asli thought very well, but the reality is a bit cruel. Boat team just close to the Wu ships that have not been affected by the fire attacked. Above soldiers began to fire a gun. King army, in order to bring more soldiers to increase combat power, are installed on each ship a large number of soldiers. The soldiers were crowded on the deck, and the density far exceeded that of the army formation on land. Such a dense formation is a living target for Wu Jun's musket team. It does not handle shells hit the sky or water, can easily hit King. Asli did not have rich experience in water warfare, and the command was carried out in accordance with the tactics in the military book. Each ship was equipped with as many soldiers as possible in order to gain the advantage of troops in the next battle. Unfortunately, this approach has caused him to suffer heavy losses now. A barrage flew over, and the soldiers standing in front fell directly into a large row. That kind of scene was terrifying. Shield, bring the shield to the front, refers to commanders quickly shouted. However, Always pay attention to the war navy are flexible and lightweight, rarely with a shield, let alone the kind of high with half a human shield large. He shouted a few voice king army only a few surface couch a buckler, and the lid is kind of about the same size of the shield, completely not cover people. Moreover, these are still wooden shields, and they can't stop the bullets at all. But the king's soldiers do not have to stand in front of their own shields, seeking a psychological comfort. In addition to sub-bomb raging, bad luck vessels will suffer bombardment. You kind of missile and artillery on board exploded, a large lift to fly directly. This situation, which can only be passively beaten, caused a great blow to the morale of the king army. Accelerate forward into the access side of war carried out. As our ceremony also know that you want to wipe kill Wu arms pistol advantage, only need to be close, and then you can access side of war. However, this section of the road forward is destined to suffer great losses. As long as enough to stop Wu crossing, even if the lighting is also worthy of this navy. Therefore, Asli didn't care about the life and death of the soldiers, and shouted to speed up. Two from the army in fact not far off, there is more than 100 meters. However, it was more than 100 meters, but the deck of the king army ship was stained red with blood. In the few rounds of shooting by the Wu Jun just now, the several large ships that the king army rushed in front were blood-washed. The soldiers on many ships had been reduced by 10%, and individual ships had been reduced by 20%. An fifth of the people died without contact. With such a terrible loss rate, there is no morale for the remaining soldiers. Some soldiers' legs had begun to tremble. The hands of some weapons nabu when some soldiers are already looking at them, wanting to find a chance to jump into the water. Here the river is also 34 miles long. Some of the water is good soldiers complete a full swim to shore. This kind of war is too tragic, and there are too few people who can withstand the psychological pressure. King army now no reason for the collapse, mainly relying on the officers in maintaining discipline. Wu army sniper was not even on board, so these king navy officer luck, not scary moment. Zai Huan, I urge you to build aircraft carriers housed in Ming. The fastest in the Ming dynasty built aircraft carrier update speed. 199 chapters Consumption War. The Wu Yi Navy only carried less than 2,000 flintlock soldiers, and the others were Navy soldiers using cold weapons. So, even if this time is the best opportunity King shot, they failed to kill too many King. If you were on board with some of the more than flintlock soldiers of the King Navy probably will not come before them would collapse. And now, after the King army paid a painful price, finally, the ship rushing in front arrived in the Wu Jun fleet. On the boats of the King Court Navy, some hook spears began to stick out. The kind of large barbed spears. Hook the spear on the side of Wu Jun's ship to keep the distance between the two ships without colliding or being thrown away. After the hook gun was fixed, the King army began to put down the plank and rushed over the plank. Can be enough like a professional pirate holding the same rope to jump on board the enemy. Just a few people, most of subordinary people did this unique skills. I can only honestly stepped over the board. The ship was hooked, and Wu Jun also mounted bayonets one after another, preparing for hand-to-hand combat. Contact was the navy of both sides. Both sides used broadswords, flexible and light. No gap weapons. The two sides quickly into a mixed war. Compared to on land, Wu Jun does not take advantage of the water, because the formation they usually practice is useless. Although the deck is not small, it is incomparable to the land. It can't be set up, and the fight is chaotic. It relies on the bravery of the soldiers, which is very detrimental to Wu Jun. Although the soldiers of the Wu army are no worse than those of the King army, they are definitely more willing to fight the formation. Of course, it was just a disadvantage, and it was quite difficult for the King army to win. Wu much stronger than the will to fight the King army, even if it fell into the inferior, still dead fen in resistance. For a time, both sides are suffering huge losses. Someone keeps hitting the knife, and someone keeps falling into the water. As the battle progressed, more and more ships approached each other and entered the battle of the ships. The battle has entered a white-hot battle. At this time, It is impossible to hold it before anyone else. Whoever can persist to the end will win the battle. Because for both boats are now tied together, we want to have no chance to escape. From this side, the navy battle but to fight more tragic than the army. Chong, keep going, they are about to be unable to withstand it. King generals on military ships are still shouting slogans, so that the soldiers rushed on board a ship continues to the enemy. Not only had the soldiers not blind, I can see the situation on the battlefield. For now, he who really do not see where there are signs of will not stand, but rather they king began here. There have been some deserters. Some soldiers have good water was thrown away in disarray arms, jumped into the river to swim to sure DPRK. He had rather be deserters or prisoners. I did not want to go to battle. Death hurt too tragic. Red in front of the soldiers. Almost not many people can survive. Even if it can kill one or several enemies, there will be enemies immediately afterwards. A small empty room where the bodies piled up the hill almost, but not the enemy still like to kill. This kind of war of attrition with no end in sight and no chance of victory is the most tired of soldiers at the bottom. They like the kind of battle where the winner can be divided in an instant. There are rewards if they win, and they can surrender to save their lives if they lose. Some soldiers have not begun to fear before the war, despite the general's house gold. They are not willing again in the past. A grumpy rank and file led directly knife beheaded a former soldier. Not fear war, wanted a way to intimidate the soldiers. Most of the time, this method is useful. But everything has accidents. This time, there were some soldiers on the big ship of the king army who had grievances with this Zuling on weekdays. At this time, the other party was still forcing himself to die, so he was heartbroken. Anyway, both left and right were dead. Before death, he had to pull on the enemy as a cushion and let out a bad breath. As a result, the soldier came quietly behind their Zuling, pierced it with a knife, and the blade emerged from Zuling's chest. Brothers, let us reverse it. If you continue to go to death, it's better to reverse this clean dog level. When the king court sent them their pay, they do not mind being Ming dynasty still ruled by the court ruling. But at this time, anti-king is an excellent slogan. These soldiers didn't want to fight anymore. With such an excuse, there was someone to take the lead, and someone immediately responded. Several more generals were killed or thrown into the water, and the soldiers of this ship completed the battle anyway. The army, to withdraw it, repeat the act has no meaning. As Li's subordinates persuaded, water army and army combat fighting are very different. Do not look, they have been playing for a long time. The fight is fierce, but the overall casualties, but not great. Due to the contact surface between the two sides is not large, also 67 vessels in the battle at the same time. The rest of the boats because there is no position, and no enemy contact occurs. And these ships that did not come into contact were only fired by Wu Jun occasionally, and the loss was not great. Up to now, there are still nearly 8,000 people in the 10,000 king army. However, in some king army generals' view, the next battle is no longer necessary. Wu Jun has been recovered from the confusion. They have no advantage. Even, judging from the scene, their deaths and injuries were much more serious. A battle without an advantage is at exhaustion. If can be enough to fight each other to collapse, that would be worth it. Unfortunately, most king generals did not see this kind of hope. What they saw was that some of their own troops had already collapsed first. Have said Wu Jun, firearms powerful. I see them fighting spirit. Morale is more powerful, yeah. So fierce fighting. They have not seen signs of collapse, is how they usually trained soldiers. Soldiers Han, when shall this bloody up? As our ceremony, since the words from language sentence, Han soldiers he had met, are some people there is no will to fight. Often in counterpoint inverse situation of the wind, the soldiers will surrender into the film. But now, what he saw was a Han army with a completely different mental outlook. His words made some Han generals on the ship feel uncomfortable and ashamed. Isn't it just them that Azari is talking about bloodless people? It is said that the high pay of Wu Jun, usually the food is also very rich, not only to attend a lecture full control, you can often eat meat, it is probably for this reason. Hate the North those lords, but also greatly spend money to buy the perfume soap mirror in Nanjing. These people are all to blame. Otherwise Wu Qingqing would have so much money to raise the army. Other than a more knowledgeable Zueling cursed, accused Beijing of those our lords due to enjoy for the sake of those who led them here to resist the more powerful enemy. The individual mind is inevitable that gas, withdraw it from reconsidered long. As Li ordered a retreat. Only by preserving the strength of the navy can the Wu Jun cross the river. If all naval forces are all at once, then they will not have the power to stop Wu Jun from advancing west. Zai Huan, I urge you to build aircraft carriers housed in Ming. The fastest in the Ming dynasty built aircraft carrier update speed. 200 chapters across the river scheme. Water army retreat is easier than the army. When Wu Yi saw the enemy retreating, he wanted to catch up, but he had to deal with the enemies that were still at war first, and then pull out the spears. The same time that has been compromised vessels also need to get out, clean up the water course. Such a complete fleet was able to chase back. Moreover, we are relying on manpower planning paddle. You cannot catch on. Also a big problem. Test into account many problems. Wu Yi did not order the chase, but ordered eliminate remnants of the enemy as soon as possible. Sweep the battlefield. Repair boats. In this water battle, the ships in front were damaged to varying degrees. Some ships had been burned by the fire with only their shells left, and they were completely scrapped. Other damages are not particularly serious, but they have reached the point where they must be overhauled. The job of cleaning out the remnants of the enemy was easy, because the King army that remained in place was basically abandoned, and they had no chance to escape. Therefore, most people see one's own boat fleet after the escape. Very honest choice to throw away their arms and surrender. Anyway, Wu tradition is not to kill the prisoners. Only a small number of soldiers chose to jump into the river to escape, and Wu Jun didn't know why they did not surrender. For these people, Wu Jun was also polite, shooting with muskets and bows and arrows on the ship. Unless water is especially not good, snorkel 10 meters before a person can be able to get away. To escape, most of the other soldiers will be hit, so lying dead in the river. After clearing the battlefield, the navy came to station in the scheduled water village. In this water battle, Wu Jun lost a total of 1,500 soldiers, of which 1,200 were killed in the battle and about 300 were missing. Those who disappeared fell into the river, and no one cared about them in the melee. These 300 people should still survive a part of it, but it is difficult to say whether they can return to the army smoothly. In addition to human loss of members, Wu Fu also scrapped 5 vessels, as well as 7 needs major repairs. Loss is also quite heavy. The King army suffered heavy losses even more. They lost a total of 23 ship, boat, dozens of ships, as well as more than 2,500 missing soldiers who died in battle. These missing soldiers are basically equivalent to being killed in battle. 23 ship were lost, where most of the damage is not serious. They are to Wu seized. So, in addition to human loss of staff, in fact, supplies, Wu also made a point. After disembarking Wu Yi, Li Xiaobinli called to ask is about their fighting. This time they want to win Zhujiang. It must rely on water forces them to go to the other side shipped in the past, and have to rely on logistical support provided by the navy. Although repelled the enemy, but the enemy is still the main forces still, hastily cross the river. I am afraid there is risk insurance. The best is to wait for some time, waiting for me to destroy the enemy's main naval say. Wu Yi said that fighting on the water is not like land, and more soldiers must have the advantage. If the enemy forces launched a larger fire attack while Wu Jun was crossing the river, they would face great risks. Wu army soldiers, although most of them are among the southern people, but not everyone knew how to swim. Even if he could swim, his weapons and equipment would definitely not be able to keep after falling into the water. So, forced to cross the river, he can do that, but the risk is great. Wu Yi hoped Li Xiaobin can wait a little longer, and so he defeated the King Water main army again, crossed the river at that time foolproof. But, how long can you destroy the enemy's main army water? We cannot keep on going at it and so on. Li Xiaobin cautioned, tens of thousands of troops. The daily consumption of forage is a horrible figure. Wu Yi was speechless for a while, but he didn't dare to issue a military order saying that the enemy would be destroyed within a few days. This is not a siege. There is a fixed target waiting there. The navy can act at will on the surface of the river. If the king court insists on not fighting him decisively, it is not easy for him to find a chance to destroy the opponent if the enemy advances and retreats, and the enemy retreats. Consumers do not destroy them, they are always a threat. So, I have also prepared a forced landing approach it. Liu Han said he held out little hope for the navy. The army would prefer to play hurry-up power, or many other materials that we can ship the next batch to arrive. Then Wolfgang led the fleet to block the enemy's navy on the Yangtze River, and we use those boats to transport goods shipped from the soldiers to the other side Panyang Hukou. As long as we can transport a regiment, we will be able to gain a foothold on the other side, and the next thing will be easy. Dai Zijun said that as long as they are not harassed by the navy of the king court during the landing battle, they are still confident that they can successfully land. Although this risk is a little bit bigger, it saves time and can take the initiative. Seal lock the enemy's navy. Wu Longcheng may have the confidence to do this, Li Xiaobin asked. As long as I still have a breath, I will never let the Qing dynasty navy enter the mouth of the lake. Wu Yi issued a military order, just to block the enemy. This problem is not big. If he couldn't even do this, his navy boss would have no face. That being the case, then I have to look at this battle plan to refine it, Li Xiaobin said to the crowd general staff. Although the plan just now sounds highly feasible, there will be many accidents in the war, and plans to deal with them must be formulated one by one. What if Wu Yi failed to block the Qingting navy? What if it did, but the navy suffered heavy losses and could not protect the subsequent logistics and transportation? What if there is a strong counterattack while landing? What if there is a sudden flood? These are the parameters to seek. The ministry needs to consider the issue of research. This is a matter of 7 or 8 million army life event. If 70,000 large army arrived in Zhujiang city, the logistics was broken, that would be extremely dangerous. To when the enemy does not need to stick to the city, as long as the income of grain and grain around the city scrape or burn, Wu will be able to starve to death. The Qing army absolutely did this kind of thing. Therefore, the navy must not only be able to block the navy of the Qing court, but also need to save enough power to maintain logistics and transportation, and it is best to defeat the navy of the Qing court. The plan was continuously deduced, and in the end everyone agreed that the key to this battle was the navy. Unfortunately, his naval development has been relatively slow to ship fewer and fewer people now. All the pressure was on Wu Yi, but at the same time he felt the pressure. He was also very excited. The greater the pressure, the greater the credit. As long as he accomplishes this task well, he can explain the importance of the navy to Wu Qingqing and ask for more military expenses to expand the navy. What a more powerful army his power will be. After confirming the plan, the various ministries began pre-war preparations, reconnaissance to find suitable landing sites, detect terrain, repair ships, collect grain and grass, and maintain weapons and equipment. A game series, you need the work. I'll find many. Zihuan, I urge you to build aircraft carriers housed in Ming. I made aircraft carrier in the Ming dynasty. Fastest update rate.